Okay, welcome everybody. I'd like to call this General Committee meeting to order at exactly 9 a.m. And I can confirm we do have quorum, but Councillor Schumacher has sent her regrets. So with that, Councillor Cloutier, would you mind reading the land acknowledgement statement, please?
I would respectfully acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabeg under the terms of the Robinson Huron Treaty number 61 of 1850 and the Williams Treaty of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity, honor sacred places, and take actions towards real truth and reconciliation in support of the commitment to walking the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations.
Thank you very much for that. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none, we do not have any invited or ceremonial presentations. So we're going to dive right in. We have a whole slew of deputations, and we'll start with 5.1, which is a deputation from Zygmunt Horbick and Kevin Koala, sorry, with respect to an original road allowance deviation. And they are here in person. So would you mind coming forward, please? Welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zygmunt Horbick, and in 2016, I purchased 50 acres in Fee Simple. This is very important. The property address is 146 Centurion Trail. Through the south part of this 50-acre parcel was road deviation. In the beginning, I was 100% sure it belonged to me. I called the Ontario Snow Association if the previous owner have any contract with the association. They didn't. The problem start when some of my neighbors start to improve the trail. They put the gravel, the machinery, they did dig the ditches to drain the water from the trail, because during the springtime and autumn, the whole area was flooded, okay? And the mud was so severe that even with the pickup truck, four-wheel drive, you had a problem to go through. Because the circumstances, I simply just hire, in meantime, the people start to complain to town, and I was dealing, and my son, with Mr. Bob Hall. He's not any longer with the town of Huntsville. And because the situation, I hire a local company to look engineering, and Mr. Kuyala is a surveyor who in that time worked for this company, and simply just I paid for the survey. Survey only just was on the east and south part of my property, because all survey, all the property was a little bit too expensive for me, and also was difficulties because nobody around have any survey. And the surveyors have a problem to find the old 200-year-old steel bars, how to start. And still is not correct, because in some cases in my northern part is a plus minus 40 meters. If somebody else would be doing surveys, so it could be a 40 meter my property less, or 40 meter property more. We have exactly in that time, my son exchanged the emails and discussion with Bob Hall, and we asked for if the town is saying this trail belong to town, just give me simply just the deed, transfer land. And town didn't supply. They say simply just they don't have it. How the Mr. Hall explained to me, and he says that the trail belonged to the town, and dirt belonged to me. You know, it was very difficult for me to understand how it works, but okay. And he says, you know, that the town, if I will try to close this road deviation, he just mentioned that the town have enough tools to simply just open, okay? Mr. Kuyala, just when he did the survey, he find transfer deed from 115 years old, that this road deviation was transferred in the beginning for, it was different town, Chessy? Okay, and right now town of Huntsville. And on this survey, I find out that whoever using this trail is encroaching my property, corner of my property. It takes me a few months, but finally the town make a decision. If I know where my property goes, I can close, okay? I send this simply just letter to my neighbors with the explanation that I give you 1 year and please make a trail through the unopened road allowance. Probably the Snowmobile Association take part in this process and pay the cost, probably partial. I didn't make any investigation, I don't care. So the situation occurred that for this road deviation is the two owners. I have a deed with the fee simple, and also the town have 115 years old documents that transferred deed 115 years ago. Okay, and my property was simply just divided on two pieces. Okay, the old trail is a 0.7 acres, and the cost I am already cover is appraisal, legal cost $2,500, $2,700 to town, $7,200 appraisal, application. So if you figure out everything from dollars an acre, this road deviation, it will be cost me $20,000 per acre. So it's ridiculous, and already I cover so much cost. If I will know that these trails belong to me in the beginning, I will not even ask to look engineering, do a survey, because nobody have, why I have to spend $1,000s of dollars to make a survey. So this is basically the story, and I am asking to respectful council to simply just help me with the cost for, I forgot the cost of reference plan. Because additional what I mentioned about is a reference plan. So I don't know how much it will be cost me, but probably thousands. Somebody called from the town to Tulloch Engineering to prepare a reference plan, and the Tulloch Engineering sent me a letters that they are willing to do that for $6,500. So if I will pay $6,500, this old amount I have to pay for this road to return to original owners, it's me, it will be cost over $20,000. So I am asking, I don't know how much Mr. Kuyala will charge me for this reference plans because the time was very short. And basically I am asking council to understand my situation. And honestly, town is partially guilty because 115 years, probably documents ownership was in the town presence, in the town hands. It's right now difficult to discuss what happened in meantime between 1911 and who is the guilty, who is not the guilty. It's not my job to do that. And but to me, it will be not fair if I have to cost all cost. So basically, this is the story, and I am asking council to simply just take for consideration my situation. And also, it will be fix the problems, because it's a one road deviation, one property, because it's a separate, and it's the two owners. Okay, and I want to solve the problems, because in the future, this problem will not disappear. Okay, and it will be repeating, and somebody have to deal with the issue. The same council, or maybe my grandson, because I promised them this piece of land will belong to them. Okay, so thank you very much. This is all situation and all story. And I would like to ask right now Mr. Kuyala, from the technical point of view, to explain, what this reference plan is, how we do that, because I have only just 10 minutes, so I don't want to take too much time. And
It's great. Mr. Horbeck, thank you very much for your part. Now you've given Mr. Cuellar about 30 seconds. So,
So I'll try to be brief.
apparently.
Yeah, so we've already done a reference plan that I've got permission from the Land Registry Office to do a compiled plan. So it saves quite a bit of cost. And so our estimated fees are around $2,500 to complete that. And yeah, that's about all I got time for.
Look at you. And we're down to zero. That's perfect. All right. Thank you for the explanation. That was very helpful. Council, are there questions of our guests? Yes, Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock, through you. Thank you so much for bringing this forward. I just want to get my head around a couple of quick things. So in 2016, you purchased the land.
yes,
Do you know if there was a title search done at the time, and if at the time there was title insurance taken out?
yes. My lawyer just take a research 60 years back, and he checked check the documents. So documents show that nobody owns this acres, especially town of Huntsville. So I just talked with the title insurance, but they are very conservatives, and basically just what they offered to me was simply just the not cost all this, because they are not they are not interested, how much it will be cost you application, how much will be cost you reference plan, how much cost you land. They simply just take for consideration that this 0.7 acres is worth, for example, $5,000. That's all.
Yeah, I'm just I'm looking at it from, because I know that I live down South Wasiosa, so I've actually snowmobiled past your place, so I know exactly where you're at. And are we saying the issue is that like Centurion goes like that, there's the 50-acre chunk off an original 100-acre parcel, and the road deviation is land that you think was originally belonging to this parcel and was taken away at some point over the last 120 years, and was not something that came up on title search when the lawyer searched? Just want to get,
Well, because it was 115 years ago, and the lawyer obligation is to check the title 40 years. Even my lawyer checked the title 60 years, but still didn't show anything else.
yeah, I'll just go to
Yeah, if I can chime in. So yeah, it was the original 100-acre lot. And then in 1911, the road deviation was sold to the Township of Chaffee. And it was actually formally surveyed, and they paid for it. And then it was in the land registry system, so not the best system for document tracking. And then every subsequent transfer of that east half of the 100-acre lot neglected to refer to the road deviation that was sold. So the last reference to this road deviation was in 1911. Typically, title searches go back 40 years, so it was missed, which is where we're at now. It's an unfortunate situation, but it is
I'll just have the last comment on that. Councillor Clark and myself have done a lot of real estate transactions where this stuff kind of comes up. There was a time period when lawyers were not searching title at all because title insurance companies were telling them, don't search. If you discover an issue and something comes up, we won't cover you. So I'm wondering if this might have been a situation like this where the lawyer did not fully search title and do the job, because this was obviously information that was available somewhere and the lawyer did not find that information. I know that that's changed a bit. I know when it went from to land titles from the old registry system, there was a lot of issues, but I still have a problem addressing this until we know more. We need a lawyer's opinion. We need a lawyer to tell us what happened when you purchased the property, what they couldn't find, why they couldn't find it, who owned the land in 2016, and why you weren't made aware of it. So that's why I'm asking. It's a title insurance issue, in my opinion. It typically is. And then they would then go after the parties that would be most applicable for each part of it. That's just my thought.
Thank you for that, Councillor Morrison. And just before I go to you, Councillor Stone, just to explain to Mr. Horbick that the deputation is now, but later in our meeting is when we actually, as a council, will have a full discussion about your deputation, and we'll have this kind of fulsome discussion. Councillor Stone.
Yeah, so I just want to acknowledge that a road deviation like this that was sold to Chafee, I presume was done because of the topography and the road allowance. If it were to change, the topography wouldn't allow. I want to make sure the road allowance is allowed to continue, whether it's through this piece or a more direct route. But clearly, we need to send this back to staff and have them bring us a report on this piece.
Right. Again, we'll go back to, yes, sorry.
Could I just
Yes.
respond to that?
Yes, absolutely.
So as Mr. Horbick said, a portion of the trail did cross his private land. And so when that came up, the trail has now been moved to the actual road allowance. I drove up there this week just to see for myself what it looks like. And you're able to drive a truck up there now, but I suspect in 1911 with a horse and cart, it probably wasn't very amenable. So they went around the hill. But now it's a decent trail to get through on the actual road allowance.
That's helpful. Thank you very much. Okay, any other, you sure? Okay. Thank you for your deputation. And as I said, later on at the very end of the meeting, we'll follow up on the deputation requests. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving to our second deputation, we are joined by Margaret Boyevar, that's it, and Karen Terezio, here to talk about the proposed hot dog cart on town property. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
The first thing is your mic,
and
and you did it, so
Yeah.
excellent,
So
that's
let me
great.
Oh.
And
I have
maybe introduce yourself, that's
I'm Karen.
perfect.
I'm Margaret.
Okay, hi Karen, hi Margaret.
Hi. We would like to get the town's permission to put a hot dog cart on River Mill, in River Mill Park. Basically, that's. And there's other locations that we had looked at as well. And then that could be a possibility if it's not possible that you could look at. One's Riverside Park beside Pizza Nova, where the beautiful park benches are now. And we also thought of I call it the cement park, but I was told it's called Kent Park. Yeah, Kent Park. Which was like, because I'm thinking, the reason why we're thinking this is that there isn't really a hot dog cart ever since the one at Canadian Tire has closed. And I personally know a lot of people who like hot dogs. Apparently I do too. Street meat. So what would smell better in this town while people are walking in the summer to smell a hot dog and go, hey, let's sit down and enjoy the park that we're at, like West River Mill or Riverside or that. Enjoy the view, enjoy the people, watch the town. It's a beautiful town, why not show it off? The smell would drive anyone crazy.
Right, no, it's true. I do recall when we had a hot dog stand right out in front of the Civic Center. And
There
that-
used to be one by the church there.
Yes,
at one
right,
time.
right, that's the one.
So just asking permission if we are able to get a spot in one of those.
And what it would cost us and
And,
Okay.
and
All right.
We will have the insurances and everything.
Yeah,
Okay, so this is your opportunity. I'm giving council the opportunity to ask questions of you two. So
Okay.
you're on the hot seat.
Okay.
Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Worship, and through you, thank you, ladies, for coming and asking. I too love hot dogs. Just curious, where are you thinking in Rivermill Park, if
We
you were
did,
allowed to?
we
do that?
actually drove by this morning
Okay.
to take a peek and see where it was level, because it would have to be level ground for us, obviously. There's one spot by the bandstand that you actually have like a little
Trail.
trail, like it's the interlocking stone.
Okay.
And right at the bottom there would kind of be a perfect location for us. We could actually have it tied down because there's some round,
There's a like a spool, like one of those
Yeah.
old spools that are decorative spools that, you know, it can't lift.
and then we could actually tie it there so we wouldn't have to move it in and out every day. There was also a couple other little locations around there. There's one by the parking lot, just right near where the River Mill sign is.
Okay.
There's some cement pillars or cement there. So we're looking there would work as well. Anywhere
that
that has
people-
to be flat.
Yeah,
for
like
us.
so that when the kids are playing, the parents can have a hot dog and enjoy themselves. There's also on the top part too that we thought, like by the playground, there's a picnic bench, but it's not
Yeah,
a spot.
but
It's not a spot. That would be like the third.
Yeah, it's a little more difficult
Yeah.
because it has to be flat.
If I may, just to follow up,
Follow
Your
up?
Worship,
Yes,
thank you.
absolutely.
Thanks for the answer. And have you ever run a hot dog cart before?
No.
Okay,
We've been in the industry for years. So.
all right. No, thank you. That's great.
Okay, thank you for that. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks, ladies, for coming. Hot dogs are always a wonderful thing, especially at a ball game, right? So you're looking at, are you looking at 3 locations, or you just
No,
want the
we're-
one location and just set it up once?
We
And
just don't know like what would be permitted, so we had 3 options just so that we could.
But only one location is what we're looking for. But we sent in 3 different locations because maybe if you didn't allow us one, you might allow us a different one. So,
Ostensibly, you just want a hot dog cart somewhere.
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah,
that's pretty
okay.
much it.
Right, no, that's great. Back to you. Sorry, Deputy Mayor.
so did you actually put in a deputation to come here first, or have you actually talked to town staff about licensing
we went to-
fees
no,
and
we didn't.
insurances and stuff like that?
We did that first.
And you're aware of the cost of
Yes.
liability insurance and stuff like
Yeah,
that?
it's 2 million for the insurance, or 2 million liability insurance they have, that we have to have. And yes, we have a quote for it already. And we know that the permit is either $750 for the year or it was
925 for. Oh wait.
Yeah, that's the
So,
insurance.
yeah, insurance.
Or 450 for the 6-month period. Yeah, we looked into it. That's how we knew we had to do this.
As part of the process.
Yeah.
So you've had all of the contact, filled out the necessary forms, but now you're here to say.
Yeah.
All right, that's great.
In order to
Fol-
get our actual permit, we needed to know where we were going to put it.
Put it. Thank you. That's great. Back to you, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thanks very much. Just very quickly again, I'm just wondering, have you reached out to anybody from the BIA about placing something downtown like that they would support and endorse us to have it?
I have not.
No.
That was like when we thought we could do our sweet talking then.
Right. And just as that, I know the one that used to be by the church there, that was actually on private property, so. that
Right.
Yes,
belonged to
yeah,
the
we
community.
do know that. But that was a secondary thought we were having. But first, we really wanted to go to one of the parks. And if we can't do that, then we'll reach out to the private sector.
Okay, that's helpful. And so really you're here to see if council is supportive of any one of these public locations.
Yes.
All right, that's great. Councillor Stone.
I just want to quickly say that I like the idea. I don't think a hot dog cart prevents any of our visitors from visiting our restaurants. It's outside of what the tourists do, and I think one of the parks would be awesome. So I support it.
Oh, thank you.
All right, are there any other questions? Okay, I'm going to say the same thing to both of you. Later at the end of our meeting, we'll follow up on our deputation
Perfect.
request.
Beautiful.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for the time.
All right,
Really
thank
appreciate
you,
it.
Thank you.
thank you.
Have a great day.
You too. Okay, and finally, our third deputation, we're joined by Mike Prince to talk to us about the community project proposal for downtown waterfront, and that's fairly general. I know you're going to expand on that. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you so much. Just gonna boot this up here. One moment. I know it's. Okay, first and foremost, I just want to say thank you for the time. I know you guys have a very full agenda today, and there's a lot of eyes and ears here. So time is our most precious asset. My name is Mike Prince, and I am a local. I'm a father, I'm a husband, I'm a men's coach, a breathwork facilitator, and I care very much about the health and wellness space. So what I'm proposing today, that's just a concept in front of you, but I want to put that forth, is a sauna and cold plunge concept on a floating dock in our downtown core on the waterfront. Having lived in Kelowna, BC for about 6 years prior to my last 3 years coming home, I call it, and moving my family here, I had a business there, and the waterfront was always so vibrant. Any time of year you go down, there was something happening. There was something other on the waterfront. People were walking on it. And when I moved here, I just felt that missing ingredient. I'd go across the bridge every time and look at it in the wintertime, and it was quiet. And yes, you can see the lights from the pub, but there just was something missing, the essence of our downtown. When we have all the lights, we have a hallmark downtown. I think we can all agree during Christmas time. But the waterfront was just kind of still. And so when I was visiting Kelowna a couple years ago, that's when this truly landed. Is they built, there's one there. Where do I point this towards? There we go. So sauna and cold plunge in my own personal healing journey with Lyme disease, as well as in my coaching space. I host retreats as well. And I've witnessed what happens in saunas and cold plunges, how well people feel. And so I've shared some of the data today. And I won't go in depth because there is a lot on how good it is for us, both physiologically and for our mental capacity. But I'll name a few things here. So norepinephrine, for instance, released during cold plunge, boosts at 530% above baseline, and that sharpens our focus, elevates our mood, reduces inflammation in the body. Dopamine, everyone's heard of that buzzword, triggered release during cold plunge up to 250% above baseline. Motivation, sustained mood lift, all for hours after this process. Cortisol, again, we've heard that one, our main stress hormone, is lowered by 29% after usage of this. Above and beyond that, we know depression is at an all-time high right now in North America. 1 in 5 people are depressed. And so to look at a collection spot that helps mental wellness, that is another meeting spot beyond a pub or a restaurant that could facilitate great conversations on top of that, it's just, to me, was a no-brainer when I looked at this. So I want to share the concept briefly. Let me go back for a moment, actually, because I want to talk about in other countries as well. So European countries, you see saunas everywhere. This is already there. It's been happening for years. In Finnish culture, for example, we have a population of 5.5 million. There are 3 million saunas there. And they have been voted the healthiest, happiest country for the last 9 years in a row. And so when we look at that with sauna culture, the center of it, again, it truly is something that we need to have here. And in Kelowna now, they have 4 of these. And now you look at Toronto, that same company has put one on Toronto Harbourfront on municipal property. There's one in Vancouver on municipal property. And then there's one as close as Gravenhurst now. Similar design, not quite what I'm proposing, but very similar on municipal property. So the risk assessment has been done in those areas. And of course, when I look at this, I want to think about what you guys are thinking too. So I'm going to get to the risk in a moment here and how I believe it's mitigated. But I wanted to share just the simplicity of this design first, if you can have a look at the screen. So at the top, it says Lakeside there. So this would be something that is movable. It would be harnessed to the docking space simply by ropes, secured appropriately. And the area that I'm looking as I showed on that other slide would be somewhere along by Pub on the Docks, the boardwalk there. And during the summer season, if it's something that would be allowed to be year round, I see the prime season is shoulder to shoulder. But if it's something year round, we could look at different activations like having breathwork facilitation on the little deck piece. As you see on the right-hand side would be let me explain this first and it'll help concept-wise. So on the top is the lakeside. Okay, you'd have nice big windows in the sauna there, so people feel like they're on the lake when they're in there. On the bottom side would be the boardwalk where you enter. Okay, there's 3 little change rooms. There's the sauna in that middle area, and then you walk out to the deck. There would be a couple Muskoka chairs with a hole cut in the deck that is actually leveraging our natural cold plunge, which is the water, right? And one concern there, of course, is can people fall down and go for a swim? No, there's benches there to sit on, and then where people's feet would go. So they couldn't go through, even if there was the allowance there. And then you can see lower there, kind of the concept as well, from a different angle. And from a design perspective, just to highlight that briefly, it's really looking at Muskoka heritage, so that would be like old.
Mike, if you're trying to zoom in, I was just told if you press the top button and hold it, then you can zoom in if that's what you're trying to do.
And
The
hold.
top button.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
wow, look
Yeah.
at that. Fancy.
It looked like
Okay.
it just looked like
This is
you were
getting fun
trying
now.
to do that. I know. Now you can start
Thank
all
you.
over again.
Thank you. So yeah, rewind. No. So right there, I'll highlight the change rooms, right? You'd have 3 little change rooms in there. So people go inside, they can get changed right here. There's your sauna. You enter here along the boardwalk, a nice, I call this a vibe hallway here. I'll say this is going to be called, let me get up to the corner, the Conscious Club. So the concept behind that is, everything I do is living life intentionally, getting us out of default mode and really having intentional moments with our families, with our friends, at work, all of that stuff. So that's what this will be designed around. And then there's your deck there, so people can go in and have the contrast therapy. They sit down there, a few Muskoka chairs. Seasonally, that could be covered. And again, there's enough space there for some yoga to be done, some breath work, and things like that. So some of the risks, of course, because again, as I said, I really wanted to look at this through council's lens and say, okay, first, I'm asking for it on municipal property. I know that's not a common thing to say. We want to put a business on municipal property. But when it comes to let's mitigate this, and I'll talk a little bit more about why I feel it matters first. But concepts like this are operating in multiple municipalities across Canada. So that assessment's been done. I kind of tried to do my own as well. I wanted fire in this thing because I love the smell of fire. When we talk about hot dogs, I think we can all talk about a campfire as well, how nice it smells. However, I know that would be a concern. So the design is electric, so it's basic. That's all covered there. When we look at the risk of water, well, it's already on water. That's not a new risk there. And then, of course, could there be any slips or falls, anything like that? All the flooring will be designed to be sticky so people aren't slipping coming in and out of the water. I could not find an incident in Canada in any of these. I looked as hard as I could. I can't find anything. And I have, in terms of an insurance perspective, I used to run a very much riskier business called flyboarding, where people are attached to a Sea-Doo in Kelowna for many years. And so insurance, I'm not worried about. I've gone through that process, and I've already got some quotes in front of me for this as well. But why, just to tie off, why I believe it matters to Huntsville again is, to truly activate year round. The shoulder seasons right now are pretty quiet down there. When I spoke to the BIA, and I have letters of support from them as well, really, we're trying to constantly bring people downtown. And this is something that not only will drive people downtown, but will drive people to spend more time downtown, locals and tourists alike. And when I thought of the tourist market, I thought, how many people are renting cabins outside of Huntsville and just drive through here? This is another reason to stop and spend time either on the way there or on the way back. And so really it's enriching the downtown core as well with something that's aesthetically pleasing without costing the town anything. I've taken care of that piece. And I know when I looked at this, someone has proposed this a few years ago named Rebecca. And so I watched that. And the big difference between this and that is she had an amazing idea, but she said, here you go, town, we should do it. Where I've taken that lift off, I have my engineers, I have my designers. That piece is all on me. All I'm here to ask is a fair lease so I can bring this project to life and access to electrical, which I expect there would be a cost there as well.
Okay, Mike, thank you. Personally, I have to say, I grew up with doing exactly this with a sauna on water, and so I know that cold plunge. And it was, it's a wonderful thing. It's a great thing. So I'm glad you're before us again with this concept. But Councillor Stone.
So I like the idea. You have lots of support for it. I don't necessarily like the location because I see kids swimming at the end of the dock there all the time, and I love that about our downtown. Now, if you feel that it needs to be in that area, I think there's probably shoreline down towards the community garden, a little bit farther, so the kids can still swim off the dock there, but we can still achieve this. There's also other options, you know, Camp Kitchen or Avery Beach, but if you want it downtown, then I think it can be done, just not in that area.
Yeah, am I allowed to
Yes,
respond?
absolutely. Like to hear that.
I agree. I would never want to take that away. That's amazing. I've sat there with my kids personally, having a slice of pizza, toes in the water, and swam off of there.
Yeah.
This would be a 32-foot installment of, you know, what's hundreds of feet there. So it certainly wouldn't take that away. And I'm open to say, where does it make sense? Because absolutely, you guys know the town best and where it would make sense. Absolutely agree.
So you'd be willing to look at the other, where Councillor Stone
Yeah, I mean,
suggested?
when I think of it, I think, again, when I talk to the aesthetics and what I feel is missing downtown, I don't know if anybody else sees that, but that's in that stretch of boardwalk. I
Right.
just see it being such a beautiful attraction to be down there. And,
Right.
you know, during festive season, I can throw a reef on it, things like that. And it still allows for all those other pieces. Of course, I've looked at other options, even private, but when I think of, you know,
This-
the town, like that just has a piece of my heart to be like, no, this is where it needs to be. And so
Okay.
that's,
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Alcock. It's an interesting concept, Mike. A couple of questions for you. Would the building be flood-proof? Because we all know that this area floods pretty regularly in the spring. And my second question would be, how big is the building? What's the footprint?
thank you for the question. So, yes, that variable came up when I saw what the water did this year, and I was like, okay, I can see how I can mitigate that. So it's the design right now is 16 by 32, and because it is harnessed just by rope, it can be moved. So just like it would be moved in, if that were to happen, I would say, okay, where can we move this that is safer? So we're not dealing with something extra when we're looking at the flooding that was currently happening, right? So I would just get it out of that area altogether.
Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks. But you said that it was a shoulder season. Are you looking at leaving it out there all summer, or just doing September through till, May or June?
Yeah, great question. So the goal would be year round. The prime season would be shoulder season. Of course, when it's getting a little chillier, that's when the water and people are looking for warmth and the cold water. However, where I see a further activation possibility is doing things like yoga, breath work on this dock, and people still like the sauna in the summertime as well as the cold dip, but it's not as common. So that's why I would look at some other activations that we could do, leveraging that space. And if that were to interfere with any space on the docks, because obviously we're putting the docks back to everything there, perhaps there's a shift during the summer season in location.
Yeah, just to actually comment, I'll let you know how I feel about it after this weekend. I head into my camp. We have a sauna. It's on the lake, and I'll be jumping in the water. So I'm looking forward to it.
Do you need a guide? Do you need someone there?
Sounds like he does. That's Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mike, for coming. I was at the BIA presentation when you brought this forward. I absolutely love the concept. I think I mentioned to you that my mother follows Wim Hof, the Iceman, who's a Dutchman, and she takes cold showers every day. And it's she's 88 and she's going strong. So there is education. There is information out there about the positivity of this. My concern is also. The summertime would be an issue when we have boats, and those docks are used in quite a, with boats, with swimmers, even though it is a non-swimming area, is it not? Yeah, thank you. It's supposed to be non-swimming, right? So that, but my concern is in the summertime that there would be other traffic happening there, and there's Dock Fest, there's lots of activities happening. So in the shoulder season, I think it's absolutely a fabulous addition to downtown. So I would be in support of that, but I'm sure there'll be other questions that will come up, but thank you for bringing it forward. And I do like the idea that if you were to plug into the power aspect, that you would be paying for it, because I think that was one of the concerns that perhaps that, that you would just use the energy that we had and then, town would pay for it. So if there's no net cost to the taxpayer, I don't see why, it's a great addition. So
Thank you so much, Lynn. I appreciate that. And absolutely. Summer season, if, I think there's other potential locations, because I know everyone loves pulling up on the dock, and I know kids are hanging out there. And when I look at it, it would probably take 2 boat spaces on the dock as somewhere it would, serve well. But if, council feels that's better proposed for two boats, then we could absolutely look at the move shift. Thank you.
Councillor Morrison.
Yeah, kind of quick question to follow up to Councillor Stone's comment about location. I would love it in the wintertime to be right down by the pub, especially with all the stuff Rachel and the BIA have done downtown, to make the downtown lit up and think of Christmas markets and whatnot. So are you saying that it wouldn't be a big deal for you if in the summertime you had to move it down towards the garden, the community garden? Because it'd be great to have it year round if you can.
Yeah.
So question, if you think that would be cost prohibitive or make it really hard for you to be successful. And then second question, from your knowledge of the ones in Kelowna and elsewhere, what are you seeing for a mix of use? Are you seeing this being a tourist driven thing, or is it locals and girls groups and guys groups and corporate retreats? What's the mix of usages?
Great
that you're seeing?
questions. Thank you, Scott. In terms of moving the location, no problem at all, because really, again, the bulk, the busyness is going to be shoulder season through the winter to shoulder season, right? So just like some of the other businesses in town, they wouldn't feel the squeeze in the summertime, they'd feel the boost, but I would be looking at that boost more so in the wintertime. In terms of tourism and locals, I can tell you both is what I'm seeing. Being someone who lived in Kelowna, going back there, I went there twice. I was invited there twice by local friends to go and have discussions around mental health and business, and it was just very rejuvenating to see that healthy option there. And then tourists as well. Obviously, I've looked at these and I've looked at the reviews, I've looked at their pictures, all of that, and you see a mix of both. So I truly think it'll be a draw for both. And just to reference price point for a moment, because that can be prohibitive. And a lot of these are high end. And so I'm truly aiming at the everyday person. So $45 for a 70-minute session, to give you an idea, is very digestible for anybody to go in there and enjoy. Thank you.
Quick question, Mike. Bathrooms. Is the proposal to use the public washrooms nearby?
No bathrooms down there.
No,
Yeah,
right.
so that'll be part of the communications when people are getting prepared to come down.
Right,
Same as
get
these
ready.
other designs, they
Yep.
don't have any.
Right.
And same with, I'm not going to do towel service.
No,
It's simplicity.
is-
It's not built in all these.
It's minimalist.
You got it.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks, Mike, for coming. I'm actually excited about this. I think I can support it. We actually had a girl come. She didn't have a plan, but she thought we should have something like this at our waterfront in our community. So, here you are. You brought it to us, and I think I can support it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the support.
Okay, one more, Deputy Mayor Armour?
Yeah, just something came to my head. You talked about hydro, so towns supplying the hydro, be compensated for it, et cetera. How would you actually get hydro to it? You just run a big cable, plug it into the light pole and run it out? Or
So
how's
that's
that
where I would be looking outwards right now. Because I've done my walk down there too many times probably at this point, and I don't see where it is. So that's where I would look to you to for support, and then I could come back to the design on my side and say this is what I need to do. Yeah. Thank you for the question.
Okay, and finally, we're going to Councillor Cloutier.
Through you, Chair. Another thing, when it's tied up at the dock, I don't know, maybe I can ask operations, do we do snow removal on there in the wintertime? So we don't do snow removal there, so that might be an issue too for people getting to and from. So
absolutely.
not sure how that, but that's something to
Just
look at too, for
consider.
providing that,
Another-
that's another piece of maintenance that we'd have to maintain.
Yeah,
or
when I
whatever.
look at, of course, I expect.
Well, that's
these
how
things-
customers bring a shovel and they can,
Well,
Yeah.
well,
Could
part
be
of the communication.
minimal.
yeah, yeah.
You don't come
They can work
with
up the
shovel
sweat
and
before they
salt.
get.
I think that, exactly. I think that's a good suggestion, really.
You sweat before you sweat.
Well, exactly, right.
But no, thank you so much for the question. Of course, those are all things to consider, and I'm prepared to help mitigate as well. And if if the cost comes to me, it comes to me. That's for me, because if it's not there now, then of course it's me getting them access to the Conscious Club.
So that is fantastic. Everyone around the table has engaged, and we are engaged. Thank you for
Thank you.
bringing it forward. It seems like there's a lot of interest. So same thing at the end of the meeting. We'll discuss this further as to what we're going to do as far as next steps. Mike, thank you.
Thank you so much for all the great questions, guys.
Okay. All right. So now we're moving into a very long part of our meeting, which is our community and user group budget requests. And we do have 12 to consider today. But before we start, staff prepared for me a few comments. And just because it's a really important part of our budget process, and we're thrilled that we have all of you here with us today. We want to take a moment to highlight just, I've already said how important the community involvement is. At one point, we had this process, then we didn't, and it was sort of higgledy-piggledy how we dealt with budget requests around, community group requests. And now it's back to this particular process. We think it's transparent and it's fair and it's an incredibly efficient system. But one of the reasons why that is because you've all responded to it. And that is the part that makes it all of those things. This year, the intake period wrapped up on March 16th. So the projects we're about to hear about all stem from the applications that were submitted through the Community and User Group Budget Request Program. And again, we all sincerely appreciate the energy and the commitment from all of the applicants who are engaging with us today. So this approach, we believe, is collaborative, and it allows for meaningful insights and ensures that we're carefully weighing each of the applications at the same time to consider in our budget process. So our team has been hard at work reviewing the applications and thoughtfully considering how each project lines up with community priorities, their financial feasibility, and the positive impact they could bring to our residents. We believe that working together and sticking to this process helps us foster a vibrant and inclusive community while responsibly managing our public resources. So finally, a big, huge thank you to all of you for your dedication to Huntsville and for investing in the ideas that you're bringing forward today. We really appreciate it. And with that, we're going to start with number 1. And we have Patty Moses and Graham Somerville from the Huntsville Muskoka Pickleball Club to talk about the 2 additional divider nets. Welcome. And I guess it goes without saying that 10 minutes to each. I know everybody knows it, and I'm just required to say it.
Good morning. I'm Patty Moses, and I'm currently the president of the Huntsville Muskoka Pickleball Club, and our secretary, Graham Somerville, is also present. So the Huntsville Muskoka Pickleball Club has been operating, since 1994, and starting up in the gym of the Active Living Center. I think it's about a 10-foot ceiling with about 6 people, and we've now grown to pretty close to 350 members. We're a very active group, both on the courts and off the courts. We do a lot of social events throughout the year as well. Through the year, we We use Muskoka Bible Center. We rent their gym for the fall and winter. And then we bridge at the Summit Center through the spring. And then we head out to our beautiful designated 4 courts out in Macaulay Robertson. Thank you very much for those. Yeah, so we play all year round. And we also partner in our social events with the Family Place restaurant for a lot of the social activities. In last year, we purchased a divider net. So the courts out at Macaulay Robertson are 4 courts, and if you're playing on any one of those courts at any given time, the balls can go flying, go rogue. People have to stop, call ball, you know, get the other people playing to stop, return the ball. So last year we purchased a divider net for the first court. We wanted to try it out, see how it went, and most people loved it. And it not only helped with play, but it also created more safety for our players. So we are now looking to get 2 more to divide up the other courts. And we are prepared to pay for those nets. Let me just see. We didn't have any issues with the nets. They were successful in what we had hoped they were going to do. So we, as we said, would like to purchase 2 more. Our board, the HMPC board, has approved the purchase of 2 more nets so that every court can be individually sectioned off, again, to create better play and better safety for the players. The benefit is not only to the club itself, but it's also a benefit to the public because our play time out at the Macaulay Robertson courts is 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. and 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Monday to Friday, which means that 12 to 1 and after 6 and all weekends it's public play. And the public do come. And so we're basically offering the public this enjoyment of these nets as well. So it's a win-win all round. We did do some research into the purchasing the nets. The net that was purchased, the last net that was purchased from a company called Puttermans, and it's in Florida. Graham actually himself did a lot of research trying to find a Canadian manufacturer, to no avail. So we really found that basically in North America, Puttermans was the only place that actually makes these nets. And so we have the capital cost breakdown here that you can see. The nets purchased cost is $1,646. And then there's the cost for the install kit, the shipping, the HST for a total of $3,200 and change for the 2 nets, which, as I've said, HMPC is prepared to pay for. Now, we are well aware that when we purchase items for those courts, they become property of the town, which has happened with the bleachers and with the other net as well. But we're still prepared to do that, to make that investment for our players, for the club, for the public, for the community. So the next steps would be that we would appreciate approval to proceed with the purchase for 2026. We understand that early approval for the 2026 outdoor season is contingent upon us covering that cost, but it's also for a third-party contractor to install initially, and then at the end of the season to remove and store. And the town did cover the cost of our other one to be installed, removed, and stored. But this particular situation has it that we are being asked to pay for that fee this year. That moving forward, our understanding is that that is potentially to be included in our rental fees that we pay the town for the courts in the summer. So we're looking for approval to be able to purchase those 2 nets. The delivery time is 4 to 6 weeks, so we're already, our summer session starts on May 25th. So we will not have them in time, even if you approved it today and we went ahead and ordered them, we will not have them in time for that, but we're happy to have them when they get here and to be able to move forward with their use. I think that is it. So I am prepared for questions.
Thank you,
We are.
Patty. Thank you. And you have 3.5 minutes left, but thank you for that. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock, and through you to Patty and Graham. First of all, thanks for coming on this. Fully in favor of it and want to make it happen. And just a question, but I know pickleball tends to get a bad rap sometimes for some reason, and just, you know, I think it's just thought of as a bunch of rich people playing pickleball. I've done a lot of research into the physical and mental health benefits that you guys are providing, and I think it's a significant addition to our community. So thank you guys for what you're doing, and for those that just have a misinterpretation of what pickleball is, look into how big of a deal it is for communities that don't have it. My question is on the thought about us taking on the cost and billing it back to you. It's a bigger question of whether user groups like yourselves and the Hornets and Soccer Club are willing to take on more of the ownership of these items, because the more ownership you guys can take on, the more we can do for all the groups, because then we don't have to put it into our capital asset management plan, and then on to staffing and everything else. So it sounds like you're there. I know that we've also talked about bleachers and whatnot, and don't want to get off topic, but is that something you think the club is willing to look at so that we can do more for your club and for other clubs, for us not owning all the equipment?
Well, thank you for your questions. We certainly have in the past been prepared to pay for what is needed for the club. We did purchase the 2 bleachers that are currently there. And as a relatively new board, I'm not sure if for those of you who are familiar with the club, but Jim and Lorna Popovsky started the club in 2014, and they retired last year. And so a board was formed. We're, you know, currently in the process of becoming incorporated and going through all of that fun stuff. And so there's lots of decisions that are being made, but as a board, I think we're very focused on ensuring, you know, not just safety for the club, but also comfort and availability and things that we need out there. We get suggestions all the time from the membership of what they would like to see happen. And I think that we, as a current board, are very interested in providing those things, whether you're paying for them or we're paying for them. We would just like to see, you know, those courts be the best consideration as they can be.
Thank you for that question. I feel like I think I know the answer because one of my neighbors has been an active member since the beginning, Paul Myers. And so I always, whenever I see Paul, I hear about the pickleball club and everything that you guys do and how important it is to our community. And I know that's the case for sure. You've been contributing a lot and building through Jim and Lorna, the classes that have been available, and it's quite remarkable. So thank you. Councillor Stone? Oh,
So
sorry.
a question for Director Babineau, I think. So further to Councillor Morrison's question, can these nets be owned by the club and repaired or replaced by the club, and we don't have to add it to our asset management plan?
Through you, Mayor, I believe so. We can change the Park Service agreement so that the pickleball club maintains ownership of them. However, we still need a contractor to put them up and down. So it's still there is still some cost to the town. So we could work around those things. Typically, when our partner groups contribute to the purchase of something, we become the owners because the liability then falls to us. And then the storage is also, we keep them safe, we keep them in shape, we put them up and down. So they do become a capital item in a future budget plan. So if we had all of these agreements with multiple people all over the place, it would become a bit of a challenge in our capital planning. So what we've done through these park service agreements is found a way that our groups can work with us to purchase the initial item. We take ownership because we are maintaining it, putting it up and down, and we have to have the contractor coming in. So we can't actually have the pickleball club putting them up and down or hiring a contractor to come in. It still would either be staff or contractor. I hope that answers the question.
Okay. Thank you for that, Director Babineau. All right, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks Patty and Graham for coming, and good luck with your board and your incorporation. I do have a question that probably is directed to Director Babineau as well. Are the 7 to 6 hours or 7 to later hours, is that consistent through all the courts in Huntsville and area?
Through you, Mayor. No, the pickleball courts at McCully are dedicated pickleball.
Yeah.
And all other courts are multi-use, with the exception of going forward. And in our master plan, it has outlined that Meadow Park should also be dedicated tennis. So that one is being switched in the near future so that we have a dedicated pickleball space, we have a dedicated tennis, and then all other courts are multi-use, and we don't schedule, we don't book them out to those clubs. They are sort of, they leave the racket at the gate for the next person to come in. So kind of like a pool hall quarter on the, right, yeah.
So just a follow-up on that. I know in some subdivisions, 7 seems to be too early a start time for some people who are located close to the courts. Is it in fact 7 o'clock, or is it 8 o'clock in the residential areas? I don't know.
You're asking me a skill testing question that I don't have the answer to off the top of my head. And I know that we've debated about this in Port Sydney specifically because it is very much in a neighborhood. So I'm going to have to, and I think my staff is alerting me right now, but I'll have to read it. Yes, and I can look quickly.
I'm glad they're watching.
Sunrise
That's
to
encouraging.
sunset. Sunrise to sunset. So we have had some folks in Port Sydney specifically that we have tried to work around the neighborhood and try to push it a little bit later. We try not to use machinery, leaf blowers or anything like that before, I think it's 8 o'clock in those areas. But it's certainly something we're cognizant of and trying to educate, and our clubs and our members are quite helpful in participating in that awareness. Thank you.
One more, and then I'm done.
Okay.
You should maybe share your fee schedule with everyone that's watching today and garner some new members.
Great suggestion. We actually just had a beginner workshop at the Summit Center yesterday, and we had 25 people come. And I think over half of the people put their hand up to say they were going to join the club. So we're quite happy to have new members come. Our summer fee is $125. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's about a 19-week session, and that's 5 days a week. So that you get a lot of bang for your buck with that low cost. And it's a lot of fun.
Thank you for that. And the beginner workshop, just out of curiosity, what was the fee for that? Was that
the town charged, and I feel like it was $25.
That's great.
We don't have, they do everything at the Summit Center.
Right.
We just show up.
That's good. I should have known that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am going to Deputy Mayor Armour next, and then followed by Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Worship. Just to follow up on the asset management plan, but I'm just curious, they come with a warranty, and what's the normal lifespan of one of these nets, so we could figure out how many, like, would it last 20 years or 30 years?
That's a good question.
They are fairly rugged nets. They're custom built. They're heavy gauge nylon. I would have to confirm the warranty and the lifespan of the nets for you.
But they are out in the, weather all summer, so they're going to take some wear, but it's probably a good question. I would suggest that the one that we had last year doesn't even look like it looks still brand new, as if it's never, because they're coated over with plastic. But yeah. Question.
Thank you. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Worship. And just briefly, thank you for bringing this forward. And obviously, thank you for the club for purchasing the nets. I guess my question would be something that we might discuss later on as to what the actual cost would be to the town to store, to put up, all that sort of thing. And you obviously can't answer that right now. So there's a couple of things that we'd have to find out, what it would cost. But to Councillor Stone's comment about putting it into the rental agreement would be one thing as well. So there's a number of things that we have to discuss before we go forward. But thank you very much. And I have yet to play pickleball, but I will try. I'd like to come by.
I'll just say that the quote that came from the town to us for installation was $791.
Yep.
I don't know the storage costs.
All right.
But that would be the installation, and I assume takedown, or perhaps just the installation.
Thank you for that. We will ask staff when, and again, this is the same process where at the end of the meeting, we'll go through all of these requests and staff will be ready with the answers on those. Graham, Patty, thank you very much. Really appreciate being in and presenting. Okay, so we are going to move to our second deputation, and Alicia Breckenridge and Jim Webb are here to talk about the natural burial Muskoka and natural burial services in Muskoka. Alicia, we've met before. Yes, we have. Yeah.
Hi, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor Nancy Alcock, for today, and town councilors. Yeah, no, I'm not here with Friends of the Muskoka Watershed. That's why I was here not long ago. So completely separate, and I hate that I'm following something as fun as pickleball, but yeah, so a volunteer kind of opportunity came up about 3 years ago where I started meeting with concerned citizens across Muskoka that are looking for an end-of-life option that's more ecologically sound. And so it's kind of a sensitive topic that I'm going to talk about today, but we've started this group. There are 9 current members, 2 are in the audience today. And basically we're kind of chipping away at this conversation in our municipalities. And because I'm here and I talked to Tina Scott Burns and she gave me the down low on this opportunity, and this was great. So thank you so much for having me. So basically we've called ourselves Natural Burial Muskoka. And I'm going to talk to a little bit about our group, what is natural burial, and our intentions for being here. So, oh, hang on, this is me. There. So, what we're about, we're basically, there's 9 of us, and we are environmentalists probably at heart, and we are just looking for kind of an ecologically sound end-of-life option or service that we just see is missing across Muskoka. And so no matter where we are, we just don't have that service. And so that's part of my intentions today, is just a service request. But it's going to take a lot of exploration. And really, I'm just bringing this conversation forward. So our mission is just to promote this idea and also help in getting it initiated where we are. Who inspires our work? We've been involved with Susan Greer. She's the Executive Director of Natural Burial Association of Ontario. We go to the online webinars with the Green Burial Society of Canada, and then recently in talks with Terry Moore. He is the Executive Director of Haliburton Highlands Green Burial Society. Is also supporting our work. So our intentions, I'll break it up a little bit later in the presentation, but basically just a suggestion of 4 ways to offer this service, and including, and a better place to start, which is I thought about after I sent this presentation in, was helping support the town of Huntsville in the creation of an ad hoc joint committee as a way to kind of start information sharing and discussions concerning the creation and design of natural burial in the town of Huntsville. Okay, so what is natural burial? If you haven't heard of it, it's very simple. It's a simple end of life option. It has 5 key principles. The first is that the goal of a natural burial ground or site or location is that the end result is land is completely protected and actually returns to its natural ecosystem. The body is placed, or your loved one is placed in a biodegradable casket or wrapped in a shroud. There's no chemical embalming or vault permitted on site. In place of tombstones, as required by law, we have to have everybody, the location of everybody's grave has to be identified. So it's either with a communal dedication, but the native plants or local stones are encouraged. The body is buried 3 to 4 feet deep rather than 6 feet, and where the soil is the richest. There's a great video, Natural Burial Association helped us with this presentation, so it's linked there. It's 4 minutes, so I know I won't get into that, but it is there for your for you to peruse later. So natural burial is not a new idea, and it's not an engineered process, and it's still practiced today. So basically, just to recap, above the ground is returned to its natural ecosystem. It's supporting biodiversity in place, and it's just supporting a return to what it was before the burial. And I'm going to skip this one because I know I'm watching my time here. So how popular is this idea, and why is this important service to consider for the town of Huntsville? Susan Greer helped me with this part. So we've been talking about, they've done lots of surveys at the provincial level, and across gender and age, it is very popular, and across political parties as well. It is a choice. It is something that people are interested in and possibly would like this as their option of end of life. So why people like natural burial is complex, but basically it is eco-friendly, and it is a final resting place in nature, and it appeals to a lot of people that way. It ends up being a nice place to visit for the loved ones in the grieving process, and it is low carbon and regenerative is the key. And that's kind of what I'm in talking from, my group put this together. So these are all of the reasons why we as customers for the service would appreciate that. We also did a little bit of research on like the ecological impacts of our current choices. So right now we kind of have 2 options. We have a conventional burial option, and then the green option is often said, okay, it's cremation is your green alternative. But when you dig deeper, you realize that conventional burial has significant ecological challenges, energy use, and also like in maintaining the grounds, also adds a lot of excessive water use, possible pesticides or herbicides, and then cost to the town. So cremation also has a really large carbon footprint. So when we started talking about this as a group, we realized there really isn't another option. Part of my journey in the last 3 years was to actually talk to a funeral director here in Huntsville. And if somebody requests a natural burial, currently they are actually are taken to Picton for a natural burial. So their family has to then, if they want to visit their loved one, they have to go quite far. So I thought that was kind of a little sad. So that's why we started talking about this and bringing this conversation up front. So in terms of cost, like we're doing a quick Google research, we're also looking at something that isn't as costly. So conventional burial is about 7,000 to 15,000, and natural burials in Ontario about 3,000 to 8,000, roughly. And this is just a quick Google search. In terms of, and this information is coming straight from Natural Burial Association website, these are the current province-wide options for natural burial. So it is growing, and Algonquin Highlands have two coming. Opening ceremony for St. Stephen's Cemetery is a hybrid, and I'll talk about that in a minute. I've only got 2 minutes left. There's the map. There's two options on the map. There's identified cemeteries that have natural burial grounds set aside, or natural burial dedicated sites. Oh gosh, I always start talking then I'll Okay, so there are multiple ways that this low impact service would really help Muskoka. Keeping loved ones together was our key one. Keeping township costs down was another one that we really think would be important. Carbon capture and ecological resiliency in face of climate change, just another way that we can actually protect our natural habitat. There's lots of options. It can be used to remediate land. So I gave a little example there, but I'll leave that for now. And our intentions is really, because I'm here just to raise a conversation, our intentions are to just give you kind of 4 ideas of how to start this missing service. And the first one is being like designate a town site for a natural burial ground, or create hybrid sites within existing conventional cemeteries, or use natural burial as a way to remediate land that's being left to remediate, but just add a service to that. Or the other one that was raised in our group was we have lots of heritage cemeteries that might have, I hate to say, like empty space that could revitalize those areas across Muskoka or across Huntsville. And then, of course, our starting point is just the idea of the ad hoc joint committee to roll this out, which might include like a town staff member, some of our group members, something like that. And I think I've got 20 seconds. I think that's, yeah. So just my thank you so much for hearing me out today. And yes, if you have any questions, I would love to.
I just want to say thank you. And I'm really glad that you're raising this as part of our conversation. Personally, I'm a big fan, and I was really impressed with the list of all of the municipalities who have moved forward on this. And I'm assuming in the most sort of recent years, because I remember talking to someone about this probably a decade ago, and it was still really not happening yet. And now it is.
Yeah.
And I think we should have the option and not have to go to Pickering or wherever, although Algonquin Highlands is pretty close.
I know.
So I just want to say I certainly would support moving forward in some respect. That's just me, and I'm going to go to Councillor Cluche.
Through you, Chair. Thanks for bringing it. It's
Thank you.
great. I don't think it's a brand new idea for sure. It's
Yeah.
been around. Just a couple, if we took part of one of our cemeteries and did this with it, or a separate one, what's the thought, like the upkeep and maintenance on it? Like, do we have to cut the grass and all that, or do we leave it natural?
You just leave it.
Just leave
Yeah.
it, okay. all
I
right.
know. And it's kind of like the idea of rewilding those places.
Okay.
So that it would be a really low maintenance cost. It would just be about, maintaining the communal dedication or whatever, however we decide to define that site.
Okay.
And then also, of course, be there to support in the burial process. Yeah.
Okay. And another thing, might be a weird question. Why are you only burying them 3 and 4 feet? We have frost here.
Yeah, a lot of it has to do with the science and the chemistry behind the process that takes place under the ground.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's just that decomposition happens much faster.
Okay.
And then nutrients are completely bioavailable for the plants above ground at that point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no worries.
Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank
Good
you,
question.
Your Worship. Thanks very much. Very interesting. My question what's the turnaround time, like from time of death to time to be buried? Because in winter we have snow, so I'm
Yes.
just curious how that transition happens. without
Yeah,
being
and this
embalmed.
was my learning curve, and because winter burial would have to be, because currently people would be embalmed in order to preserve until time of burial. So it would have to be faster and available. And Terry Moore did all of that work, and he is with the Haliburton Highlands Green Burial Society. And what he did is he actually helped the municipality train staff. So he created like a best practices day. He had groups from Toronto that that work with Muslim communities that have to bury quickly and all year round. So they came up and they taught the staff how to do it. And so Terry Moore said he has all of those connections, and he is happy to help in that learning curve for us. Yeah.
Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Alcock.
Thank you.
One thing we definitely have is we're certainly being asked to take on more and more cemeteries from older churches. So there isn't a problem with space or options that we would have available to do a program like this. I think probably the best approach would be at some point to have staff do a report to council on this with collaboration with your group, and then determine what the next steps might be if council were interested.
Thank you for that comment. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Worship. And just briefly, thank you for bringing this forward, and thank you for bringing this discussion, because I think it's something that I guess I've thought about, but the fact that it could be in this area is very, I think it's a great option, and I think it's something that more people will be thinking about. So thank you for bringing the conversation forward. Yeah.
Okay, I think we've exhausted the questions.
Yes,
Thank
no,
you
that's
again
wonderful. Thank you so much.
for bringing this forward,
Thank you, everybody.
and to the entire group for supporting you. For bringing it. All right, so we are moving to the next session. We have Katie McGregor and Kirsten Baleda regarding the Hunters Bay Trail Memorial Bridge proposal. And welcome. Welcome, ladies. And then I think after this a break. Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Look at that. We got the button.
I'm Katie,
I'm Kirsten.
and we're here to talk about our passion about the Hunters Bay Trail.
Yes. So you're probably all very familiar with the Hunters Bay Trail. It's a very popular piece of the area, has some wooded sections, some lake views, goes over the water, and it also has a very unique water feature.
Yeah, so we have a portion of our trail right now, or at least I think it's still like this. I tried to go on the weekend, but it's still closed, where it actually washes out. And it makes it, I wouldn't say impossible to pass, because people take rocks and pieces of wood and make little bridges. But if you are confined to a chair or have limitations, it is almost impossible to pass. So we are here because we want to fix it. And we want everybody to be able to enjoy this trail. And this part, when they come to this part, they don't realize that there's so much of the trail still available. Many people just turn around and go, I can't access it. So
It's kind of a start to the unknown. If you are seeing this, how much more of this trail can I maybe not pass with my baby stroller or, my wheelchair? So we have this video here. Can't recall what I have to do to turn the video on. Click the center button.
the middle,
The middle button. Oh, oops.
go back.
I'm a victim of my own success. There we go. Oop. We're just going to keep taking you around in circles.
I have no balance. See, that's the other and I thought somebody at least found like scraps of wood.
So this was actually a day that we went out just to get some pictures, and there happened to be some people that were trying to put some different things in place and perfectly demonstrated our point. So we asked them if they were okay with us filming them for the purpose of this, and more people kind of came and went and had similar situations, and a few people kind of got soakers. I think this girl is one of them as she goes by. And, that's one struggle. When you're hiking, you do kind of expect that you're maybe going to get your feet wet. but it's the people really that struggle with accessibility issues that we're really most concerned about. There's a gal that lives, I can stop this now because I think we've kind of got the point of it. There's a gal that lives right at the start of this trail that has.
Yeah, she's my girlfriend, Sarah, and so she's confined to a wheelchair. I tend to go there quite often and go out for a walk with her, and we run into this quite often. And she's right at the corner of where this trail starts.
Yeah. So it's certainly an area that gets a lot of use, a lot of attention. When you come to the area, people are actively seeking out where the access points are to the trail. They're using it with family and friends. And, you know, we certainly do have a goal to make our outdoors, in particular our recreational areas, accessible for our visitors and our residents. And this is kind of an instant area that seems like a quick fix to make it more accessible for people. And then there's also kind of this additional piece of what brought this to everyone's attention. We initially reached out to the town about a location for some sort of a memorial impact that we could be making. I have some loved ones that are acknowledged in a children's memorial that's in the Gravenhurst Wharf, and that was what got us initially reaching out. We were, both of us, on the board of directors for the Muskoka Builders Association for a decade, and we were looking at something to do called a legacy project, something that we could be building for the area to provide some sort of commemorative impact. And we brought this idea back, you know, a couple of years ago when we were still on the board. We've both now since retired after a decade, but have a lot of members there that would be interested in seeing this come together because it was talked about during our tenure on the board. And the hope was to find something that we could do similar. So whether it was memorial plaques or some sort of signage, a whisper phone was an idea. I don't know who's familiar with that concept, but just kind of gives you a designated point where you can talk to your loved ones that have passed. Something similar maybe would be a dog thing like you see there in the photo. Gravenhurst is now doing a little memorial bridge for pets that has little tags that you can purchase with your animal's name on them. So there was a lot of ideas that we've thrown around. We have not refined the memorial piece. That we're very much open to what the town thinks is appropriate. There's certainly concern about the idea of creating something that you have to maintain long term. So you don't want anything that's going to be too costly in that sense. But we certainly think that there's a variety of ways that perhaps we could incorporate some community commemoration with this project and also fix the issue at hand.
So I was a Rotarian for over a decade as well, and I was part of the bench project. So a lot of those benches are in memory of so-and-so. We only had so many spots and so many benches available. We had a huge wait list, so this could be just another addition to that is kind of what we were thinking as well, with the plaque or whatever we decide, like we said.
Yeah, the original design has plaques kind of built onto the railings of the side of the bridge. Again, we're very open to whatever council seems to think is appropriate for long term. But that's really kind of the gist of why we're here.
Thank you both. I go back to the intro of this whole session, and this is just so great. I find it really inspirational because each presentation is sort of, wow, how lucky are we that we have people coming forward with these great ideas. So, Council, any questions around this one? Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, thank you, ladies, for coming forward. So the section that you're talking about, was it in the video? It's more like just a marshy area, and I know that. But do you want to create an actual bridge as opposed to just a walkway?
No, it's more of a replication of what's there on either side of it right now to kind of similarly solve the drainage issues that are underneath those other sections.
Right. So we would attach those two existing pieces that are already there and create that new walkway per se.
So we're not, if I may, we're not talking about a bridge. We're talking about connecting two
platforms.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely, great idea.
Yeah.
And just to clarify, you're offering to pay for this?
Well, we had actually reached out to the town to see what the arrangement would be. Would the town be willing to fund part of it because there's an accessibility need here and we fund the memorial component? You know, we've certainly got a lot of contacts and we're great fundraisers. So whatever it ends up being, we are happy to work with. But we definitely see the need. So if it was that the town doesn't have the money to fix this accessibility issue, we would certainly take a stab at trying to come up with those funds ourselves.
I'm sure there could be a
But we
collaboration.
hope we have the support of the town.
We're pretty sure that the town would want to fix that component, but I mean, the memorial piece obviously is not necessarily something that they want to spend the taxpayer dollars on. So if it was a collaboration, we're happy to work ahead on that.
So really the ask is recognizing the need and figuring out a way forward.
Yeah.
Right. And not necessarily a bridge. It's a connectivity piece that still is accessible because
Mhm.
that's probably the primary reason. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Just that, and thanks very much, ladies. Just a very quick, I know that the Rotary Club currently is putting down memorial benches down through there, so they might be a great avenue for you to follow up on this memorial bridge as thought.
Believe me,
just a
I'm
thought.
all over it.
You're all up. I thought you might be.
She's probably got every single one of them on speed dial, ready to go. We got approval, we're going.
Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Alcock. Thanks for coming. My question is maybe for operations, but I'm just wondering if it'd be possible to increase the height of the path permanently in this area and do proper drainage rather than a bridge that would be costly for us to replace, you know, over time when it would fail. If it was fixed permanently, we would not have to replace a bridge. Just wondering if someone might be able to answer that.
I think I'm going to.
I know we spec'd it both ways.
Director Bissett.
Through you, Mayor. Yeah, we've, Tina and myself have talked about it, and we're maybe going to put a culvert under there and, like you said, raise that up.
So look, there are many options before us. And thank you for that response and question.
Yeah, I think our initial proposal had the more expensive option in it of culverts and drainage, which would probably be more complicated, but long-term might be the better fit. So it's really, again, whatever the town thinks is the right fit. And if we've got to throw in some dollars to make it happen.
You just want to be part of it. That's that.
I think we just want to see it come together.
I
Like
know.
when I did my wedding in 2024, I aimed to be around that memorial that was in Gravenhurst because it was significant to my family. So I think that just if you think about the number of people that come here and, you know, whether they're doing a burial here or not, kind of perfect timing to be following on that, is kind of beside the point. You might still have a person that you know that you love here and you want to commemorate in some way. So.
And Hunters Bay Trail is a real gem in our community. So this all
Absolutely.
makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't see any other questions at this point. Thank you very much for coming forward. So with that, I am going to call a 10-minute break. I think we're 10:33, so a 10-minute break. Okay? Okay, welcome back, everybody. Apparently, we are back and we are live. So, thank you for that break. I think we all needed it. All right, so let's move along to 6.4. Andrew, you're up. Regarding the Muskoka Hornets and the bullpens and the commemorative plaque for George Selkirk Diamond. Welcome back. We just saw you.
I just want to
Seems
be here
like
now. This is
just
great.
yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, no kidding. So I'm only going to be speaking to the bullpens. The commemorative plaque is, yeah, don't worry about that right now. Thanks for the opportunity to come before you again. I'm here on behalf of the Muskoka Hornets to request the approval to install dedicated bullpens on Diamond F, an investment that we're prepared to completely fund ourselves. It's a practical improvement that will directly benefit player development. And as I mentioned on Monday, that is my area is player development. And so being able to watch our pitchers improve and grow and compete is something that I hold very close to me. Currently, our pitchers are forced to warm up on the field of play, flat ground. So I don't know if you're not familiar with what a bullpen is. It is a dedicated space in foul territory that is as a raised mound for the pitcher to practice throwing towards the catcher. So in that picture, you can see the pitcher would be standing close to us and the catcher is further down on that patch of dirt, practicing and throwing to get ready for going into the game. So at the moment, our players are forced to do this on flat ground and then have to make the adjustment into the game. And so it creates several challenges. First, puts teams at a competitive disadvantage compared to other places that have this in place already. In fact, it impacts the performance and also increases the risk of injury. And these are things that we want to make sure that our athletes are able to do the things that they can do. An example from last year that highlights this issue is that as you know, I coached the 15U team, so last year it was the 14U team. And we had a pitcher who had done everything right. They trained really hard, built up arm strength, was ready to contribute, and like all the other pitchers, needed to warm up to get ready to go. However, had to do it on flat ground and then had to make the adjustment in game to locate pitches where it can go or where the pitches need to go. And the transition is not small. The slope of the mound changes mechanics, timing, release point, and without a chance to properly prepare and get ready, finding that strike zone can be pretty tricky. It's not necessarily, though, about one player. It's about every pitcher that we have, as we mentioned on Monday. This will be ages 14U all the way up to 18U. So we're looking at several teams, including our house league programs. I'll also add a personal perspective. So I did mention that I played in college. I was a pitcher, and so that is an area of that I understand deeply and I absolutely love. And so for older ages, having access to a proper bullpen, it's not optional. It's actually essential to the development of the skills of the athlete. Every outing begins with a structured warm-up on the mound to replicate game conditions. And the consistency allows the pitchers to be able to throw consistently, which is an action that has to be repeated as we see and we watch the Blue Jays on a regular basis, to throw a ball as hard as you can at a spot like this. When that environment is not available, you're asking young athletes, again, who are trying to figure out their own bodies as well, to make changes on the fly. Second, lack of bullpens contributes unnecessary wear and tear on the main pitcher's mound. And so if we don't have a bullpen, in order to practice, you have to use the main mound, which then creates more wear and tear onto that part of the field. And so over time, it accelerates deterioration, increases diamond maintenances, and affects the quality and consistency of the playing surfaces. So by moving the warm-ups to the bullpen and off the main field, we can preserve that mound and to be used only for game time and keep that condition going. The proposal is pretty straightforward. minimally intrusive. The bullpens would be located in the foul territories, positioned all the way down in left and right fields, all the way down in the corners. And the pitchers would be throwing against the outfield, like they would be throwing towards the outfield fence, if that makes sense. The placement ensures that it's safely out of play, not interfering with gameplay, spectators, and make use of the existing space. Importantly, all ongoing maintenance of the bullpens would fall under the responsibility of the Muskoka Hornets, just as we currently do for the main pitcher's mound on the field. We take pride in the condition of the field and love hosting people coming here and being able to showcase our facilities here. Council can be confident that these areas will be properly maintained without adding any additional burden to any staff or resources, as this does not alter the town's services and requirements for F. So I ask that you would approve the proceed to build the bullpens as soon as the vendor is available this summer. We have provided town staff with a copy of an invoice from Marco Clay outlining the cost of installation, which we will all cover. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for bringing this forward. I'm going right to Councillor Stone.
Thank you. So is this a cage that's going to be there?
No.
No.
No,
So,
if you go back to the photo.
so you're just building a mound
Yep,
on the field?
absolutely.
Yep.
Down the
Yeah,
field.
just off
Yeah.
the field.
Yep. Right again, you can see right here in this photo, it's against the fence and against the other fence. So it's in a corner of the field or the playing surface that's completely down.
And you're going to have a contractor do it? What, they're just going to build a mount?
Yep.
Oh,
All
right.
I know.
As
It's like,
far as for
okay.
yeah. I mean, I'd grab a shovel if I could, but
I
yeah.
know.
Yeah.
We wouldn't like you to do
No,
that.
you-
though. I know that's the thing.
I have
you know.
better skills than that.
Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. So Andrew, will you need extra lighting back there?
No. No, the lighting of the field will cover that.
So the lighting that we talked about on
We
Monday.
talked about on
Exactly.
Monday.
Oh,
Really,
yes.
really.
It all goes together.
It all
Wow.
it all ties together somehow.
There you go.
Look at
Thank
that.
you for
That's
I'm glad I did this today instead of
Yes,
on
that-
Monday.
no kidding. That's Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Alcock. Thanks, Andrew. Good to see you here again. So I guess my question is, if or when more bullpen sand or clay needs to be added at some point, who's responsible for that?
That's a wonderful question. Who provides the clay for the mound on the field currently? Yeah.
Right. So, very good question. So we can find out from. All right, Tina, would you mind? Yeah, I think so, just so everybody can hear, unfortunately. Not unfortunately, fortunately. Yeah, that's great.
Who supplies the infield mound
Clay-
material?
the
The clay?
mater- yeah.
So it is the town of Huntsville.
Okay.
So we have a contractor
Right.
that brings it in. So just letting council know that in Huntsville, they no longer make it. So it will be coming from down south.
Okay.
So there is a fee for that to be transported here.
Follow up, Councillor Clark?
So the bullpen would become part of that process. It shouldn't be
Big-
too much of an added expense as we're already bringing it in anyway, right?
My understanding is the Hornets are going to maintain the bullpens. So they would be looking after getting the material to maintain the whole area. So it would go into their agreement that they would be supplying the material and looking after that. So it wouldn't be the town.
Okay. All right. Deputy Mayor Arm.
Thank you, and thanks, Andrew. Now that it's all lit up.
Yeah.
There's going to have to be some type of backstop, is there not? What if the catcher misses the ball?
It's the fence.
So it's going to be directed towards the fence.
Yeah. So if you looked at
So
the
it's not going to run down the foul territory line. It's going to run into the
into
okay.
that fence.
All right, thanks.
And we were there mapping it out. There's actually a gate right there on one side, and there's a little bit of a space, and you would have maybe 5 to 8 feet behind you as a catcher, and the ball would just hit the fence.
Thanks. Is there any risk from diamond A and B and foul balls or home runs being hit coming down, hitting on that side of the field?
No, that's a great question. No more risk than the left fielder standing there, right? So if you think about the left fielder is standing in the field of play, and there's a chance for balls to come over there. But the reality is, in my expertise, we're not seeing balls hit from A or B that far because the kids are so young, right? You're thinking in softball in adult leagues, those aren't used. They won't be used.
I was going to say, I used to hit over that.
Yeah.
fence, so.
Yes, but the difference
Well,
is
there you
those
go.
bullpens wouldn't be used during that time.
Okay. All very good comments. Okay, I think we've exhausted the questions. Thanks, Andrew.
Thank
All
you
right.
for your time.
All right.
Have a great day.
Okay, you too. Next, we are going to Dr. Rich Trenholm is joining us, representing Triathlon Muskoka, to hear talking about the muscle program, which is Movement for Strength, Conditioning, and Active Lifestyles for Everyone project. Welcome, Rich.
Hi.
I'm back. Oh, man. Yeah.
I'm back.
I know you. Okay.
Good morning, and thank you all for allowing me to come to the table again to present on the Muscle Project. And just to keep you guys on your toes and engaged and excited with this project, I gave you guys the 2024 presentation. So this is a new presentation, thanks to Trish and her quick work to get this up here. But I also want to thank all of you guys and the town staff and for the broader community that's paying attention to this to help support the 2 signature events that raise the money for the Muscle Project. Sunrise Swim for Strength, that happens before the 70.3 every year, as well as the Tri-Muskokan, which this year it's entering its 10th year and is arguably one of the best grassroots triathlons in the universe. Maybe Ontario, but we like to think big, as you know. So just a couple of quick bullet points as to why this project is important to our community. And, it's just similar to what I said last time. The reality is that 1 in 5 adults in Canada meet the needs for physical activity levels as outlined by guidelines laid out by the government and various sports organizations. And with a rapidly growing body of research that is now becoming very mainstream, physical exercise on a daily basis and movement is foundational in treating and preventing so many medical conditions: diabetes, obesity, heart disease, strokes, Parkinson's, COPD, congestive heart failure, anxiety, depression, go on. I should just hand out exercise prescriptions every day to every patient I see in my office, and often I do. My patients, when I bring up the word exercise, they do that. Not again. And the other thing that a lot of people are afraid of is cancer. And this is one of the best treatments that we have that's easy to implement, and it's free for prevention and treatment of cancer and treatment of cancer-related symptoms. And we've got actually a very good local study that has demonstrated this. So, it's just for each one of these conditions, it's central for our ability to engage with our surroundings, our families, our friends, and to live our best lives. You need function and you need strength in order to live. So we know the town has opportunities like this listed as a priority in several of the points in the Community Services Master Plan and the Waterfront Design Strategy, along with active transportation initiatives. And this really aligns with the Muscle Project and the Move Fitness Parks. So what we want to do is, hopefully, that didn't work. I had a nice video for you guys, but it's not working. Anyways, you can go to our website and watch this. But we see the reality of this in our community and our residents all the time. There's an increased demand for unstructured activities, free activities, things that people can just incorporate into their day-to-day life. Oh, I see a play button there, but it's not letting. Sorry? Oh yeah, I'd love you to. Okay, then they don't look at me, read my notes. There we go.
So there's a considerable amount of financial stressors and less disposable income that will only get worse with the global economy. And yet they want to and need to incorporate physical activity and movement into their daily lives. And that's why the Muscle Project and the Move Fitness Parks are so crucial to our community, as our foundational and fundamental goal is to design and install centrally located, publicly accessible network of fitness, exercise, sport parks that are inclusive for all ages, all fitness levels, all physical abilities, regardless of place of residence or socioeconomic status. We remove barriers to physical activity by providing free and accessible fitness equipment, exercise programming that's developed by fitness, rehab, and medical professionals that will help engage and increase the end user knowledge base and motivation to keep going and result in meaningful change in their physical function. So I hope that you've had the opportunity to make your way down to Avery Beach to see the first one we installed down there over the last 8 months. And it's regularly used by visitors and community residents alike, old, young, abled, disabled. And so I don't have any direct statistics to say how many people went, blah, 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 blah. We'd have to install like a camera there. But, you know, many members of our community and within our community and visitors to our community have communicated with me directly to say how great this is to have in our community. And it'd be great to be able to build on this to expand into the future and increase accessibility through our community. So just a couple of quick slides. We have a YouTube channel that has our workouts on there. And this YouTube channel is seamlessly integrated with our website. This is just a screenshot of one of the pages on our website that make it easy for people to navigate before they go to the park, but also at the park, because they can just scan a QR code that's on a sign there to say, here's some workouts, here's some information on how to follow. And all of them have a disclaimer of use at your own risk and all the other stuff that we put through the town staff to make sure that it's safe. And the sign says it too. So what's our ask? Well, our ask is to continue on for planning this, forward planning, engineering, installing the second phase of this project with one but hopefully 2 fitness parks, because we've honestly got the money to purchase equipment for 2 parks. And that's how Trimuskoka and the Trimuskokan and the Sunrise Swim, we raise money, we want to buy the equipment, we gift the equipment to the town installs it. And we just want to keep this going because we see how impactful it is for people. And, you know, like I said, people don't have extra money to spend on gym memberships and gym equipment. I hear it all the time in my practice. Yeah, great doc, you want me to exercise, but I can't exercise. Well, I say, here's a map how to get to Avery Beach. And I like taking away people's excuses. And so the phase 2, I've got 4 proposed locations. Honestly, I don't care where they go. You guys tell me they can go like in the middle of downtown. But honestly, and the yellow squares are where I think they would be great to go. And they can be anything within this. Tina said, well, I don't think you're going to get that big place in Meadow Park. I'm like, give me a 10-foot by 10-foot square in that patch of yellow, and I'll figure out something to make it work. But these are just areas. And I don't know what's underground and whatnot and the flooding and la 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 la. But you just have to tell me, work with town to work on these spots. So Meadow Park was a place because that's where people already go. There's lots of sports, there's lots of activities. People live there. It's easy for them to just integrate it into their life as they walk past it. Rivermill Park, it's a place, a community hub. Well, let's put it somewhere people already are. It's a showcase for our residents, for our visitors, and just to show what our community is above everybody else. Macaulay Robertson, obviously a place where physical fitness, physical activity exists for everybody across the lifespan. So, you know, while the kids on soccer practice, why don't you go jump on the exercise equipment? And that's honestly like making it easy to integrate into life is the key. Conroy Park, personally, I would love to have something at Conroy Park because it's a marquee location for physical fitness and exercise in our community. Plus, the run course for the Trimuskokan goes right past there, so it'd be kind of neat to have it there. But again, anywhere, please. We're also one of the few communities that work with Outdoor Fit, and they're the Canadian company that installed the equipment down at Avery Beach. Like I said last time before, the main client of this company are correctional facilities. And so you got people using this 16 hours a day, high use. It's very easy to maintain. Once a year, we need to maybe replace a couple of cables, which are $50 each. This is a company from Nova Scotia, so it's a Canadian product, but they also have their main location right next to the ocean, so it gets blasted by sea salt all year long. So if you want a durable product, this is what it is. And the nice thing is that we've signed on with them to be this Fit City project, which means we get reduced pricing. So it's cheaper, which means that our dollars can go further. So this is just a sample budget because this is what the Avery Beach plan cost us. So Tri-Muskoka kicked in $37,210, which was 38% of the total cost. And Town of Huntsville graciously incorporated $61,128 for 62% to do the install, make sure it was installed up to standards, make sure there were accessibility elements incorporated, but we can do a better job next time because we've learned some lessons from there. But, you know, there's site prep, digging, rubber surface, all that stuff. And I don't know, I was down there the other day. I don't know if you saw my Instagram post, but it's in perfect shape. Like there's no rust, there's no wear and tear. And best of all, I'm so proud of this. For our community, there's no graffiti. Zero. So I was so happy. Okay, knock on wood, knock on wood. So, you know, I leave this with you guys, you know, that, you know, this is such a great thing. I've been thinking about this for 10 years to see it actually move into action and see it being adopted by our community. It's so, I'm so proud that, you know, I was able to have the chance to see this come to fruition and work with you guys and see the impact it's having on not just a little one piece of grass. And I can see the potential of what it can do for the whole community. And if I could keep the ball moving forward with you guys, I'd be truly blessed. So anyways, questions? Oh.
Rich, thank
Yeah.
you. And thank you for continuing to push for this. I know it's been years, and I think it's such an invaluable part of who we are. And I was supportive before, I still am supportive. I think this aligns so beautifully with our strategic plan through health and wellness. And you've identified all of that. I just think, I think this is great, personally. So I'm going to open it up to the floor for questions. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, I echo the comments that the mayor just said. So Rich, if you had your druthers, where would you want to have it? Out of the 4 locations that are you asking for 2, or are you just saying you'd like 1, but in one of those locations?
I would love for sure 1, but if we have the money to finance 2, so if we could have 2, that would just allow us to open up the opportunities to our community faster. It'd be great to have some sort of geographic separation so that it can hit more community members. So I'd love Conroy Park to be a place. There's lots of, in my eyes, there's lots of grass space, but I don't know what's underneath. And there's, you know, existing agreements that exist with other groups that maybe we could talk about and discuss further about, you know, a project that exists now and has momentum is better suited to go in those places. So Conroy would be my first. You know, honestly, I'd love to see River Mill Park because it's such a dynamic, vibrant community hub. And if this is part of what our community is trying to promote, it would be great to have it down there. Plus, like, parents are sitting there in the Muskoka chairs. That's fantastic. But why not jump on a piece of exercise equipment for 5 minutes? That's all I ask. Just, you know.
If I may just to follow up, and this is maybe a bit flippant, but I'm saying if we have a hot dog cart down
I
there.
was just gonna say, yeah. No.
You have
so
a hot dog and you have to go on them.
Go work out, get a hot dog and cold plunge.
Love it. See?
Look at it. I can see the vision now. It's great. Any other questions at the Deputy Mayor Armour?
Thank you, Worship. Not so much for Rich, but for staff. I just wonder, have we had any incidents at all down at Avery Beach with the equipment? And I hope they get the right answer.
Through you, Your Worship, at this time, nothing. Just all good, positive feedback.
That's great. That's good to.
Just a quick comment. I agree. Conroy Park's where the It should
It
go.
would be
I think that's, with all the field lacrosse and the soccer taking place and everything else happening there, that's an ideal location.
And the walking track.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely.
going.
I know. You like my noise effects?
Yeah.
I know. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Your Worship, and thanks, Rich. We did expect you back, and we know you'll be back again.
Yep.
Your enthusiasm about your project is contagious, and I think you have a lot of support around the table. So
Yeah.
thanks again.
Oh, thanks, Steve.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Rich.
Okay.
So we are now. Oh, right, because you're being joined. All right. Okay. All right. We're not saying goodbye. That was a trick. Welcome, Blair.
Thank you.
This is, oh my goodness. So we were a bit premature in saying, see you later, Rich. Okay.
See you later.
And Blair, you're Triathlon Muskoka to talk about improvements to Camp Kitchen.
More triathlon and more representatives of the club.
Oh, no, sorry. It's the clicker.
Okay, so the presentation itself, I'm going to not really run through it as a matter of order. I think I just wanted to step back quickly and just discuss the fact that in the first instance, really what we want to try and do here is get your approval or get some indication from you that we can move forward on this and to continue to discuss and work with you on it. Everything isn't finished, the funding, et cetera, in particular is one of the obviously always and often the biggest barrier to something like this. So we want to use today's time to just make sure that we flesh out as much as we can, questions and so on, take those away and make sure that we can continue building this. For a lot of the reasons that Rich discussed regarding Muscle Project, I think a lot of those things are very similar and true to this and what we're trying to do. What are we trying to do? What we're proposing basically is for Camp Kitchen and the Old Town Dock is to put 2 ramps to be able to access the water properly. Now that's both for the Triathlon Muskoka, the Ironman, and then all summer use and winter in the spring and in the fall, obviously for all the community, both for people who are fishing, who are swimming, or kayaking and so on, paddleboarding. So the reason that we feel that that's appropriate and still within the remit of the club is that it does marry with Muscle Project and keep people active, etc. One thing that we did want to highlight is the accessibility to the waterfront as it currently stands, particularly in Camp Kitchen. It is pretty limited if you want to go to Camp Kitchen and there's the grass and there's a porta potty. Beyond that, and I'm trying to be a bit diplomatic, but as a user, there's not a lot else. To get into the water from there, off those rocks and so on, is really quite dangerous. I don't want to overplay the card there, but it really isn't that easy. And I'll just show the slides here. What we do in Trimuskokan and also in the Ironman is we have to put these mats down, as you see there. I'm actually in the picture there as a Triathlon Ontario official because I won't speak for them, but I'm part of the group that provides the insurance for these events to the town. So I won't speak for them, but I do and spend a lot of time to make sure that what we set up is as safe as it can be. But you have to put this type, and Ironman also puts down a big structure in wood and so on to try and make it as safe as possible. That's a temporary thing that we do on the day of both events. Beyond that, that just outlines the struggle it is to get into the water and swim and launch craft there. So the idea is to put a ramp. Now we don't have an actual rendition, but what you see from the picture there is you see the ramp there with the railings that would come and be sat down on feet into the water. And ideally we do that at both locations, at the Old Town Dock and Camp Kitchen. Now, accessibility, whether it's for disabled or challenged or older people, et cetera, to even go and fish and off Camp Kitchen in particular, if Camp Kitchen is supposed to be a destination, we have the east, the west, and the center, these 3 nodes that we've seen in this waterfront design brief here. And I don't know how that's being incorporated into the master plan, but as a node, this will allow us to be able to further enhance Camp Kitchen, be able to use it for swimming and so on. So you can get out, you can go use the Heritage Site, take the train, go off have a little picnic and so on. But to actually swim there, there's two barriers. One is the entry, and the second is it's actually the river boats are coming in and out. So if you're able to add this and then add buoys and just sort of keep that somewhat closed off, like we do at Port Sydney and other areas, then you can actually have people going to this area to actually swim. And there's not a lot of areas within these three nodes that we're talking about, Hunters Bay, the center, and Camp Kitchen, to actually swim. And Camp Kitchen's great for that. So that's sort of the way that we tie this ramp into Camp Kitchen. We really see this as an initiative, a way to assist the town in ambition, and I won't pretend to describe what your ambition is for Camp Kitchen going forward. But we feel as a Triathlon Ontario and in terms of the Trimascocan, that it can be and provide a lot more support and enhance the way that the city's perceived as well by Ironman and events and the coordination of activities there. But this is phase one. Again, as we said, phase one is put the two ramps. The overall budget is 63,000 with tax. That would have to be evaluated and so on. That was on a quick quote. We would get more quotes by a local supplier as well, who can provide this, so we don't have to go outside the community, which is also important to us. But I just want to get back to the plan. The plan really highlights this notion of the west, Hunters Bay, the center, and east. And Camp Kitchen, I think, is a little bit behind the other two areas, and this is a way of bringing it up to try and tie the town together, which I think is part of the plan here. The practical aspects of the ramps are, one, we've discussed warranty and durability, which is one of the aspects of we think the advantage of this is it's a good 20-25 year lifespan with very, very little maintenance, the odd screws and et cetera, so that wouldn't be a long-term issue of ongoing financing and et cetera. The second aspect, environmental as well. The way that the ramp can be put in, some of you will have docks by the waterfront and cottage, it's just on feet. So we don't have, rather than some minor landscaping and so on, gravel, we don't have to do and put in a huge platform in the water and remove a lot in the water and so on, to obviously the fish habitat and so on, to protect that. The other aspect of it, obviously, is the storage. We heard a question earlier on about storage, because that is something that you're going to. So there's three options. Obviously, you can remove and move these just off to the side, and for winter storage on site, just off to the side, and move it out of the water as you would as a dock. You wouldn't want to keep it in the water. The second, from the town, I'm not saying in any particular order, the town would put it offsite in some location, or we have 3 sea cans on just across from the high school there in the parking lot. Whether we contribute, because we do, in terms of moving and equipment and so on, if that's something that we can progress, we would definitely look into spring and summer, the Triathlon Muskoka. We could commit to moving these into the sea cans, so it wouldn't be a burden to the town. 2 minutes left.
2 minutes left.
2 minutes left. Yeah, I'm done. Yeah. So, so in terms of the actual impact, we've got, as I said, the longevity, the environmental impact, low maintenance and cost, and so on. The financials, what we are currently exploring is an EASE grant that we're actually putting in probably the end of this week, before both of us go off and do other things in the beginning of May. Hopefully we get some or part of it through that. Failing that, Trimascocan and the board we discussed last Sunday, as per the Muscle Project, we're prepared to put in a financial contribution into it, not the totality, but definitely as a partner. We feel that we need to put our money where our mouth is, and provide for that. I think we do have a dialogue ongoing with Trisport, who's the organizer of the 70.3, who's also keen. We won't speak for them, but as we move forward, we would look to actually have them contribute as well. Other sponsorship in the community, wider community as well, I think we can pull together, and then see where we get to in the overall financials. The last thing I would stress is that, you know, the aspects of the community and so on, I think what this also does is, if you look at Ironman, and I'm not representing Ironman here, but if you look around the world, there are about 100 events and 70.3s around the world. There are 4 in France. There are three. It's Paris, it's Nice, so it's Barcelona, it's Malaga, it's Valencia. We have four in Canada. Mount Tremblant, we have Calgary, we have Victoria. Huntsville has one of these events. This is a massive, massive, massive accomplishment for the town to have built up the reputation of being able to host such an event. And ongoing, it is a nurturing, it's a nature nurture thing, literally and figuratively, with Ironman and so on, to make sure that they stay here. They also have to do what's necessary to also earn your respect and want you to continue to follow. I know it's both sides, but we feel that this also shows them that we're willing for Camp Kitchen, the entry and swim and so on, not just for the Trimuskokan, which is also a great event, 500 athletes, 1,500 for Trimuskokan, for the Ironman, just continues to enhance the town and so on beyond the local community, which is also very, very, obviously very, very important. But beyond that, in terms of a destination for an event and hosting world-class events like this. So I would add that. I didn't want to oversell that in a pitching sense, but I do think it's important to highlight.
You did it.
Taught-
You did
taught
it,
him well.
Blair. That's great. Woo! Woo! At least you have, yeah. And with respect to Park Drive, I know staff have been talking to you about that, so we can ask the questions around that when at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's great. All good information, and I'm going to ask council any questions about, yes, Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock, and through you. Just a quick question on the funding. I will say, after seeing this report and I reached out to Rich, I did go down and check out the site. It's bad. Like, there is some stuff that has to be done. Even I can imagine my tender little feet and my lack of swimming skills coming up that concrete pad and everything else. So
Not to mention your water wings.
my water wings would, yeah. Well, you'd be holding me
Oh, yeah.
up so I wouldn't drown. Yeah, I tried that swimming thing, didn't work. The fund, so something has to be done. And when you talked about you mentioned an ease grant.
Yeah.
There's some timing around that, and then if the grant doesn't happen, you mentioned Trimuskoka could kick in, and I think we'll discuss it later. But numbers wise, let's say there is no ease grant whatsoever, how much could Trimuskoka kick
So
in?
I think, let me, if you don't mind me chatting to that. So
Go ahead, Rich.
Okay. So the ease grant is 60 grand. Okay. It's due next on May 7th. We've literally got the application ready to go. I just have to hit send, depending on the support that you guys give to this. And part of the application is getting a letter from you saying, yes, we support this in principle, blah, blah, blah. If there's no money for it, then we as a group will have to sit down and go, how much can we fund? How much can, Trisport fund? How much can we go to HMATA? Can we go to various groups? And like you said, your tender little feet there is absolutely no way safely to get in the water. Every year, people from the Ironman and the Trimuskokan who try to get into the water using the existing steps at Camp Kitchen, they slip. And so that's why we have that ramp that has plywood that we put that mat on top of. So what we want to do is create a permanent plywood structure like is there. And I know that, the argument that Blair has and is very valid is about the 70.3 in the Trimuskokan and making it like this is going to help those events. But the reality of it is 80 to 90% of people in our community do not have water access. They don't have waterfront property. They rely on public access. So you're looking at the various beaches. Okay, there's the various beaches that families and people that can walk, that don't use canes, don't use walkers. They don't need those physical elements to get into the water. So what do they use? The boat ramp. Then they've got to navigate the boats and the cars. So that's not safe. So this is creating a safe spot where motorized vehicles, like you're not going to have a car driving down there because there's blockades and all that stuff. But these people that don't have access to the water will have permanent access moving forward. And it's not a huge thing to get for these ramps, because you're going to have the ramps that are on feet, so it's minimizing the environmental impact. The ends are going to have cantilevered ends that we can just flip back up onto each other so that it's easy to maintain, and it's going to be the town I'd show up to help to flip that part that's in the water back out of the water. You're not disturbing fisheries and all that stuff, but if we were to go build something permanent in there, like a concrete ramp, that's got huge environmental implications. At the swim exit, which is the Old Town launch, there's rebar literally poking out, and people cut their feet on it every year. At our events, we don't know what happens outside the events, so you'd have to.
And just to interrupt, because we're
Yeah.
aware of that. So
Yeah.
we position people and so on, and people
Yeah.
still come out, and he's the medical advisor for both events, so has to
Yeah.
deal with it.
Yeah. So you're
Just
gonna
to, just to answer really specifically the question, we talked to the board and said, listen, $10,000 is something that we discussed on the board, depending on the funding gap. Now, to be really honest as well, because it's a really important part of the discussion, it's 63,000. The grant would be for obviously net of GST, HST, so probably about 58,000. So regardless, even with these grant, we would probably be putting in 6,000 or 7,000 equivalent HST. If that was to fail, then we'd look at the project, sit with you again. There are two aspects to it. There's a certain hierarchy, I think, in terms of Camp Kitchen and putting the one ramp in. If we say, and we work together and we say, it's just the one ramp and not the other, we cut it in half, we're talking about 31,000, in which case, again, maybe we're just a tripartite, it's third for us, third for Trisport, third for whatever sponsor, or if the town can help as well. So we can reduce the costs. We obviously would like to have both. I personally feel, and again, not to undercut the presentation, but Camp Kitchen is the absolute necessity, need to have, with the nice to have being the Old Town Dock. I don't want to undermine our presentation, but I think those are the hierarchy of the two orders of magnitude there. So in terms of the club, but whatever resources we have, and we don't talk about profits in a nonprofit, we talk about surplus. It's whether it's the Muscle Project, which we continue and voted on with Rich. It's tens and tens of thousands and so on in the Muscle Project for the second or third iteration. Plus this, we continue. All our surplus goes to the community. We don't use it for any other things other than the administration and insurance and promoting triathlon and so on in the community. So we'll continue to put that money back into the community through Muscle, through this, or wherever we get to on this particularly.
Sorry for my long-winded answer.
Thank you for that response. I just have to say, from my perspective, the part that I really like about this, not that it's incredible for 70.3, and that's really important to our community, but my favorite part is the fact that 90% of people don't have access to water, and this creates a great swimming place. I think that argument that you made, Rich, is very important from the town's perspective. That is something that we always talk about. So I think I'm going to Councillor Clark, followed by Deputy Mayor Arm.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Alcock. Thanks, gentlemen. So I just have a quick comment about Park Drive and then a question, I guess, for operations. But I just want to say I still have nightmares of having to run up that hill in gym class. And I was always the underachiever and would jump and hide in the bush and then rejoin the group on the way back down. But my question is, I guess, for operations, do we have any idea the last time that any work, rehabilitation work, or the last time that was redone, Park Drive?
Director Bissonnette. Yeah.
Through you, Mayor Alcock, that's in our road needs study. And we did put a grader patch on it last year, but we probably, it's nothing in for 2027, but reconstruction in 2028.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, gentlemen, for the presentation again. I think that the tough question is the environmental studies and stuff like that. So my question is actually for Director Maxwell. Will they have to go through the fish habitat study and environmental study to install this and get permission from the MNRF, et cetera, for something like this?
Director Maxwell.
Thank you. It would depend on how much work was being done below the water line and in the water as compared to just above. The docks are permitted everywhere, so that wouldn't necessarily be an issue, but if there's in-water works, then we would need to speak to MNR.
Yeah, the intent is to literally put feet, maybe a concrete pad on the bottom so it doesn't sink into the mud, but it'd be, just like a pipe dock. That's all it would be doing.
Right.
With possibly 4 feet maximum, 1, 2 in front with the cantilevered bit, and then the end of it in the water, 4 feet in the water for each ramp.
Yeah, I understand it'd be just minimal, but just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
it's a
you
good-
don't want that to
it's
sneak up from
important.
behind and bite
Yeah.
you, right?
Yeah.
Because often that comes up. That.
Yeah.
Right, Councillor Wren.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, gentlemen, for coming. I completely agree with the mayor's comments about accessibility for everyone, for water, for sure. I did a triathlon there many years ago, and I remember having to climb over those rocks and things to get into Camp Kitchen. But once you're in, you're fine. But it would be lovely to have a ramp there. And even coming out on the other side, so the ramp, the boat launch is not there, but there is the cement ramp is still there. But you're saying there's rebar that sticks out of it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, and I think
totally degraded, and even getting out onto the next part, which is paved, it's
it's all
undulated
yeah. I think
there.
You did put a ramp or a mat down when we did it that time. So
Yeah.
yeah, I
Which
think
we
it's
still
huge
do.
improvement. You still
Both
do.
events do. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to.
Okay. And just, if I may, just a follow-up, with looking at that aluminum ramp, is it, it's not going to be slippery, is it, for people coming out of the water?
No, it meets all the AODA.
Because Scott's very slippery when he
Yeah.
is coming.
Tender,
It's
tender.
Running too fast, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you both.
Thank you.
That's great.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we're moving to our next deputation, 6.7. We have Kelly Picken, principal from Huntsville High, and Kim Williams, superintendent of education. This is an illustrious group, and two of you. Yeah, okay. To talk about the scoreboard at Conroy Park. Interesting. Okay, over to you.
Okay, thank you. This is Kelly Picken, principal at Huntsville High School. My name is Kim Horrigan. I'm the Executive Officer of Facility Services, Transportation, and Capital Innovation for Trillium Lakelands District School Board, and Kim Williams, Superintendent of Learning Center Regrets. Good morning, Mayor Alcock and members of council and staff. Thank you for the opportunity today to share information on the request from Trillium Lakelands District School Board, and more specifically, Huntsville High School for a field sign scoreboard at Conroy Field. Trillium Lakelands is appreciative of the agreement and the collaboration partnership that we have with the town of Huntsville for the use of Conroy Park during school hours and after-hours school activities as the home field for Huntsville High School. The request is for an electronic field sign or scoreboard to be installed at Conroy Field that would have timekeeping and scoring capabilities, and more specifically to work with the town of Huntsville to purchase, supply, and install a scoreboard for Huntsville High School and the town of Huntsville community at large. Huntsville High School has done a lot of work and has been very successful in raising $25,000 that they would like to contribute towards the purchase of the new electric field sign, as well as approximately $15,000 in sponsorship, yet to be secured, but potentially that $15,000 in sponsorships as well to contribute toward the purchase of the sign. An initial quote was received for approximately $64,000, including the estimated installation costs. So with the contributions from Trillium Lakelands Huntsville High School of approximately $40,000, that would leave a proposed capital request investment for the town of Huntsville of approximately $24,000. And we understand that the sign and infrastructure would become the property of the town, including the maintenance and repair costs. So the why or the rationale for this, the scoreboard project at Conroy Field would support student well-being and aligning with the Trillium Lakelands District School Board strategic plan as a learning organization, supporting student achievement and well-being, as well as supporting the health and wellness needs of the community of the town of Huntsville. The project connects student and community well-being through benefits, including engaging students in school life, to provide experiences that help students connect and engage in school and community life. Upgrading the school's home field could encourage greater participation and connection to the community at large. Fostering healthy and fostering healthy learning and community environments, creating physically and emotionally safe, healthy learning environments, and ensuring that practices engage students in learning that is relevant to successful and healthy lifestyles. Investing in athletics facilities supports the focus on physical health and the overall wellness, both for the students and the community. This would help with building community connections. The scoreboard could also be available for outside community groups such as the local soccer and lacrosse teams, and would align with the board's strategic plan in building strong community partnerships, including with those partners and the town of Huntsville, creating that vibrant and inclusive community. Community use and economic development would allow both the school and the town to host larger events, regional events, and would help with the modernization and long-term value of the use of Conroy Field. So should this be approved, we understand that next steps would be that the town and the board, Trillium Lakelands, would collaborate on the final design, what that would look like. And we understand, should it be approved, that the town would administer the procurement process. On behalf of Kelly and I, thank you again for your time today.
Look at that. And you have 5 minutes left. You two get a gold star. That's all I can say. We really appreciate that. And the fact that it's 2 women that did that, just saying, but you know. Kelly and Kim, thank you. Right away, get Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship, and thanks for coming. We've had this traveling around the table a few times. I just had a few questions about the monies. So before originally there was some private money that was going to come in and help the town offset the cost for the sign. You said 25,000 you have raised already, and 15K in sponsorship. That's from somebody in the community, or okay.
To help with local businesses have when we proposed it in the past, the local businesses had offered to do parts of the installation, etc. But we're not sure if we have those still. But once we get the okay, then we can continue to look for those.
So I feel there might be more opportunity for financial support there. Okay, thank you.
Council, any other questions? Okay, all right. Interesting that the soccer club is about 3 deputations away. My guess is there might be a comment from them, I would think. Thank you both. That's okay. We are now going to move to Deputation 6.8, and we've got Craig Nakamoto and Andrew Massetti's Huntsville from the Huntsville Disc Golf Club regarding the tee-pad installation at Evergreen Fields Disc Golf Course at Macaulay Robertson. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you. Is this on now? Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, I'm Craig, this is Andrew, and we're thankful for being here, and we're going to talk about our request for tee-pads. So does everybody know we have a disc golf course at Macaulay? Does everybody know what disc golf is? Yeah? Okay. So it's a very fast-growing sport right now. A lot of people use an app called UDisc to find courses and to track their scores. And we had a lot of stats from them. So currently there's over 17,000 disc golf courses on the UDisc app in the world. 90% of those are free to play. So that's a big difference between disc golf and golf. You can start playing disc golf for 20 bucks. If you can walk around the park, you can play disc golf. If you're 5 or 85, it doesn't matter. So it's a really, really cool, accessible sport for residents and for tourists. We have quite a few courses here. We've got one at Limberlost, we've got one by Dorset, Bracebridge, and a couple other smaller ones. What makes a good disc golf course, or what you need for a disc golf course, is baskets, signs, and tee pads. The course here was built over 20 years ago. I'm not sure exactly when. And the baskets that were installed were really good. They're still great quality, so no problem there. The signs that were installed disintegrated about 3 years ago, and the club raised money through sponsorships and worked with the town to install new signage. Oh, I forgot it, presentation. So that's the entrance to the disc golf course. It's right by the pickleball courts. So we have a big sign there now that has a map that shows the course, all the out of bounds areas, and some rules about disc golf. We also have course signs now. There's 2 tees on each hole. There's 18 holes. And the tee signs are where we have the sponsorship signs as well. So that's 2 out of 3. The last thing we need is tee pads, and they were never installed. Unlike golf, when you tee off golf, you stand still. But with disc golf, you actually have to do a run up. So typically there's a rectangular area that's designated as a tee area. It can be concrete or interlocking brick. Most of them now are made out of AstroTurf, a really durable AstroTurf that's put over a wooden frame with crushed stone. And that's what we're recommending for the Huntsville course. If you go there right now, you'll see that the grass is all worn off in those areas. It's muddy, there's exposed roots, it's quite dangerous, and there's erosion happening because of the extra wear and tear in those areas. That's just hole 4 on the course. It's actually a beautiful course. It's not just used by disc golfers, but also by dog walkers. Why disc golf? So I've touched on some of this. One of the cool things about disc golf is not only is it inclusive and inexpensive, you can play it by yourself or with a partner or with a whole bunch of people. We have leagues, we have tournaments. You can play all year, all weather. So it's really a good sport to encourage. These are some stats from UDisc as well. This doesn't represent everybody because not everybody uses the app to play, but they tracked 1,000 rounds at our course last year and 200 unique players. The number's probably closer to 300 because of all the people that play that don't use the app. This is the type of tee pad that we're recommending be installed. So there would be 36 tee pads to be installed. Yeah, 2 at each hole. And you can see that if the topography works out, you can actually install them flush to the ground so that lawnmowers and such can just drive right over them. This is the #1 reason why people don't come and play at our course, is because of the tee pads, because we don't have tee pads. So it is the last piece, and it'll make the course, it'll put the course on the map. The cost is between $30,000 and $40,000. We got a couple of reference quotes from, there's 2 companies in Huntsville that actually do this. They've already built these types of tee pads at Limberlost and at Wolf Tracks at Bondi Resort. So we have the expertise right in town. They're all, insured and all that stuff. We figure we can raise at least 10 grand in sponsorships. They're all due to be renewed this year. And we're asking the town to kick in the rest. Maintenance is practically zero. These things last 15 to 20 years without any work at all. That's basically it. There's a bunch of guys at League, and we often do events with schools to get the kids out to teach them how to play, which is a lot of fun as well. That's it. 5 minutes.
No kidding. You get a gold star too. Oh my goodness. Exactly. And I think it was 5:03 last time, and you were right on the money. So there we go. Craig, thank you. And Andrew for being here. Questions, Council? Yes, Councillor Renwick, followed by Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, and thank you, through your worship, thank you, gentlemen, for coming in and speaking to us. So why 2? Is there like a ladies' tee and a men's tee, or is it just 2?
It's a short and a long. So
It is short and
I think
long,
all
okay.
courses do the same thing. So for beginners, they can play the short tees, and then
Okay.
for people that are more advanced, they can play the longer tees.
Right. And you are looking at sponsorship, you said, perhaps for this, so.
We are doing that regardless.
Yeah, okay.
I've already done 1 round of that, and they've expired, so we're going to be renewing those
Right.
this spring.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Your Worship, and thanks for coming and sharing. I know that the Lionston event was community living there last year, which was quite a success. I'm not sure it was as easy as they thought for accessibility and that kind of thing, but nevertheless, they tried it and they had great success with it. I wonder how many people actually did go out and play that aren't registered. Everyone I talk to, their parents golf, and the kids can't afford to golf. So a lot of them are doing this. So I think the numbers are going to grow, just like you shared with us, and hopefully you can get some more sponsorship money, and we can make this happen for you.
Councillor Stone?
So I fully support this. It's one of those things that anybody can just pick up and do anytime. It's free if you've got a disc, but I'm sure these guys have extra discs because those
We
disc
do.
players, I was backpacks full of these things. This one does curves. This one's for short putts. And anyways, I played the course several times. Really fun. It's beautiful out there. And this is a no-brainer. I think we really need to help them be better.
It looks like a beautiful course. I have to say, I haven't played it, but it looks like a beautiful course. And I like the fact, as you said, if we complete this third step, it puts Huntsville on the map.
Yep.
Yeah. Councillor Clark?
Thanks, Mayor Alcock. Thanks for being here, guys. I've never done disc golf. I gave up regular golf a long time ago because I determined it was a good way to ruin a walk. But I might have to try disc golf. Never even tried it. So interesting to see how many users there are that are doing it.
Councillor Morrison?
Thank you very much. And Councillor Clark, you can jump in the bushes and hide while everyone else disc golfs, and then jump back in when they're done if you want. That's fine. I love this. This kind of goes back to my comments about pickleball. Like when you look at our community, you guys aren't financially benefiting from any of this stuff you're doing. The hours of volunteer work that goes in, from pickleball to soccer to baseball to everything. I don't know what our town would be without this stuff. What I love about this is it's low barrier, like it's not a big cost to get involved. So I hope we can find a way. And my comment would be that I was one of the ones that was just told by PD Wald that I had to donate when you guys came around 3 years ago or 4 years ago, and I just said yes. But I would tell you that I think you can charge more. You know, this is such an important thing for the community. I think you can ask for more, and I think you'll get a lot more commitment. So
For the
feel free to,
sponsorships.
for the sponsorships. Yeah, I think you can get more money from that. Shoot High, it's growing. I know the sport is growing, but yeah, Shoot High, and then because we only have limited funds, but I'm fully in support. Love what you guys are doing.
Thank you.
Okay, I think, all right. Thank you both for coming.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, moving to 6.9, we have Susie Bloom and Scott Berger from the Huntsville Ladies and Mixed Baseball Leagues regarding upgrades and repairs. Welcome, you two. Look at,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you for having us, everybody.
It is. Thank you, Mayor Alcock and Town Council. Nice to see everyone. Macaulay Robertson Sports Complex. Oh,
Your mic, yep.
now I'll be even louder. Macaulay Robertson Sports Complex is home to many different sports facilities and activities that we've been hearing about for our community and visitors alike. My name is Susie Bloom, and I am representing the Huntsville Ladies Slow Pitch and the Mixed League, and then I also have Scott Berger here with me representing the Men's League. We also have been involved with our kids in coaching different sports as well, so it's kind of fun to be able to think about all the different aspects that we have engaged in at the park. Yes, I have come with a list of items that I believe that would be beneficial to the baseball community, but also to the facility in general, and really looking at the awareness and bringing things to the forefront for everyone that is here. After speaking with teams, representatives, after speaking with players, really what we have found is that health and safety is top of mind with what it is that we are talking about today. There are 5 main issues that we would like to bring up, and then a couple extra that Scott's going to be speaking to as well. One is the mesh on Diamond B. One is drinkable water stations. One is the improvements and upgrades to the bathrooms, and then as well as parking and then lighting in the parking. I'll start with the first. That is a little bit more less expensive. The mesh on Diamond B is, we are grateful for what was added as extra. Currently now it looks like a T on the backstop, and it is something that is for safety. When the sun hits at around 6:30, it is just outright dangerous for people when they are pitching or when they are in the infield. And so an increase in the mesh is what we're asking for to be able to just make it safer and easier for people. I know as a pitcher, I am used to having to react quickly when balls are hit at me, but when that sun is coming right at you, we also understand baseball players have to deal with sun all the time. It's part of the fun as well to be in the sun, but this just would be an added extra help to be able to increase the mesh so that it is safer for all of our players, but also even for the kids. And then keeping in mind for that is that men's won't even play on Diamond B. And so it's one of those things that they have maybe higher speeds coming at them, but they are unable to do that. So from a financial standpoint, if there was correction with that, then there would be more revenue for you guys as well, for the people to be able to use that that diamond as well. Do you have any comments with that one?
No.
Okay. Now to the overall betterment and safety of the complex. This list is really more, again, as I'm saying, to bring it to everyone's attention and to the forefront, and that we understand that there are a number of different people that are coming and going within the facility, so we just want to bring some of these to your attention. Water filling stations. Hydration is key for sport participation and for their supporters that are coming out. We need to have water filling stations brought back to the park. We understand why the fountains were taken out and that there were some problems that making sure to maintain the water levels or whatnot, but that needs to be rectified, and we need to be able to have that type of water filling station for, again, all the people that are involved and that are coming. Then I am going to talk about the washrooms and upgrades. I heard that there was actually some vandalism and things like that to the current washrooms, and I know that you guys have had on your plate before to think about doing improvements or hopefully within the future. But quite frankly, the washrooms, one, can be quite disgusting, but at the same time, slip, trips, and falls are huge. We have people that are coming in and out with cleats, and I know especially from the ladies' washrooms, the toilets leak. They just simply are leaking out of the bottoms. It's not like they're coming out the top, so it's constantly filled with water, and it's dangerous for kids and obviously for the women that are coming in and out of the washrooms.
State of the men's, the smell of urine in those bathrooms is unbelievable, and on a July, August hot day, your eyes literally burn when you go into the bathroom. So I invite any of you to come and visit the men's bathroom in mid-July. Yeah.
And now moving on to parking. Parking, it is flat out dangerous in the parking areas around there. And when you have soccer, pickleball, frisbee, and the baseball all coming and going, there are kids wandering around, there are elderly people, there are cars parked in absolutely everywhere, all lined on the roads. There unfortunately people racing in because they're late for games or to drop their kids off. There's so many different ways that the parking lot just really needs to be looked at, whether it is that there is expanded parking, or at minimum that we basically have dividers or some kind of lines or things like that that are put in, so that hopefully it can be a little bit more effective and safe for the people that are coming and going and using the facility.
I'll do lighting too.
Sure.
Okay. So the other issue we have with parking is that there's no lighting out there as well. So I cold called planning department recently, and my comments here are not an attack, just talking points for you all. And I discussed with them, if I wanted to create a recreational facility like we have, would I have to provide lighting if we operated this business after hours? And when I walked away from that, the answer was yes. We'd be doing a survey with you guys on what it was, and you would have to provide lighting. The town council does not do that at this facility. The other thing I asked about was parking, because if you go there on certain nights, parking goes all the way up to the cemetery, right to Ravenscliff. And I asked them again, I said, if I was going to build this building, how does it all work with parking? We have to do an assessment, and we would potentially revisit that if we acknowledge that there was a problem. And then I said, okay, what if I had this business and then I wanted to add on an additional one? And how that applies to McCauley would be the pickleball courts. They said there would have to be a reevaluation of the parking situation to allow that. It obviously the pickleball court went in, the parking hasn't changed, so I don't think that was there. So whether the current situation in terms of lighting and parking can be looked at in terms of like grandfathered in, we don't have to allow it because that wasn't in place, whatever. I think in the spirit of the law, you know, we need to provide adequate parking, and Huntsville needs to stand by the rules and regulations that they set for private corporations, because the town of Huntsville is a business. They provide us a service, we pay for it, right? So they need to abide by the same rules, and as of right now, that's lacking. Oh, I'm still going on.
Correct. Yeah, you are. Now we're moving on to the next.
So warning tracks. This has been talked about before. It was actually approved.
Surprised Peter's not here.
Yeah. Oh, I think he could hear me talking. It was approved, I think, 5 or 6 years ago in the budget. And then from watching Peter in the 2024 meeting, it was taken out without telling anybody at all. Warning tracks. Everyone understands what a warning track is. Like, I think that it's been discussed over and over again. I have 11 documented letters just from chatting to a few people about incidents that happened in terms of players running into the field, running into the fences last year. If I send out to the whole league, I'll probably bring you 50. Okay, and this has been players being removed from the games, looking for cold packs, you know, for these injuries. It's there for a reason, and every other facility you go to, they have warning tracks. We just do not, and we did originally. But over the years, just with, you know, a lack of maintenance, they have grown in, and we no longer have them. So I really think from a safety issue that we need to focus on that.
And reconsider.
Okay. So my last thing is an initiative that I'm trying to set up, which is if you've been out to the Ball Diamonds, it is dry. The wind flies through there. There's no shade protection whatsoever. And, you know, Huntsville Men's Low Pitch would like to start an initiative where people can buy a tree. And we'll go out to local businesses in town, individuals, and try to buy a tree. And then maybe we can work with some of the landscaping companies that we're involved with to see if we can place them in. I am totally ignorant to what's in the ground there, where the pipelines is, where the electricity is, where all the plumbing is. So there need to be some support from the town kind of on that. But I think it's a great idea. I think it supports kind of the youth going forward, because there's an amount of time that these trees need to kind of come in to make a huge effect. But I was hoping that maybe there was a counselor here that might kind of step up and you know, offer their help with this and some guidance and whatever. But I think it's a really good initiative that we can keep the cost down on, and yeah. Like, sorry, I'm distracted by.
And thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
Good. I was waiting. I was looking at you, Susie, thinking, are you adding more? Or are you just waiting
No,
to
I'll
say
go
thank you?
just to thank you.
Perfect.
That
That's-
is okay. and
No, that was
happy
great.
to be here to be able
Right
to
on
support
time.
everyone.
Excuse me. Thank you. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock, and leave it to Susie to keep Scott in check.
Yeah.
Good job.
30 years of that.
Yeah. Great presentation. I spent a lot of time out there. My kids are now aged out of all sports, sadly, you know. But I can tell you, I've baked at those fields, and it's so hot, no shade. And it's not just the athletes, it's worse for the other kids, the siblings, the parents, the grandparents that want to come watch their grandkids play. I would happily jump on board and help out with some initiatives for shade, because I've been there, and it can be very helpful, especially if people have dehydration. Water fountains and stuff I get. I'll be honest, I'm shocked that we don't have warning tracks. I've said it at this table many times. I know it's, okay, baseball wants something else. Well, baseball doesn't want anything. They want to provide safety and something good for the community so the kids can play sports and adults. I mean, of course, the guy that invented them was born in Huntsville.
Absolutely.
And the reason he invented them was because too many people were getting injured, right? So I'd love to see a focus back on warning tracks. I don't know what the cost implications are, but it could be when you're already taking care of the infield and the mound, you would also take care of the warning tracks. But so the shade and the water fountains and all that makes sense to me. And I guess I would ask Foreman in a question, if you would want a counselor to help out with the shade stuff, but you guys would take the initiative and get some donors and try to find enough people to buy trees and coordinate that?
All I'm looking for is some guidance, you know, and that's it. And I think it's a much needed out there. It also, when you compare kind of the newer Bracebridge facility to the Huntsville facility, like you see a lot of these things implemented, even kids play parks out there and other things like that. And, you know, our diamonds, considering that we do have a lot of outer towners that come in, and even with the Hornets, you know, when they're hosting tournaments, most of their games are here because the teams that are down the city would rather come here to play their games than to host. So I've been talking to Andrew, and I think he said like 18 out of 20 games were here because all the teams wanted to come. And I can't say that our diamond screens Muskoka, you know, when I look at it. It's very bland. So as a tourism attraction, I don't think it really represents us the way we'd like it to. So, and just one other note, I know that the last 8 years have been full of requests from Macaulay Robertson. I mean, you guys don't have a meeting without somebody talking about it. And I think what you're seeing is the years of I don't want to say neglect, but the years of, and maybe it wasn't the right people in charge of the leagues who weren't coming, you know, to you, letting you know our needs. But for years and years and years, almost 2 decades, we really didn't put any money into it. And then now all these things are creeping up on us. And so that's why every meeting we've got like, hey, we need this, we need this, we need this. And I'm hoping that, you know, because we're here to represent all youth sports. What we're asking for, we didn't ask for anything specific for our leagues. We're asking for things that cover everybody who's at the Diamonds. And I think that it should be a good kind of eye-opener for all of our sports facilities. Let's not deny them funding over 2 decades. Like, let's keep on top of it, keep them maintained, keep them going, or else you end up with a period of 8 years where we're asking for $2-3 million to get these things fixed. You know?
I truly appreciate that last message. I think that's such an important message, and well said.
Thank you.
And I just on a note, I actually love the Buy a Tree program, or Plant a Tree. I would say Plant a Tree program. I just think that's such a creative way and a good way to get to one of the issues, right?
Right.
So I think I saw Deputy Mayor Armour and Councillor Stone.
Thanks, guys, for coming. I played in those fields for many, many years, from fastball to slow pitch, to mixed league, et cetera, tournaments. I know exactly what you mean about the heat and all that stuff, but the bar usually made lots of money. But
yeah.
I actually was there with, used to organize ball tournaments here with the Huntsville Fire Department. We used to bring down our dunk tank and set it up, and actually made quite a bit of money because people just wanted to get wet. So we did invest quite a bit of money in the Diamonds back in 23 with all the lights and new infields, et cetera. I don't know whatever happened with the warning track at that time, but I guess council of the day, or maybe it was the contractors just didn't put them in. But we hear you loud and clear. We know we need to invest more money in that. We did have a motion here the other night about doing a complete light study for all of Macaulay Robertson Diamonds.
Amazing.
To see that where all the lights need to go, including parking lots.
Mhm.
So we know it's on our radar, and thanks for coming. Appreciate it.
The lighting is definitely just a safety concern, especially for women, but for everyone, is that at night we're playing until after 11 o'clock at night, and there can be some sketchy people that are around where we've actually had to call the police before to try to get them to be able to come out simply to make people feel safe. And so that is definitely something that would be appreciated if you took a look at that. That is, yeah.
Well, you might see that coming. So
Yeah.
You never know.
Well, I'm glad you raised that, Deputy Mayor Armour. As you said, that was a point of discussion the other night.
Good.
And we approved going forward with a comprehensive lighting study.
Terrific.
Have we ever
Thank
looked
you.
at it in terms of the planning department's views on site management, like how they would perceive?
It will be all part of that.
Okay.
We, as I said, council just looked at, yes, let's go forward with this concept.
Okay.
Because it's important, and it will incorporate all of the various issues and needs.
Super.
Yeah. I think it was Councillor Stone and followed by Councillor.
Thanks. This question is for staff. The washrooms down there, they are disgusting. Is it well and septic that we're on? And does that septic need to be replaced? Because this is our premier sports area, and we absolutely should have proper washrooms. So what is the situation right now? Do we have problems at certain times of the year? Does the septic need to be replaced? I need to know more.
I can answer that, Your Worship. For the washrooms, it is on our capital list for 2027. We are getting quotes as we speak. They have been out. They have looked at the building. With the previous years, it was in the budget, but it was taken out. So that's where we are today. It did get vandalized this winter pretty bad, so staff has tried their best to clean up as much as possible. We are putting it in, we're getting the quotes, and we're hoping that 2027 will be the year that we can have an upgrade. With that upgrade, I am also asking for 2 water stations to be put somewhere with
Terrific.
that new rebuild. And can I just
Perfect.
make
So,
one
yeah,
follow-up?
just.
I'm just gonna make
more?
one comment.
Yeah.
The staff work very, very hard at keeping those bathrooms clean. Having only, 2 staff members and, having about 5 staff members working a weekend, that's including the locks, downtown core, all your events, about 1,000 people at the ball fields, and that's all of Macaulay. It's hard to keep up. And with the bathrooms, with the heat, and it does need a lot of TLC, the bathrooms sweat a lot, and that's where it comes from. So, and we have to be careful what we use for our public washrooms. We have to use certain cleaners because it is a public space. So we cannot be putting Javex bleach and all that in those bathrooms.
Right. So just follow up. So, yes, I remember that we did not hire the amount of staff that you told us was absolutely necessary. And so let me acknowledge that I know you're doing the very best you can. So, so in the 2027 plan, is it full replacement or don't we know yet?
So to what we're looking at now, we're looking at a few options. So we've asked the contractor of going in, leaving the way it is, and doing a full gut and clean. As long as we don't remove any walls, then we don't have to bring it up to today's code. If we do removing of the walls, then we do have to bring it to today's code, which there's not that much space in those bathrooms. We are also looking at adding on a spot in the building down at the end, or there's still, I don't want to jump to the gun because I still haven't physically seen it yet, of making an accessible bathroom itself. So we are going to be bringing a few options. There's going to be one with, having the whole bathroom as accessible, which is going to be a whole of today's standard. So that's going to come with a price amount. Looking at leaving it the way it is right now and adding an accessible bathroom onto that building. So I am bringing you lots of options.
That sounds great. And before I go to the next one, I misspoke. The comprehensive review, lighting review was a bit more narrow than I just suggested. So, but there is a comprehensive lighting review coming up, but specifically around Diamond F and area.
You could always expand it.
Exactly,
You could always
exactly.
expand it.
I know, and we hear you. So it's important that all of this happen at the same time. Okay, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just briefly, and thank you for bringing a very extensive list that started out with 5 things and ended up, I think, with 9 that I have on my list now. Is there anything that we've done right over there? Like, it seems a little bit, it's a little bit negative, and I understand that, but I mean, there are lots of good things that happen over there, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, but I mean, at where we are here presenting, it's an ask, right? So we're trying to present as an ask. I will tell you that in terms of bathroom cleanliness, because we just talked about that, like Tina's team have been great. We never had a problem with the bathroom being dirty. It's just age, right? Just over the years. And I'd also like to thank her for always being accessible and talking to us as well. She's been wonderful in helping us with our needs. But yeah, like in terms of if I've had issues and I've had teams from Huntsville show up, within minutes to help address our issues. So it's very good in that regard. It's just an old facility that needs some help.
Yeah, and if I may, just to follow up, so, and I agree with you, we just, as Mayor, or Deputy Mayor just mentioned, that we put $2.1 million into the field. So we have done work there. There are other priorities, obviously, within the community. I as a soccer player years ago, we used to have just water that came out of the ground. Remember those?
And that was
We
changed.
drank from it?
Yeah,
I know,
we
all
did.
drank from it.
Yep.
And I was like, we used to fill our water bottles up there, but I guess we don't do that anymore.
No.
So that's
No.
really unfortunate. So I totally agree. If we do the washrooms, we should have that as well. The question that you mentioned about the mesh. So are you saying that when men play, they can't stand, is it too bright for them? Like, what's the problem with the mesh?
You can't see. That's
So the men
so
can't
when
see?
the
You said the men don't play there?
the men don't play there because their balls are coming at them a heck of a lot faster than
Yeah.
than perhaps ours, even though we have hard hitters. I know, stop it.
Yeah.
Hard hitters.
understand.
And so it is like, it would be the same type of thing, but because it snaps off so fast, you really, it's dangerous.
Yeah.
And
So
so
more mesh would just take down some of the brightness.
yes,
Yeah.
exactly. So it is, and again, as you're saying, there was a little bit more that was put on, so we appreciate that. But when it was done, it wasn't completely covered, and therefore we're asking for it to be completely covered and to actually fill, so that all of the infield within that specific diamond, where balls are coming right at you, is why it is that we're looking for that increase and that ask.
Yeah, and if I can just add to that, like I think it's a little more, it's been addressed before, but I think people go out to the diamonds and the pitcher's mound and home plate line up perfectly with where the sun's setting. So that's the problem. But the sun is in a different spot from 5:30 to 9 o'clock. It's at a different spot from May to September.
Yeah.
So if we just go out there at 6 o'clock on a Wednesday and whenever and say, oh, we need it from here to here, it doesn't address the problem as a whole. And yes, men will not play on it. It's actually a council member here's son who had 9 balls hit at him in one game last year on a different diamond. But had he been on that one, it would have been very bad.
Okay,
So
thank you.
yeah, we can't use it.
Okay, all right, Deputy Mayor Armour.
No, I'm good, thanks.
All right, thank you both.
Thank
you all.
you.
Appreciate it.
Oh, we have three delegations left before we break for lunch. So let's get moving. Councillor Stone, can you join us, please? I'm just moving. I know. Kevin left from Boys. Kevin, yeah, here we go. And Peter May from the Lake Vernon Association. I think you are up next to talk about the Lakewood Park Shoreline Restoration Project. This is kind of a neat one. I like this. I didn't mean to center you out, Councillor Stone, but you were circled right around and I just had to. I felt the need. I know, well, you know, exactly. Welcome, gentlemen.
It is good afternoon. Yes. We had prepared to say good morning. Yes, good afternoon, Your Worship, fellow council members and town staff. Appreciate the opportunity to present to you today. On behalf of the Lake Vernon Association, my name is Kevin Laframboise, Board of Director and Chair of our Environmental Committee. And brought in the big guns today, our President, Peter May. We'll presume our material has been read, so I'll just try and, for the sake of time, go over it very succinctly. What we are proposing for town's consideration is the naturalization of the shoreline at Lakewood Park Beach and Boat. They use boat access, located at 334 Bayshore Boulevard, but officially off the right-of-way of Lakewood Road. Total project cost that we've estimated based on our past experience, $17,500 and change, or thereabouts. A portion of that, we're seeking funding from the town, approximately 62% in the amount of $10,784. Would like to note that that's a one-time upset cost. We're hoping to actually, if we get positive support from the town, to reduce that funding through donations, corporate offset of costs, as well as grant applications, which the project is slated for 2027. Reason why we're asking for consideration now. If it is a go-ahead, then we will proceed with grant applications that would be forthcoming in 2027. To offset the overall cost, Lake Vernon Association will contribute and guaranteed to contribute the remaining cost in-kind volunteer labor. We intend to oversee the entire project, alleviate any burden on staff for this project, and that's, you know, we've costed our portion very reasonable at $20 per volunteer hour, which is quite cheap. Isn't that what you said, Peter?
That's what I said.
And as I indicated, the project is slated for sometime in 2027, once we get town approval, hopefully, and as well working with Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry to ensure that the timing of our project is aligns with fish spawning exemption periods. Why are we here and why does this project matter? A couple of the slides that we have do show very active erosion that is occurring on the town's own property, potentially, or not potentially, but will be undermining in the future the infrastructure that was put in there. In 2023, 2024, very nice gravel walkway was placed in there, stairs down to and a floating dock, which was a great enhancement to that area. It is available for public use. I happen to live in the area and have witnessed it is a well-used area. It is intended as a day use, so there has been some day use boat mooring, people launching their kayaks, SUPs, and boats from that area as well, and occasionally swimming off that location. Without the shoreline restoration as we propose, we anticipate that there will be ongoing erosion in that area, likely increasing the town's costs in the future to either repair, rehabilitate, or replace its infrastructure that they put good money towards. As well, the banks on either side, although probably not well used from a public standpoint, but they are a safety concern. They're steep, they're eroded, they're undermined. If public does stray off the beaten path or the stairs, there's a chance of public safety on those adjacent banks. Lastly, the shoreline naturalization would help improve water quality in the area, mitigating any siltation erosion that is happening to Lake Vernon. Our proposal involves utilizing natural-based material, river rock. Thank you, Peter. River rock and native plants. We'll be working with, as we have in the past, Watersheds Canada, Naturals Edge program. They have a very specific program that we follow. We'll be working with Muskoka Watershed Council to actually purchase the plants from them. We'll leverage their technicians, plant technicians, to actually go out and identify what plants are needed, where they're to be located, and the timing of the planting. We've done that twice before in 2 successful projects on Lake Vernon. The naturalized shoreline will mitigate further wave and wake erosion. I had a look at it just last week with high water, and there is no naturalized resilience there. And with the high water, unfortunately, a little bit of wave action, and the unfortunate boat that went by with some wake action has caused significant erosion beyond what our pictures show right now. Overall, the natural-based solution will allow Mother Nature to do what she does best. But if we can help stop the erosion through wave and wake action by creating a slightly hardened shoreline at the toe with planting native plants just above that, it creates greater resiliency of that shoreline. Mother Nature will fill in the details over time. And that's the beauty of these projects. A one-time do it, have a look at it, no maintenance thereafter. It's not there's any pruning or any additional maintenance. And long-term help sort of stabilize the shoreline and help mitigate future undermining of the town's infrastructure in that place. And we have, as I said, completed 2 successful projects using the same process. The Lake Vernon Association would handle end-to-end project management of this project. All the permits and approvals that are required through MNRF. We've utilized contractors, similar contractors that are familiar with the work that we do. We'll be fully insured under the Lake Vernon Association's insurance policy, as well as our contractors that we'll be working with will have their own commercial liability as well as environmental liability to manage this project. And as I said before, we'll be timing of the project to align with windows that the MNRF specifies that we can do shoreline work with. So in summary, we believe this project is required. It'll help protect municipal waterfront assets that have been installed, certainly enhance the shoreline in the area, mitigate further erosion and degradation of water quality. But I think equally important is demonstrates the environmental stewardship by the town, demonstrates a community partnership by the town with the Lake Association and the public in the area, and also finally potentially creates a model to be leveraged throughout the community on shoreline restoration. I will note, as part of the hard costs that we're asking for the town, we have placed signage post-project to, just to educate, create some awareness of the public that are using the trail, who was involved, who supported the project. The last two projects were sort of privately funded, working with the town, with the association. But in this case, we've worked with the town and the appropriate signage that they would like to see. So yeah, I'll just end it, open up for questions.
Kevin and Peter, thank you for being here and for talking about this. I wouldn't be a surprise as a member of the Muskoka Watershed Council. The Natural Edge program and lake restoration was one of the projects or program areas that most excited me, because it's all good, as you said. It's great for the environment, it's great for the watershed, all of that. Should know though, I think that Natural Edge program has migrated over to the district.
Yeah.
So you probably know that, but they still are, they're just basically carrying out the same program. Yeah.
Yes, it's run by Watersheds Canada, but the district Muskoka Watershed Council is the administrator locally in the area.
Yeah,
So we work
right,
with
right,
them
right.
and get the plans from them. as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, no, that's good.
This-
All right, questions from Council, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Alcock. Just a comment. I just wanted to thank you, gentlemen, for being here. I think this would be a great, achievable, affordable project to enhance this area in 2027. And it's important to keep our public lake access points accessible and safe for the public to use.
Great.
That's, if I can say,
Yeah.
when I, in 2020, when I took over as the president of the Lake Association, one of the comments I was getting repeatedly was, there's no access to Lake Vernon. There's no access to Lake Vernon, right? And there was access to Lake Vernon, it was just hidden very well, right? So now that it's opened up, we just want to we want to make sure that people understand it's open and use the lake, it's everybody's lake, not just the property owners that surround it.
Thank you.
So it
That's
allows
great.
like Vernon, Vernon Shores, the number of homes that are represented there that don't have lake access. Well, they do have two points for lake access now. So protecting the investment that the town's already made, I think is really, really important.
Yeah, no question.
And it demonstrates to landowners how to effectively restore property. Right?
Which
and people don't. They think
yeah, no,
hardscaping is the way to go.
and that is so, well, as you know, through our planning and approvals process, that's the number one thing. Whenever there's an approval coming forward or an application coming forward on the waterfront, we require renaturalization.
Right.
So this is very helpful in illustrating how best to do that. I'm going to Deputy Mayor Armour and then followed by Councillor Ripp.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just echoing what Councillor Clark said about something that needs to be done on our lakes. You might have just given away a gem to a lot of people that didn't even know it existed. So you could maybe see a lot more use. as an avid boater in our lakes, we go through there all the time. That's a very high speed area. Everybody's whipping through there and they get a lot of erosion all along that shoreline.
Yes.
So anything we can do to secure it and save it and make it last longer for generations to come, I'm all for it. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Renwick?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, and thank you for bringing this forward, gentlemen. I think it's an excellent opportunity to protect what we already have. My question is, and you may not be able to answer this, but how many people do you think use that access in a year, let's say in the summer season?
We don't have an answer for that. But I do know, living in the area, that it is well used. I just don't have the numbers.
Would we have any idea? Staff wouldn't have an idea. No.
Nope. Okay.
Yeah,
And-
I think it would be used more if we publicize the access is better.
Right.
I think as deputy
I
mayor.
really do.
I also, just a last
Everybody hear
comment, I really do appreciate the comment around signage.
Yeah.
And that this is what it is, it's a restoration project, all of that. I think that is really right on.
And if I may just follow up, somewhat related to your question, as part of our proposal for this project, we did solicit adjacent landowners and the very localized community, went door to door, gaining their support. So we've received it verbally and an occasional email followed up. And if this project is to go forward, we would then expand our stakeholdering with the broader community in the Lakewood Park area to let them know that this is what we're doing. And obviously, I think it would be a positively received.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
great.
Appreciate the time.
Okay, we are now moving to 6.11. This is our second last deputation. And we have, David, are you joined by Stephanie? Or, yes, you are, right there. Sorry, I'm getting a bit blurry here. Welcome to both of you to talk about the lighting and field house proposal from Huntsville Soccer Club. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor and councilors. I'll let Steph introduce herself and then I'll take over.
Thanks, everyone. My name is Stephanie Nesturzio, and I'm the current president of the Huntsville Soccer Club, as well as the vice president of the Muskoka United Football Club. And over the last decade, I've been able to see a lot of growth and change within the program in Huntsville and Muskoka as a coach, a volunteer, a parent, and a member myself. So it's exciting to kind of be able to chat about our hopes and our goals.
Yeah, and I'm Dave Kaplan. Most of you probably know me. I've been in the soccer community and in the Huntsville community for a very long time. I've coached and been involved with the Huntsville Soccer Club for over 20 years and held pretty much every position under the sun. This is actually the third time that I've been before council with regards to this, so hopefully third time's a charm. In care of the time, I'm going to just run into it. So this presentation is really a shortened version of a 34-page proposal that we put forward, and I'm really going to talk about the investments into lighting and the potential of an indoor facility. But I do want to point out that that 34-page document does raise some maintenance issues that we do have with the fields, but I'm not going to talk about those today. The presentation summarizes the club's lighting and field house proposal in 5 slides. It's a phased approach design to address immediate safety and capacity constraints while setting up a longer-term planning discussion for future infrastructure. So tonight we're really asking council to do 3 things. First is improve phase 1 of the lighting installation at McCully. Second was to do lighting at Conroy Park. And third is to support a feasibility study for potential multi-use field house. And just importantly, phase 3 is not a request to build, it's just to study and to refine options. And I'm actually going to go a little off script here and just quote the fantastic Dr. Rich Trenholm, because he said our community is above everybody else, and I just want you to think about that when we talk about soccer in this community. The Huntsville Soccer Club currently serves around 800 players annually, and making it the largest organized sport user group in Muskoka. Despite the scale of participation, the current programming is significantly constrained by the lack of field lighting. Without lights, adult games end early as daylight fades. The second evening time slots aren't possible, and youth and competitive program can't expand safely. So as a result, competitive home games, especially through our affiliate club, Muskoka United, are increasingly scheduled in Bracebridge, where lit facilities exist. That shifts that sport tourism activity and associated spending out of the town of Huntsville and down to Bracebridge. There's also safety and liability consideration. Players regularly finish games in substandard lighting conditions on the shoulder seasons. As the facility owner, the town does have an obligation under the Occupiers Liability Act to ensure that users are reasonably safe. So in short, the lack of lighting limits participation, creates a safety risk, and prevents the town from maximizing its existing field assets. So the proposed lighting solution is a phased installation of modern dark sky compliant LED sport lighting. We have currently phase 1 targeted at Muscully South 1 and 2, which I'll explain at the end. These 2 natural grass fields deliver an immediate benefit to the highest volume of users. Phase 2 would bring lighting to Conroy Park's artificial fields. In a future budget cycle, further expanding shoulder season and evening capacity. And all lighting would use full cutoff luminaries, programmable controls, and curfews with a careful attention to residential proximity, especially at Conroy. Illumination light levels meet recreational standards while avoiding excess spill or glare. It's a proven low-risk technology that significantly extends usable hours on the infrastructure that the town already owns. The third phase is a longer-term planning concept for a multi-use indoor turf field house at the Macaulay Robertson Sports Complex. This would be a year-round indoor turf facility that's designed not just for soccer, but for multiple field-based sports, including lacrosse, baseball training, school programming, disc golf, ultimate frisbee, and community recreation. An indoor turf surface is particularly important because it provides a safe, high-quality playing surface that supports both sport performance and injury prevention, especially during the winter months where suitable access in Muskoka is pretty much non-existent. From a community perspective, this type of facility improves access for youth, adults, schools, and user groups who rely on small gymnasiums and must travel outside of their region for appropriate indoor space. It also creates opportunity for regional rentals, tournaments, and training camps, help keeping sport tourism activity and the associated economic benefit within Huntsville. And like I said, the request is simply to fund a feasibility study for the 2027 year so that the town can properly assess the need, cost, design, operating models, and partnership before any future decisions are considered. So I don't just come to you with requests. In total, the club is commitment across all these projects is to commit up to $185,000, which is a significant capital partnership. Annual operating costs for the lights, we estimate at roughly $3,500 to $5,500 per field in electrical cost. Importantly, we also think that the Parkland Dedication Reserve could be an appropriate and eligible source for the town's share, avoiding any pressure on the tax levy for residents. And in summary, the council really is just being asked to approve the lighting and the ability to go forward with a feasibility study. And since I have time, does anyone know what the largest sporting event in the world is? It might be the World Cup. And does everybody know that where the World Cup's being held this year? Yeah, right here in Canada. So we would love to be able to capitalize on that. There's going to be a lot of people who want to pick up soccer this year. The adult programs in particular have seen a lot of pickup in the last few years. This year marks the first time we've had 2 men's competitive teams that are traveling and representing the town in communities across the Huronia district. Our hope is to eventually have a women's team as well that also runs and competes. So soccer is booming, but we really can't expand any of our programs. So the lighting is critical. Like I said, this is the 3rd time we've come requesting lightings. We are one of the few community groups that come with significant capital to provide the facilities. We've already spent, in the last 10 years, over $50,000 purchasing nets, seating, and stuff that we put on town facilities for anyone to use. We have spent thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars on rental. And I would love to be in the position that baseball is, where they're complaining about lighting in the parking lot. And if lighting ever happened there, before it happened on the soccer fields, I would probably cry and die in a corner. So, not that I don't think that that's absolutely valid. I think it's all those concerns are true, and we have the same problems with lighting at night when you leave after the soccer game and it's pitch black and you can't see your car. Absolutely, we have the same concerns, but there are greater priorities. Several years ago, I rented a ball diamond just to play soccer on it, and we had 20 adults out there playing soccer. We moved our nets over and played. So, yeah, I think it's about time.
David, thank you. Stephanie, thank you. And I hear your frustration, David.
It's not really frustration. It's more excitement, you know?
No, I think your comments are appreciated. I'm going to Councillor Cluche first.
Thanks very much for coming. I've gone over the 34-page one, which is a lot of information, lots of asks, and which, you know, you may as well do it, right? I just hope you didn't say they could come and play a World Cup game here, did you? Not
No.
tonight, I hope.
No. But Panama is down at Nottawassaga.
Yeah.
They are training down there, and they have ripped out. They had the most beautiful field in the district, and they ripped it out for Panama and have redone it.
Yeah.
And those men's teams are actually going to get a chance to play on that field, and I'm very jealous.
Good. Okay. I like that you're coming with a basket full of money. That's a nice help and help with their costs and everything. As you and I talked before, I think we got to start where I think the biggest, yes, there's the big need over at Macaulay Robertson, but I would really like to see personally the lights at Conroy, with the new scoreboards going up there. So I'd like to see lights there because maybe, but it's a good chance. It's better this time than the last time. But you know, with if the scoreboard goes there, we got the lights. We've got it extends for the soccer. It is also extends for lacrosse and anybody else that's using it for anything else. So will fully back lights at Conroy, and but let's do that first.
Yeah, I would just touch on the little bit about Conroy versus Macaulay Robertson, because Monty and I did have a conversation with that. One of the reasons we proposed phase one as Macaulay was because we were aware of the potential of activity being done to Ball Diamond F. And from the club's perspective, we were looking at it as, let's try to save the town some money. If you're going to have people already over there who are doing that type of work anyways, while you're working on Ball Diamond F, come over and do the lights over on Macaulay. So the club wants lights. We will take it where we can get it. I will point out, though, that there is difference in purposes for lights at Macaulay versus Conroy. So Conroy lights on Conroy really supports MUFC. That's the competitive games. They would like to play a lot of games on that field because it's turf. If it's a rain date, the game still goes, right? Lights at Macaulay, though, are in support of the House League program. So these are the residents of Huntsville. We cannot run programs later because there's no lights there. So they do serve different purposes. But you know, if all we get is Conroy, then we'll take it. But we really would like it on both, and that's, you know, the club has offered to kick significantly towards that.
A follow-up, Councillor Cluche?
Yeah, for Macaulay, and our conversation we had about the condition of the field over there, that it needs some work, and I don't know, I'm not a soccer, I haven't been there, but I'd sooner see that those upgrades, any money we spend over there on the soccer, to upgrade the field first before we end up put lighting and everything there. So that's, on my view, that's what I like, but like, I would certainly back the lights at Conroy Park for sure.
Yeah, Macaulay itself needs a lot of work from a field quality perspective. You know, for those who weren't around in 2000 when they were built, the soccer club did and paid for that and did that work. And because we were non-for-profit and didn't have a lot of money, we did it for as cheap as we possibly could. So the quality of the fields is low. They're very uneven. There's patchy spots all over it. Several people every year will hurt themselves running on those fields. They are of substandard. So we would love to see that. However, the club does feel like that's what we pay our rental fees for. So that's not necessarily something that the club feels like they should be investing into, whereas lights, I think, is something that we do. I think the town should do more to the fields to take care of them and make them in better condition.
Hear you on that for sure. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just briefly, so Dave was my soccer coach when I played adult soccer, so I can vouch for the fact he's been around for soccer for a long time. Well,
I am a lot older than I look.
I was, yeah, and I am too. I'm younger than I look now. So Dave knows what he's talking about. But Dave, just a question for you, and thank you, Stephanie, for coming as well. The lights that you want for both fields, so the north and the south at Macaulay for soccer.
No, just south.
Just the south field.
Just south field. The north field
Okay.
we use primarily for the
Younger
younger kids.
And they're not
They
playing
don't
it.
need lights down there, but
Okay.
the competitive teams and the adult teams use Macaulay
Right.
South 1 and 2. So one of the nice things too about Macaulay is that you have the two fields side by side. So when we run our adult program, everybody goes to the one spot. Everybody knows where to go.
Yep.
You get a lot of camaraderie because you get people like watching the game on the other field and being like, "What's the score over there?" Because we have playoffs and scores matter and all the goals and everybody's like, "Oh!" So it's like you know,
So just
you know how
one-
soccer players.
I know how soccer players are. Yeah.
I do like that bit of color. That's color
That was-
commentary. The commentary. Thank you for that.
Yes,
That was
thank
good.
you. That was good.
Okay, Councillor Stoll.
Yeah, so thanks for what you guys do. Soccer is one of those games that every kid can play. It's cheap, and so I absolutely thank you and want to help promote it. So just for the numbers, you said you're going to give $60,000 per field, so 120 for Macaulay Robertson. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the cost is 158 to
Yeah, we-
395 is the
Well, that's what-
estimated cost?
That's what we did when we wrote it. So we have reached out and gotten quotes from two different companies. One is Musco and the other one was Swift Electric. So with installation and stuff, the quotes are higher. I did provide that to the town, so they have them. I think you guys used, I forget the name of the company that did the ball diamonds, but we also informally talked to them and they gave us a price of $400,000 to $500,000. So I think you can do it for cheaper than what they're suggesting. I like the Musco or Musco version. Theirs looked pretty good. So I would encourage the town, if they go forward with this as part of an RFP process, to look, I do love to support local businesses too. So like, it's okay. That's not my decision as to who the vendors are, but
All right, well, it's a significant contribution for sure from you guys, so that weighs really heavily on us. If you're going to step up, then we should too, so thank you.
I'm going to Deputy Mayor Armour, followed by Councillor Morse.
I love the questions.
Hey,
by the way.
thanks for coming again.
Thanks.
I think I've been here each time.
Yeah.
But your ask keeps getting higher. What's going on there? I guess prices keep going up, right?
I don't know. Yeah, prices do keep going up.
I think you understand our challenges with stuff like this too, right? It's the initial cost, you donate money, we put money and we get the lights in, and then it's that capital expenditure. We got to put money into capital afterwards, and that we get capital money from the levy, which taxes everybody. It's just snowballs, right? But I agree. I think you guys probably do need lights over there. You've been asking for probably 12 years, I would imagine, for lights. I can remember you came once with offering to give us poles, actually, to put in the ground. So I appreciate you coming again and asking, and I know this council and will do their best to see what we can get done to help you guys out.
And I recall it was John Burnside who actually came in originally.
Yeah.
And so that goes way back.
Yep.
So-
John's still around.
Yeah, I know. Is he? Okay, good. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. And through you, I love this. I couldn't want lights there more. I was a big advocate for the Diamond F lights. I just want safety for kids. And I can tell you I was the least qualified rep soccer coach of all time. They were dragging the bottom of the barrel and they needed somebody. And so I stepped in and helped out. But I'll tell you, when we're down in Collingwood and all these other areas, if there was a rain delay, we could still play because there was lights, right? We didn't lose the game. we didn't drive 2.5 hours for nothing. Here, if it's a rain delay and daylight leaves, you've lost the game, you've lost the night. So I get it. And with having 800 kids play, I think it just makes sense if you look at the impact on how many it is. I wonder, did you guys notice, and maybe staff may already know this, but recently it's the Community Sport and Recreation grants just got increased from 200 million to 500 million. They increased it by $300 million this year. And the first phase of that grant program is for current infrastructure, current fields, current recreation, and then the next phase is new infrastructure and upgrading of degraded equipment. So I wonder, like, just down the road, we'll talk about it. I didn't know if you guys have already gone down that road. That's why I asked you the question.
No.
And if not, I just want to put it on your radar. And I don't know if that's something that has to be funded through municipalities or if it's a user group is allowed to grant. But
I'm sure staff will be able to respond to that, but my guess is that that would go through the municipality.
Okay, it might,
because that would provide some municipal infrastructure, right? But it's a great suggestion, and I'm watching two of our members of staff over there going like this, and so
yeah. So the only reason I brought it up to you now is to ask a question: have you looked into it? And if you haven't, then you can know that it's probably going to be part of the process for us.
Yeah, that'd be.
But I love it. I hope we get lights so you can keep playing at night for sure.
All right, I don't see any other questions. Thank you. Maybe the third time is the charm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for keep trying, for being here. And now we are moving to our last delegation. You two have sat through the whole thing. Welcome, Trish and Glenn. You're here to talk to us about the Tyland Park Safe Water. You're from the Tyland Park Safe Water Access Group.
That's right.
Okay. All right.
So my name is Trish Cruz Maggie. This is Glenn Kay. Thank you very much for having us today, this afternoon. We are here representing over 50 residents on Echo Bay Road and South Fairy Lake Road that would like to see safe water access restored at Tyland Park on Fairy Lake. Tyland Park has been part of the neighborhood since the 1960s when the subdivision was built, and once provided simple, safe access to the lake for residents living just across the road. Unfortunately, following some sewer upgrades along Echo Bay Road 25 years or so ago, water access was significantly impacted, and now it is unusable. When we moved into the neighborhood 10 years ago, our real estate agent told us there was water access on the street, and that was one of the reasons why we purchased our home in this neighborhood. For years, the path to the water is steep, it's slippery, it's obstructed by a large pipe and boulders. The trail itself has become narrow, overgrown, and difficult to navigate. There's debris making access even more challenging, especially when the neighbor puts his yard waste in the park. While we appreciate the town continues to maintain the grassy area and the waterfront access, which is basically the most important feature of the park, is no longer safely usable. For many residents, including young families, families with children and grandchildren, some with mobility concerns, this means we are unable to enjoy the lake that sits just across the street from our homes. We respectfully ask the town to assess and restore safe access to the water, whether it's through clearing and stabilizing the path, improving the grade, and addressing current barriers. We feel that this fits with the town's waterfront improvement plan, and it's not about adding something new. It's about restoring safe access to a community space that has existed for decades. So we have put together a little slideshow for you, a presentation that you guys probably already saw, but this is a nice picture of Tyland Park sign, which is on Echo Bay Road. I won't go through that because I basically just said all this. In 2016, when the Leisure Guide was still in production, it lists Tyland Park as a waterfront park. This is the original street map of the neighborhood, and you'll see that the blue arrow indicates the location of Tyland Park. It is the same lot size as the other lots around. Many people think, oh, that it's skinnier or that it's smaller than other properties in the neighborhood, but it's just overgrown and not accessible. For those of you that don't know where it is, it's on Fairy Lake in the Echo Bay in the Echo Bay. So the pictures too, my apologies, are from the winter because we had to submit back a few weeks ago. So this shows the nice grassy area. The mailboxes are there. That's Echo Bay Road. The sign is there. As you walk down towards the water, you can see that the path is very narrow and overgrown. Once you get to the top and look down, you'll see that this is hardly accessible, and that's the incline to Fairy Lake right there. You'll notice that there's that large pipe that was the runoff pipe, I guess, from the sewer system that was installed 25 or whatever, so many years ago. But that pipe is actually on the left. If you're looking at the water, it's on the left side of the park. There's all this other side of the park that could be utilized. However, it's all overgrown. There's garbage back there. There's all kinds of scattery trees and everything else. So this, again, just shows the narrow part of the park that is maintained. We have a bunch of testimonials. There's a bunch of testimonials included in the package that I'm sure that you all read. One of them that sticks out in my mind is my neighbor has lived there forever. And he used to walk easily with his canoe on, like he'd portage his canoe and go down, and him and his wife would go for a canoe ride. Now that's impossible. So we're just asking that the town look at the park and assess the situation, maybe clear, make like a window to the water even for now, because right now it's all overgrown, and the one neighbor doesn't want the grass cut for whatever reason, because it will impede her, I don't know, privacy maybe. But it is a public park. It's always been a public park. She bought the house beside the park. So I know that town staff has had some difficulties too with these two neighbors adjacent to the park complaining about whatever. But it's our hope that we can restore the safe water access. And there are so many neighborhoods with access that is very accessible. And I just learned of a new one. Lakewood Park has a beautiful set of stairs and a dock even down to the water. So I'm really hoping that you will look at this and consider it. This is my second presentation to council, and there was one previous in 2020. We did have some support from previous councillors and from current councils verbally, but we think because it's a town park, it should be maintained by the town. It's always been there. It's not something new. It's not like want a new park, and would be very beneficial for all the residents in the neighborhood who live across from the water and would like access. Glenn, would you like to say something?
I think that's perfect. I heard a lot about people having access to water, and this is a town park with access to water. And it's also something very simple. It could maintain the shoreline in a naturalized way with a simple path.
Yeah.
And it mirrors exactly the conversation that we just had about renaturalization of another existing waterfront.
Yeah.
And you've heard us say quite a few times today the importance of access to water. And when you have a whole community that had it, and then it goes, the concept of having the minimalist idea of just restoring what existed seems like a pretty fair ask, I will say. Just me. I'm going to Councillor Cluche.
Through you, Chair. This is a nice, very nice park. It's well kept. The grass is always cut, and it's very clean. Except when you get down into the bush part. So the bush part is getting a little bit of garbage down there last time I was down there, like was shown in the picture. But what I'd like to see is from in the bush part, like 6 or 8 foot right away, cut through, just put some gravel down so it's easy access down to the water. I'm not too sure exactly what's needed at the water, but so gravel can't be much. And then I'd like to see a 4-foot fence on the either side of the property, not from the grass, again, from the bush part down, so that the neighbors know where the property line is. And there was some neighbors actually say there was a load of topsoil dumped in their park the other day. So it's, the neighbors are sometimes using it, the other neighbor thinks owns it, so it's controversial in this way here. If we have a fence down there, we don't have people that are gonna go to the beach. They're not gonna go on the neighbor's property. It will keep people in the direction that they're supposed to be going. I don't think the cost would be too much to put the gravel in down through and cut a path down through to the water.
All right, Councillor Stone?
Thanks. Yes, public access to water, we don't have enough, and we need to preserve what we have. And this is one that should have access to the water. I have heard concerns about the previous dock that was there and people partying late into the night on that dock. So if there was to be anything as far as a dock goes, I would say something very small that you can just stand on and put your canoe in, but nothing larger than that, in my opinion. But absolutely make that access to water. I'm not sure about the fence, though.
Okay, so Trish, you want to respond?
The dock was actually down the road at the public, or at the road allowance, which is now Echo Bay Park, which is a different location.
Right, which we decided to invest in. Do you remember? It was yes. And so that it was a choice at the time between the two. We went with the other.
Yeah.
And
it's beautiful. The other one is beautiful.
And it's another access point.
Yes.
But this one, I think your point is this existed. We'd like to bring it back.
Yes. Okay. And it is a town park.
It is a town park.
It's a real park.
Yeah.
It's
Got it. I think I'm going to Deputy Mayor Armour and Councillor Clark and then Councillor Morrison. Did you? Yeah, sorry.
Thanks for coming again.
Thanks for having us.
This might be for Tina, actually. Did we not run into a problem with the AODA access to that point at Thailand Park? Is that one of the reasons why we didn't put that path in many, many years ago? I'm just trying to remind myself.
I think it was an
Through
issue.
yourself,
both.
Your Worship. I wasn't sitting in this hot seat then. So I really don't know that answer, but my understanding with the accessibility standard is, my understanding is what I've been told, is as long as the municipality can have a park that's accessible, we sometimes cannot make every park accessible. So Echo Bay could not be accessible just of where it is. But as the municipality does need to do a park that has accessibility. So we do have one at Hutchison Beach and we do have one in Port Sydney as well.
So we meet the standard, basically. Okay, thanks for that.
Okay, and Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Alcock. So it's very similar situation to the Vernon Lakewood Park deputation that was here. I wonder if we couldn't have the neighborhood and staff reach out to the Ferry Lake Association to see if there'd be any interest from them to get involved in a similar way that the Lake Vernon Association got involved with Lakewood. I think it could mutually benefit everybody, the neighborhood, and also help with any costs that might be incurred to make that situation better for the neighborhood.
It was, I must say, very refreshing to hear that the Vernon Lake Association was supportive of this project. When we presented to you last year, those living on the water were not supportive of this project. They felt that it would bring increased activity to the neighborhood. They didn't, someone compared it to Coney Island. So, yeah, I know, it's ridiculous.
Not that you remember any of those comments, Trish.
So I'm happy to reach out to the Ferry Lake Association.
Yeah, it might be a different, I think that's a great suggestion, actually, because, and then talk to them about how Lake Vernon is doing what they're doing,
Yes,
right?
exactly.
Yes, follow up?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Alcock. Yeah, I bring it up because I know there may be some concerns directly in the neighborhood, but Ferry Lake Association, is a large area. I would think there'd be many other people in the association that would favor improving that location, in spite of what some of the direct neighbors may have to say regarding issues.
the difference too with the two spots is that the Vernon spot has a beautiful staircase down and a dock there, which we have none of that right now at Tyland Park, right?
Okay, and I'm going to Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock, and through you. I can totally get behind this. You guys are being quite reasonable and patient as you keep asking for stuff. And we did, of course, invest in the Road Allowance Park down there.
Yep.
So I like how you just want access, but then if somebody wants to go to a dock for now, it's a 5-minute walk around the corner. So I can get
There-
behind that.
There's no dock at the new Echo Bay Park.
I thought there was. I thought we were not
There's
yet.
no dock.
Just the stairs down. Okay,
There's
so we're gonna have 2 access points
Yeah.
in that neighborhood. Right, and
Because
that
of,
was what
that
Councillor
was the,
Stone
because of
talking
the
about with all the
partying,
complaints.
right? That
Yeah.
was the issue. Yeah.
And maybe at some point having a dock there would be in it, but I think, just to let you, let you guys know that the Community Services Committee that I chaired early in this term, there was some directives that came out of there. And I think staff is still working on it, but we were trying to look at an overall waterfront access master plan throughout the entire town of Huntsville. That involved Port Sydney and everywhere else. So I think this should be considered as part of that when we go down that road.
Thank you.
Okay, I think, and thank you for waiting to be the number 6.12.
It was interesting. It was fun. It was good. Learned a
6.12
lot.
plus 3 others before that. So it's amazing we're all still alive. And,
yeah. Hungry?
thank you again. I think you heard there's a bit of support around the table.
Yes, thank you very much for having us today.
Okay.
And enjoy your afternoon.
Okay. Guess what? We're going to break for lunch. And how long do we need? We're required to break for 1 hour. So, and I think once we're offline, we can talk about where we're going. Okay. And I was going to thank everybody, but they're gone. So. Hey, look how fast that happened. Okay, welcome back, who might be watching. And at this point, we are starting our divisional reports. So I am actually turning it over to Councillor Fitzgerald to take over for operations and protective services.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'll get right into it. I won't hesitate. I have moved by Monty Cloutier, seconded by Scott Morrison. Whereas on December 10th, 2025, staff are directed to report back on a feasibility of a new operations center at 169 Medill Church Road. And whereas to complete a fulsome review of 169 Medill Church Road, additional research and studies are required. Now, therefore, it is recommended that staff be authorized to initiate the necessary plans and studies for site servicing requirements related to water and septic, fire suppression, and soil suitability. And further, that the cost of these plans and studies to a maximum of $50,000 be funded from the Roads Capital Reserve. And further, that staff be directed to report back on the findings of the plans and studies and provide substantiated recommendation on the feasibility of the Medill Church Road property for a new operations center. Wow. Randy and Reva.
I think everything was in the report, so I wasn't really going to speak too much unless we're available for questions.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. This report is just a summary of the 2025 Planning Department activities. I trust you read it, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chair Armour, and through you. So I did read the report, and obviously there are some concerns about the report. I mean, the things that are coming down, it feels like there's an overreach that's happening. The one thing that stuck out to my mind was the encumbered land, the fact that you could actually build on encumbered land.
Oh, did I talk about the wrong report?
Oh, maybe I'm, nope. My apologies. I'm ahead of the game. Never mind. I take that back.
No concerns about this report. This is just fact.
That's great. Mayor Alcock has a question.
Just a very quick one on this report, and you talk about new housing unit densities from 21 to 25, and I've got a sucker in my mouth, a little candy, so I've got it. Anyway, that's not the question. 2025, we reference high density, 89.3% of the new units are high density. That's, I was a bit surprised when I read that. I was trying to think, okay, which projects? Can you remind me?
Yes, so high density would be anything with 60 units per hectare or greater.
Okay.
So we did actually go through and approve things like the Goldie Street townhouse development. That would have
Okay.
been on there.
Yep.
Grandview would have been on there. Oh no, maybe that was 2026. Cairns Crescent, the 600 units on Paisley Avenue.
Yes,
or the
okay.
Eagle Ridge
that
subdivision.
You're
So-
answering it. It's interesting to see
Yeah.
because it's such a dramatic shift from the previous years, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, thanks.
Any more questions around the table? That was just for information. Thanks very much. We're going to move on to 7.4.2 and Richards for this one and Director Maxwell. It's report number DEV 2026-39. It's Bill 98, Building Homes and Improving Transportation Infrastructure Act. And I do have a motion with this one. It's recommended that staff be directed to obtain a legal opinion to assess whether the proposed provincial changes necessitate amendments to the community planning permit. And further that all costs associated with this review be funded through the planning legal reserve. It's yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, this report, this one deals with perhaps what Councillor Renwick was speaking about, changes to planning legislation, various pieces of legislation. It's Bill 98, with the short title being Building Homes and Improving Transportation Infrastructure Act. So in this report, we just summarized some of the work that town staff did with the District of Muskoka to review those changes and work on a report that went to one of their committees last week, as well as some of our own comments. One of the things from the town of Huntsville's perspective is we use a very different planning tool. So we use the community planning permit system, and it's not mentioned in any of the legislative changes. So that doesn't mean that it's not impacted. What we're suggesting is that we seek a legal opinion to determine what the impacts could be. So that's in our recommendation. And the rest of the report, I think, speaks for itself, but happy to answer any questions you may have.
Councillor Stone.
Thank you. So I spoke against this at district as well. There's some good things in here that would help make the system more efficient, but there's some tragic things in here as well. So this is proposing that we remove the site plan control, which we use to fix deficiencies, to protect the shoreline. It also talks about environmental impacts at the water and our waterways, which this is what we do. This is who we are. And this bill, when combined with Bill 100, that's going to appoint the district chair and let them make huge decisions, is utterly disastrous for Huntsville and our environment. So to staff, today is the day, the last day to make comments to the province. And I believe we should add our voice to the district's voice to send something to the province to say, we totally are afraid of these particular aspects of this bill.
Dr. Maxwell?
Thank you, Chair. What we could do is provide comments through the ERO, the website that they're opening for comments. Some of the proposals have until May 14th for comment. Some are today, some are tomorrow, but we can definitely add our report to all of them and just sort of highlight the issues as well. So.
Excellent. Mayor Elcock.
Thank you, Chair Armour. I echo what Councillor Stone said because it's the site plan control, it's also the vegetative buffers, it's all of the things that we actually enforce through our community planning permit. So I support this proposed recommendation to get an opinion as to what do we have to do with our CPP bylaw. And if it wasn't mentioned, my guess is that's just an oversight because it covers the things that they, in fact, are, to Councillor Renwick's point, encroaching on. And so, yes, I think this is a great recommendation.
I do have a question. How quickly do you think a lawyer can go through this and give a report back?
Good question. I think some aspects of it, the more general aspects as to what's already in effect and what is proposed to come into effect immediately, we would have a pretty quick turnaround, but the consultation isn't closing for a few more weeks, and then are they actually going to enact anything soon? I'm not sure. We might be better off to wait a little while and see what comes of it. In addition, I'll just mention that there are some things through the CPP bylaw and process review that we're talking about with our consultants as well that might warrant a legal review too, so we might want to combine that and see if we can save some money.
Councillor Stone.
Just one last comment. So does anyone or the staff think it's beneficial for us to pass a resolution specifically stating what we are afraid of with this bill for the province's understanding? Would it help? Probably not. They don't care.
Would you like to answer that question?
Well, I just yes. Well, offer my opinion, and that is, thank you, Chair Armour, for allowing me to. I think when we consider what the district's response was, they were very clear that they consulted with all of the 6 lower tier municipalities, and there was ongoing consultation. So their submission reflects the comments made by the lower tiers. So I hear you, Councillor Stone. I feel like we do whatever we can on this one. I think I like the focus of figuring out what it is we might have to do if this goes through in order to respond.
Thanks for that. I have one other question. Lake of Bays, I believe, is CPP also. Is there any opportunity to collaborate with them and get legal opinions, or are they doing their own? Or do you know?
I know that they sought legal opinions on other changes to the Planning Act and how it impacted the community planning permit system. So it wouldn't hurt to ask them if they're doing it again and see if we can coordinate that.
Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chairman. And just, I did jump the gun on that, but if you look at what the district does say at the very end, to preserve and protect our natural environment, take climate action, and be more resilient to its impacts. So I think because we fall underneath the district, what they're already saying is going to be very beneficial for us as well. But I hear what you're saying. I think we need to be very vigilant with this because, like I was saying, being able to build on unencumbered land as opposed to creating parkland when you do a development, that changes everything for us. So just a lot of highlight things that you think that's not going to fit well within our area. So I'm glad that we're on it and our staff are very on it. So I have confidence that we'll deal with it.
That's excellent. Any other questions? With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion? And that motion carries. Thanks very much. And with that, I'm going to move the chair over to Councillor Morrison to assume the chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Armour. And our first one is Tracy Miller coming down for 7.5.1 regarding report number Corp 2026-30, and I do have a motion. It is regarding, is it Ehlers or Ehlers? I'm going to say Ehlers. Yeah. Ehlers-Danlos Syndrome Awareness Clock Tower Lighting Request. And I have a motion moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Cloutier. It is recommended that committee deny the request to amend Appendix 2 of the Town of Huntsville Flag Protocol and Clock Tower Lighting Policy for the addition of Ehlers-Danlos Syndrome to the list of pre-approved organizations.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and through you, Chair. The report is before you all, and I'm here for any questions.
Any questions on that?
Apologies, I was asking, it was a procedural question. I'm on as moving this motion to deny, and I may not feel that way. So do I need to change that, or is that? I can still move it. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be clear. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. I think it's always a challenge when we have, through you, to say no to something when it is creating awareness about an illness. The concerns that I have with this is that the fact that the woman who has this does not live in Huntsville. There is no, I think, organization that talks about this illness within Huntsville, although I think she's from Bracebridge. So I would really feel stronger saying yes to this if there was an affiliation within Huntsville that actually said we support her motion to do this. So I'm not saying no. I just think there may be a little bit of homework that she could do to maybe get some support from the local chapter here. So if that's possible, then I would feel more comfortable saying yes. That's my point. So.
Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Morrison, and thank you, Councillor Renwick, because that's kind of where I was going. When I read the note, I thought, no, she doesn't live here. No, there isn't a local chapter, but she's pretty engaged with a number of Huntsville organizations. So she's kind of a de facto member of our community. At least she feels she is. So I felt a little uncertain about how we should vote on this. And what you're suggesting, actually, I think is a good suggestion, that maybe we could go back to her and say, here's where you don't fit under our policy, but there was some degree of, or maybe there isn't, I don't know, but there's some support. And here are a couple of things that would be helpful if you want to come back to us.
Yeah. Did you want to respond to that, Tracy?
Okay, so it was very difficult to make this decision. I will not lie. I went back and forth with the whole process, looking at the policy, wondering whether or not we look at amending the policy to be maybe a little more, provide a little more flexibility. However, if you were just going apples for apples, that's why I recommended denial. Okay? I don't have a problem with putting some type of condition or something on the approval if you opt to go with approval.
Okay. There's no other question. I will mention during agenda review, Councillor Renwick and I had this discussion that we would very much like to support this person because they're obviously passionate, but based on current policy doesn't seem to fit. So we had the discussion, I think it was Councillor Renwick brought it up, that if somebody brought something like this forward, we would maybe want a letter from the organization themselves, just say that we would like this attention, because what you want to be careful of is what if they don't want attention? What if that group doesn't want to be recognized in a certain town? Not that they wouldn't. And we also did, this is considered a rare disease, and we did last year, I believe, change the colors for Rare Disease Day as well. So I remember that one, which was GAN disease and other diseases. This one's 1 in 5,000 people, I think it is. So I'm of the mind of like, I want to support this woman who's obviously advocating for people, but maybe it's going back and saying, if you get a letter from the association, then come back, we'd be very interested.
Oh, sorry, I forgot who, wait a minute.
Mayor Alcock.
I support that. I think that's a great suggestion, that if she can get support from a neighboring municipality where they do, or where they have the organization that already exists, I think that's not a bad suggestion at all.
Yeah, and if that's okay with the crew, we'll put that motion on the floor, moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Renwick, who brought it up at agenda review. And the trade-off to that is if it's 1 in 5,000, that means there probably are people in our town that are affected by it. And if we have support from the organization, it could be good. So Jessica will work on a motion, I assume. It's just changing some wording on the motion in front of us. Okay, so I will just read it. Moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Renwick. It is recommended that the request to amend Appendix 2 of the Town of Huntsville Flag Protocol and Clock Tower Lighting Policy for the addition of Ehlers-Danlos Syndrome to the list of pre-approved organizations be conditionally approved pending the applicant obtaining a letter of support from the Ehlers-Danlos Canada Foundation within 30 days. Any comments or questions on that? Okay, with that I'll call the question. All in favor? Awesome, thank you. Thank you, Tracy. Oh, is that? Sorry, that was the amendment. Now I'll call the question on the main motion as amended, Monty. Thank you. There you go. Monty, you're released. That carries. Okay. All right, moving on to 7.5.2. Our Economic Development Officer, Lauren McDermott, is going to do report number Corp 2026-31. Community Improvement Plan Incentive Program Bylaw, repeal and replace. And I do have a motion on that as well. It is moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Clark. It is recommended that committee approve the Downtown Community Improvement Plan Incentive Program Bylaw attached as Appendix B to report Corp 2026-31. And further that the bylaw be forwarded to council for final approval, and further that bylaw 2024-21 be repealed. And over to Lauren.
So through you, Chair Morrison, this report provides suggestions to streamline the financial incentive program offered through the Community Improvement plan known as the CIP. A few highlights include reducing multiple quotes down to one so that it's easier for businesses to, work with the timelines and get things done. Changing the commencement approval timeline. So if an applicant wanted to start projects prior to approval of the application, they could do so with the understanding that if the project did not meet the requirements, it could be denied. So as long as they've submitted that application, they could get started on it. This helps to support, again, businesses as timing is essential for them. When they want to get something done, they want to go right away and get it moving. So that's something to look at. And then increased funding for both signage and landscape improvement to $5,000, so it better aligns with current costs, and including exterior electrical infrastructure such as receptacles under the facade improvement. So those are some highlights, and there's more details in the report. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Okay, any questions or comments on this report or motion? All right. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Lauren, it was so detailed, we don't have any questions for you. Thank you so much. That carries. Okay. Moving on to 7.5.3, Alicia Horner will report on report number Corp 2026-32, procurement by policy bylaw repeal and replace. And I do have a motion on this one as well. It is moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Councillor Cloutier. It is recommended that committee approve the revised procurement policy bylaw attached as Schedule A to report Corp 2026-32, and further that the bylaw be presented to Council for final consideration, and further that procurement policy bylaw 2023-123 be repealed. And this is a different looking Alicia that will be doing this, but Suzanne, you take over.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. I'm here on behalf of Alicia to present this report for her. This report proposes revisions to the town's procurement bylaw to align with the province's Buy Ontario Act. The Buy Ontario Act is intended to strengthen Ontario's economy and supply chains by allowing public bodies to appropriately consider Ontario-based goods and services. The proposed revisions are intended to clarify how and when those considerations can be referenced when remaining compliant with trade agreements. And I'm happy to do my best to answer any questions.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Any questions or comments on this repeal and replace? Easy. All right. All those in favor? That carries. Okay. Next up, we have, I'm assuming just Suzanne, doing report number Corp 2026-33, the 2025 year-end financial results. And I do have a motion moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Mayor Alcock. It is recommended that committee accepts the 2025 year-end financial results and approves the 2025 budget deviations in Appendix 1 as attached to Corp 2026-33. With that, I'll pass it over.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. This report brings forward the town's 2025 year-end financial results. It's a final snapshot of where we ended the year with a surplus of about $157,000. The report includes details on the different service areas in the town and budget deviations that require formal approval per our budget and financial controls policy. At a high level, the report shows how actual results compared to the 2025 budget and explains the specific deviations that are included in the financial results report that's attached. It also includes information on 2025 capital projects that we did report on throughout the year. It shows any carry forwards and items that need to be completed in 2026. It also includes details on the balance requirements in the working funds reserve in accordance with the financial reserves policy. Similar to other financial reports we present, the information is more in line with the service areas, services that we provide rather than by which director or manager is responsible for the budget area. We feel this format helps the public see how their funds are spent to support the different services that the town provides. I also wanted to note that the 2025 year-end audit is still in progress. So if there are any changes, we're not expecting any, but as a result of the audit, those final amounts will be reflected on the audited financial statements, which will be presented to council for approval. And once approved, they'll be made available on huntsville.ca. The recommendation is for committee to accept the 2025 year-end financial results and approve the budget deviations in Appendix I as outlined in the report. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions? Deputy Mayor Armour?
Thank you, Chair Morrison. I'm looking at the fire department line again, and there's a deficit there of, almost $250,000. But then it said last year's was only 57, and I remember it being almost $250,000 if my memory serves me correct. But anyhow, I think when you look under this, it falls under training. So that seems like a lot of money to be spent on training in 1 year to be a deficit of $250,000. Unless I'm reading this wrong.
So, could we pull that up, Suzanne, so I can take a look at it, or no? Yep. With the deficit that we
page
not
20.
Sorry, I can't pull it up, so we'll see if perhaps someone can. Just one moment, please.
I think Jessica's going to pull it up.
Page 20 gives you all the breakdown.
Who's-
Oh, 20 or 17.
I think it's coming up.
I don't mind sharing, Chief.
No, it's okay. Okay. So, do you want to start, Denis? With the fire service agreement, but I think the question that Councillor Armour had was, it said something about train, like he thought there was $250,000 for training. Yeah, there was a comment about 118, and it's a mandatory certification overage. Oh, sorry. That's okay. So I guess to what CEO Corey was going to mention is, because of the agreement between Huntsville and Lake of Bays, there was that one section, the overage. Now, where it says a mandatory certification, the 118 wouldn't be all mandatory certification; it would be call volume as well. So that comment probably should have been in there. Call volume. I'm not sure if it broke it down into exactly how much overage and training there was, but it wouldn't be 118. It was the high call volume plus training. Comment should have been, I should have made the better comment.
All right. Any other questions on that part? While the chief's in the hot seat.
Keep going. I'm okay.
Let's give everyone a minute to read it over. Councillor Fitzgerald?
I have a question for Deputy Mayor Armour. Do you have this in FMW that you're breaking it down and looking at further breakdown? Is that?
I'm just looking at the report itself.
Okay.
That was submitted.
Okay. While I was reviewing that, any other questions for Suzanne or Chief Monahan at the moment? Deputy Mayor, do you want a minute to review before we move on? Just, sorry, I just asked if you want more time. Yeah.
Sorry.
You're deep into it. You're deep into it. I'll go over to Mayor Alcock, and then I'll give you a couple of minutes to look it over, and then we'll.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. I'm basically the same issue. I'm just, I'm not as clear. Maybe Gary, if you wouldn't mind explaining one more time, the deficit is 233,000, right? And in the report itself, it talks about, okay, it does, Huntsville started the process of becoming an independent fire department. Is that part of the issue? The process of
So
separation?
What of the process is the funding that
We anticipated.
but
and
we
it didn't
weren't
come
getting.
through. So
Correct.
that is the direct
That's
result.
that's the direct.
Okay, and that, for me, that was, I needed clarity on that. Yeah.
Yep. CEO Corey?
Thank you, Chair Morrison. So it's, if you look on page, it was on page, sorry, I just lost my screen here, page 21, it does do the breakdown. And some of the variation is not just because of training, but there was a lot to do with the first due transition. So it was a combination of first due transition and the training. Yeah, so this is one. So you can see it a little clearer on this sheet. So it's broke down. The 118,544 is to do with mandatory training requirements and the preparation of the one-time approximately $25,000 software transition costs. So that's what that relates to. And then the shared service is broken down to 195. So that's the total of the two numbers.
Okay, no, that's great. Does that clear everything up on that? Deputy Mayor,
Yeah,
follow-up?
thanks for the clarification. Just when I seen that $250,000, I'm thinking, how did we get there? Because I think the last third quarter we came in with, I think it was around $180,000 deficit, and now we're 150,000 positive. So I'm just trying to figure out how we gain $300,000. But if you look at the third quarter report that came through, it showed that I think we're coming in with a deficit of 180,000 or something. But on the fourth quarter, we saved money, obviously, because now we got 150 to the positive overall. So as you got all the numbers together, I guess. So I was just trying to figure out how we got, yeah.
That's a big difference.
That's a big difference.
Yeah. Okay. Suzanne, you want to follow up?
I just make a comment. When we did the third quarter, that was a forecast report. And so this is the year in actual. So it gives us that opportunity to settle everything up. So maybe it could be a combination of things, but that's a blanket explanation of why they're different.
Well, I just want to applaud staff for saving all that money.
It's not usually that easy. So, okay. Any other questions on Suzanne's report? Okay. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you so much. And I believe I'm now handing the chair back over to Mayor Alcock.
Thanks. I was reading your mind. What was his ask, actually? Was he asking for us to split the $2,500 that he had to spend? I'm just curious what it was.
Good. Jessica, please jump in.
So the request was to pay for the survey costs of the survey that's required to purchase the original road allowance that he's attempting to purchase. Marie Turner is here. She's been dealing with Mr. Horbick on his original road allowance closure. If there are any further questions, she can answer those.
I would suggest, Marie, you please come forward and provide some clarification in what you know, what you can fill us in on.
Did you want to ask a question or just want me to give some?
Yes, I think that would be great. That would be great, especially on this one. It wasn't as clear during his presentation.
So his approval for the road deviation was approved through staff authority in 2024. So in our approval, we let him know the conditions of the approval. One of the conditions is that he needs to get a survey. I don't know if he realized he needed to get a survey, despite it being bold in my email to him. But anyways, long story short, he doesn't want to pay for the cost of the survey, despite it being part of our policy. It's a provincial requirement that surveys need to be obtained for a property because his property was described as meets and bounds. So you can't transfer the road deviation without a survey to properly describe what's being transferred back to him.
And he, I'm sure you just said this, that you explained all of this to him in your first meeting, and when we granted approval, it was all part and parcel of that. So he's fully aware and thought that he would come here and just check it out.
Yes, and then since his deputation, he did indicate that he submitted a title insurance claim. I don't think he included the cost of the survey in the claim. So I have asked him if I confirmed with the title insurance company that you can reopen a claim. So I think he's going to be doing that to see if maybe they will cover the cost of the survey.
Okay, that's great. Council, any thoughts on that then? Good. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Your Worship. I think he feels that somewhere along the way through transfer that the town was at fault, where it's actually not the town, it's land registry office that's at fault, and whatever lawyers or surveyors were handling the file. So I don't feel that the town has any obligation other than to advise him very kindly that he needs to reopen his title insurance file.
Okay, thank you for putting that on the table. Any other comments around that? Any concurrence, whatever? We don't need a motion on this. If that's the direction, that's just the direction. And Marie, you understand that direction. All right, perfect. That's great. So we've finished with that one. Let's move to the second one with Margaret and Karen with respect to the proposed hot dog cart on town property. Anybody? I know exactly. Councillor Stone.
Thank you. Like I mentioned, I don't have a problem with the dog cart downtown someplace. I question the fact of whether it's going to be permanently installed, certainly through the hot dog season, as opposed to coming and going every day. I don't know what issues that might have for our parks people or vandalism. Maybe we should have staff have a conversation with them about the possibilities and liabilities and maybe come back to us.
So that might be a proposed motion that we could direct staff to work with them, but there's generally support. Do we have anything like that in a draft motion? Deputy Mayor Armour, you had your hand up. I didn't want to ignore it.
Thank you, Worship. No, I spoke with Rachel from the BIA about this, and they weren't quite aware of what was going on. They would like more information on where it's going to go, how it's going to sit there. Is it going to be on concrete? The fact that it would be left there, just as Councillor Stone mentioned, et cetera. They would like just more information. They're not opposed to it at all. So they'd probably endorse it. They just need to know more information on everything because they think hot dogs are great too.
So in the motion, we could provide direction for staff to meet with them, but also that consultation with the BIA is a requirement. And Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question too. This is the only group that's come forward. Do we not have any kind of, it wouldn't be like an open call, would it? Is it because they've come forward to us? Are they sort of first right of refusal? But if somebody else comes forward and says, well, I want to put one in this place or I want to put one there, like what's the process to allowing someone just to come forward and say they want to put a hot dog stand when somebody else might want something else? Like,
Well, I think if someone else wants to put in a hot dogs, if we were to go forward with this one, someone else would also have to come forward to council. But at least this group came forward as part of our community grant program or whatever we're calling this. So I kind of feel like they've followed the right steps. And that's how I see it. Is that not correct? Uh-oh, Reva's look. Oh, that's right. They didn't, I'm getting it all. Sorry, I'm getting tired. All of our delegations were slightly blurred. They didn't come through that, but they did come forward, they've started the process, they did do a delegation to council. So I would think anyone else who's interested would have to do the same thing, come forward to council, right? So anything you'd like to add to that, Director Frame? No? Okay. Councillor Morrison, then Councillor Cluche.
Yeah, I guess I just, and maybe I've missed it already, but do we have a policy on beverage trucks on town property? I only think because when I owned the chamber building, 2 separate people approached me to get a truck on our property because the town told them they couldn't and they should reach out to private businesses to see about it. So how much time do we want staff to spend on this before we establish, do we want them on town property? Because if we ask staff to go down, we're all saying as a group that we would be okay with it. And I don't want to waste
That's a
any
good
of staff's
question.
time.
Absolutely. I kind of thought I had heard there was some support, but I absolutely think people need to speak up right now before we do that. So I'm going to Councillor Cluche and then Councillor Clark.
Through you. Big things that to be left overnight, that's basically we're giving them that piece of property for the summertime at no cost. So it'd be no different than somebody's coming and say, well, I want to park my car here. You know, so I think in the agreement that has to be taken away at nighttime. Can't stay over there. First of all, it's going to end up in the river. We all know that. But I mean, to actually give them that spot or whatever, I mean, and let them leave it there and lay claim to it to the summer, it's no. But I mean, I'm okay with it going in on our property and somewhere, and if staff, I think also what staff should do is just find a place, come to an agreement with them where they don't seem keen on one specific spot, but they're comfortable with other spots, but it's got to be in and out every night. It can't stay like a permanent structure type of thing, you know.
So I think I appreciate that. That's very, very clear direction saying, you know, yeah, enough said on that. So Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Alcock. And I generally, I'm in favor of the request, generally speaking. I agree with Councillor Cluche's comments. I think we just need to work out the details around how that works. And I don't necessarily know if they themselves are sold on one particular location or not. So those could all be part of those conversations. But I think that it could be worked out fairly easily.
Okay, thank you for that. And Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Worship. Just a quick follow-up. They would not get the land for free, like where they're going to be, correct? This would be a lease agreement or something, some kind of rental for the summer.
I would think so.
Yeah, and that'll
Yeah, even if it is they haul it away at night, they have
Yeah.
use of it in the day, so it's still they're using town property. Thank you, CAO Corey. You're jumping in here.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. So just a little bit of history. My dates might be a little bit off, but in 2024, staff were directed to look at the business licensing bylaw to determine what should go or what could go on town land. So there was a change to the bylaw. I think it was January of 25 it came. And they would still have to go through the seed application because it's utilizing town property. So they'd still have to flow through that process. But if there's a desire to consider it, then we could direct a committee could direct staff to go back and work with the BIA to determine an appropriate location. And if committee is satisfied with council working with the BIA through the seat process, that could be done outside of this group. But we currently have a policy says that we can't do this if it's on town property without your permission.
Right.
So that's why it's before you today. To Councillor Morrison's comment, if it's something that you're not you're not interested in entertaining it, we should just deal with that in the bylaw and say that there are no vendors on town property. So those are a few options.
But right now, the way the bylaw is, we can consider it as long as we consider it at council, right? Right. Or right. Okay. So. Okay, I'm hearing a few people who are saying we're supportive of the idea, but here are a whole bunch of things that need to happen. Is that sort of what a head shake of? I know, Councillor Morrison, you're saying no, but you know what? Could we put up a draft motion just to see if we like it? If it does, is that? I know I'm putting you on the spot, Deputy Clerk.
May or may not be.
All right, this may or may not be, but it's a start and I like it. So moved by Councillor Cluche This is a draft. We'll start, and seconded by Councillor Clark. Whereas on April 29, 2026, committee received a deputation from Margaret Coy Olabar and Karen Teresio, seeking to operate a refreshment vehicle on Town of Huntsville Town of Huntsville properties known as Rivermill Park, Riverside Park, Kent Park. Now, therefore, it is recommended that request staff to work with the BIA and Margaret and Karen through the SEAT process for the operation of a refreshment vehicle which is licensed under the Town of Huntsville Business Licensing Bylaw, located on lands known as Rivermill Park, Riverside Park, and Kent Park during the hours of 7 a.m. until 11 p.m. for the period of May 1st, 2026 until October 31st, 2026. Okay, so comments on that. Yes, Councillor Stone.
So I wouldn't want to say refreshment vehicle. I would like to say hot dog cart specifically. And as we're considering this, we need to keep an eye on the time so that half the summer doesn't go by before they can do it if we approve it. So how do we make it come back quickly?
Our CAO is going to respond.
I think we should actually take a short break, Your Worship, so we can finalize this motion. Just a few minutes. It won't take us.
All right, let's. Councillor Morrison, followed by Councillor Clute.
Take a break. I personally wouldn't want us to waste any more time on this. We have a bylaw that kind of says you can't do this, and then willy-nilly, because we all love the smell of hot dogs, we're going to allow a hot dog cart today with no real thought. Or we're going to get staff to put a bunch of hours in when they're all overworked. I just don't, it's not that I don't want, I'm a lover of hot dogs. I sold hot dogs at the age of 16 out in front of the cottage, but I think I would put forward that they approach a business and get on some business land, and for the amount of time staff's going to put into this for $1,000 a month, I don't think it's worth our time.
Okay, did you want to put a motion on the floor to that effect? Or
I'd want to propose that we don't put a motion on the floor at all.
I know, but you're saying, okay, there seemed to be some interest that we might do it in a park. Unless I'm reading it correctly, I thought I heard several people say we might do that. So,
yeah, and I was just addressing that, and that's fine if it gets voted in, it's great. I would just say that I wouldn't support it, and I don't know if it's something that we want to waste much time on. So that's,
all
yeah,
right.
I'm not, I don't have a
Sorry,
motion, I just
Councillor
don't want to
Morrison.
support this
Okay,
motion
you were okay. All
before
right,
we go down
gotcha.
the road of preparing
Gotcha.
for 10 minutes on a
Okay,
motion.
all right. My apologies. I'm going to Councillor Cluche, followed by Councillor Fitzgerald.
The only thing in the motion, I wouldn't want to see it in the location they wanted in Rivermill Park, because when we have the beer event and everything, everything is set up there, right? So, maybe another area, but I wouldn't like to see Rivermill Park attached to this. I would like to see them out just because of our events that were there, and there is other food vendors there whenever the beer fest, all the other stuff that takes place down there. That's all.
No, that's a good idea. So I would, okay, Councillor Fitzgerald first and then Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Worship. We've been down this road a lot of times before, and I think I've always stuck with the premise that we don't do it on town land, and for good reason. In certain areas, there is places that count on people walking from a beach or a park to somewhere else that's a year-round place that we need the convenience of in the winter. When there's no hot dog carts around and someone hasn't had the income of the summer months to carry them through the winter, then we've lost convenience in these remote places. And I think we should stick with the policy. As Councillor Morrison alluded to, the amount of staff time that's going to be required for us to have $1,000 lease, the problems with the cart being down there and them wanting to leave it, private property. Like, who owns the old chamber building now? That was a great location. You got a 1-minute walk across the road and you got a hot dog.
Okay, so this is a good conversation, and okay, I'm going to Councillor Clark, and
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Alcock. So, yeah, I'm generally supportive, but to play devil's advocate for a minute, I think what we could see happen here is we're going to see a lot more applications come if we were to approve this. I think really maybe the best approach would be to go back to the applicant and say, you know, council's discussed it, but the preference really is for you to look at private locations first. And if you know, if there isn't an option, then maybe we look at it again. But I think a private location is probably the right approach here.
Okay, I appreciate that. So it seems to be coming back to, and I appreciate what Councillor Fitzgerald said. You're right. We've been here before on this. So Councillor Stone.
So, yes, as I said, I'm supportive of it, but I'm seeing some potential problems and the staff time involved and the timing of things. They did mention if they didn't get approval, they would approach a private business, maybe the church. I don't know. The only other thing I would like to mention is maybe we would want them to be down in Macaulay Robertson for different events. And maybe there's some way that we can allow them to do that, because we don't have a vendor down there, do we?
I think we already have a vendor. I'm sure that Director Babineau is looking at me and saying, yes, we do. Yeah.
All right, that's new.
All right. So I'm now hearing more of the opinion that this is not the most suitable use of our public space. So if that's the case, then do we need a motion to say no, or can we just, well, all right, would you like to withdraw your motion? Yes, they both would.
Yep.
Yep, okay, so we don't need a motion to defeat, we're just treating this as we did the first one, which is we're not going to, but hope that staff will convey what they heard around the table. Will staff do that? I'm looking, yes. Yes? Right? Yes. All right, yes, okay. I just need a nod from somebody because we're not passing a motion. All right. All right, that there was, all right, good. So I'm leaving that in staff's capable hands to deal with. And what an interesting conversation that was. Okay. Okay, so now we're moving to the last of the deputations, Mike Prince's sauna on the water. So community project proposal for downtown waterfront. Who would like to kick this one off? Yes, Councillor Morrison.
Yeah, I'll start off just because I'm involved with HMATA and I've had some discussions with both Hallie and Rachel. So Hallie at the chamber was working on a letter, but got deep into Maple on the weekend. So if you think of the three people that are fully behind this, Hallie, Rachel, and Kelly Haywood. So the three organizations that know and understand tourism and what's needed downtown. They're way behind this. I can tell you from our strategic planning at HMATA, a lot of the discussion came around, we need to give people more of a reason to come to Huntsville and then to go downtown Huntsville. So the hotel owners are begging for things in the winter to have their guests come to town for. And when they get there, what can we do? Well, you know what? So all the boxes are fully checked with this. I like the idea that different than the presentation we had a couple of years ago, this is actually a business bringing it. We're not going to have to operate it. No cost to the town, but a massive benefit. And I like how flexible he seems to work with our staff to make sure it doesn't impede our goals of the waterfront. I think that seems pretty genuine. So I think I would be in favor of having him work with staff, knowing that we might not have enough hydro there for a while. We're working on that already, as far as getting enough hydro, even for the phase 2 of the lighting that the BIA wants. So until that happens, there's nothing that can happen. So I think going down that road, working with staff, great, as long as he's made aware that until such time hydro is available, then it won't happen. But I think it's great. I'd love to see it downtown.
Thank you for that. I echo that. I think, I thought his presentation was very well done and it was really convincing, and I agree with all of that, what you said. Councillor Cluche.
I'm behind it 100% too, but I also, like I brought up when they was the snow removal. That is basically, I think we could ask Tina, it would have to be done by hand because it'd be on the walkway. You couldn't put the sidewalk machine on there. So does he pay for that or do we pay for that? That's something that we'd have to watch, because who's ever doing it, then you're into your liability. So it's just, you know, like if he's putting it out where there has to be snow removal on the sidewalk to get to, you know, who's going to do it and who's liable? Well, whoever does it is liable, but it's also on our property if he does it. So I don't know what takes place there.
You have your hand up because you're responding.
Yeah, I got an idea on how that can be dealt with, and I'd compare it to a recent 5-year lease we extended in that area that is a business on town land, you know. I think what we would want to do is that he would be responsible for snow removal from the town parking lot to the unit, and the lease would cover that space. It's his space, he's renting it, he's responsible for it, and he makes sure the snow is removed. And I imagine he'd probably put something cool down like rubber mats and this kind of stuff to make sure it's a nice walkway for people going to the spa. But I would expect that we wouldn't want to then add that to somebody's job, that they're downtown and know that they got to get out and get a shovel, clear it off, put some salt down. We would just want to make sure that the insurance coverage covers that part of the lease. But I think I'm 100% on board with what you're saying.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's just, I mean, it's something else that we have. You get the amount of snow like we got this year. I mean, we couldn't barely keep up, but if he's going to look after that stretch to do the own snow removal up to a certain standards, because it is our sidewalk, so they do have to be done to a certain standard. So that's about the only issue that I have.
No, it's important. It's an important detail that I think could be actually discussed and put into a lease arrangement, I'm sure. But Deputy Mayor Armour, followed by Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Worship. I have 2 issues with it, actually. I'm an avid boater, and I know how busy that waterway is in the summertime. You have to putt through there. So I don't know where he's going to park it in the summertime, because it would be very dangerous. My second issue is no washroom. Where are people going to relieve themselves? So, like, it's, you know, it's his business plan. I know that, and it's his, but, you know, what's the environmental issue of having the washroom on these things that are floating out in the water for 2 hours? Like, I don't know what his business plan looks like, or if the people are in and out in 15 minutes. I'm not sure, but an hour. So it's, I don't know, but I personally really don't like it in the summertime, because that area is so busy in the summer. It's hard to even boat through there, let alone go around something that's 30 feet, big barge. We have planes come into town dock, so that's just my thought on it.
I think the consideration around location is really important. And I think I'll go back to what Councillor Morrison said about consultation with the BIA, the Chamber, and HMATA, especially BIA. Well, actually Chamber too, because of all of the activities that are held there, and recognizing the importance of that space. It is limited, you're right. And we have a lot of uses down there. And so I think that was the one thing Mike said, that, well, right now there's not a whole lot. Well, there's a whole lot there, I think, just when you think about kids swimming and also, and boats and all kinds of things. So I think the location is something that would have to be really worked out. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Alcock. Deputy Mayor Armour asked my 2 questions.
Okay, there we go. And then I'm back to Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. In response to what Councillor Armour just said, I think the summertime that it wouldn't be in the main location, like it wouldn't be right by the docks and by the pub on the docks. In the wintertime, I think that's a great location. And I think from a snow shoveling point of view, if you come down that walkway towards where it is. But I think in the summertime, I completely agree with you that there's too much traffic. There's the bathtub derby. There's all sorts of things happening. So you move it somewhere else, right? Slightly off to the side. So it's not right front and center. But I think those are small things to consider. I mean, it is a big thing, but there are, and the washrooms, I think most people can hold it for an hour. And we do have public washrooms downtown. The one concern that I have, and I think staff might bring it up too, is that technically that's a no swimming area by the docks. Like, you're not supposed to swim there. It sounds like it's a contained area where we are swimming with his unit, but that's something that staff would, I'm sure, have to discuss or review. Wintertime, I don't see it as a problem because you're not really staying in very long either, but in the summer, yeah, it might be a little different.
Okay.
But I am in favor of it, for sure.
Okay, so at this point, you know what, I'd like to put up a draft motion, and Jessica's just, as she said, I've got something, and so let's just get that something on the screen and see what we can do with it. Okay, I think Councillor Renwick would be willing to second it, whatever it is. I think it's being put forward by Councillor Morrison. Okay, we have a motion moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Renwick, whereas on April 29th, 2026, committee received a deputation from Mike Prince, where he's seeking to operate a sauna and cold plunge at Rivermill Park, Town Docks. Now, therefore, it is recommended that staff review the request and report back on recommendations. It is pretty straightforward. I kind of like it because staff heard the discussion. So I think I quite like that. All right, we're comfortable? All right, I am going to ask any questions or comments about that. Seeing none. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, I missed that.
I was just going to comment before, because we had an incident in the district just recently about a motion that we put on and we asked for something and then staff had a different interpretation of what we meant. So because it is so vague, I think we should be a bit specific about what we want to come back. Because if it's just them, like if we're just saying that could be staff doing some research into other spas like this and coming back with recommendations to us, it could mean in consultation with the BIA and the applicant and coming back to us. It could be looking into the hydro and coming back to us.
Okay, I'm going to ask staff who will be following up in this director frame. Could you provide your feedback on this? Please?
Sure. So I interpret that motion to mean we're reporting back on potential locations, we're reporting back on insurance and liability, we're reporting back on operations, sort of not the business plan itself, not what it looks like and how it's run and all of that stuff. That's his business plan, right? What would we need to put in a lease agreement if we were to move forward? That type of thing. Is that
and
a
maybe
good understanding?
consultation with a couple of the main organizations.
Yes.
That'd be great.
Absolutely.
That I think that sounds
Yeah, I
excellent
love
to
that.
me.
But
Yep.
you might remember the recent one down there
Yeah.
where staff did a bunch of work, came back, and it wasn't at all what
Right, I
council
do
had asked them
remember.
to do.
Yeah,
So
and it was a bit of a crap.
But
yeah.
what Director Frame said is exactly what I would hope
All
for,
right.
so we're good.
And I think she's got it. I think she's got it. All right, I'm going back to all those in favor. And that carries, all those opposed? No? Oh, man. Oh, geez.
Very quickly, I
The
reviewed
vote
the
has been
I
called.
reviewed the one in Toronto. They don't open in the summer. So
Okay, well, that's good. That'll come back in and that will come back in the report, right? So excellent. And that carries. That carries. All right, good. Thanks, everybody. That was 3 items. Now we've only got 12 left. I know, we have an hour. So, and on this one, since I actually want staff to come forward and join us at the table because you've done all of the hard work on these, right? So as we start, rather than, we're all going to be looking at you going like this, who would like to join us for this part? Because Tina, probably, well, I'll let you guys figure it out. At least we have someone for each item. Okay. Because in fairness, you have looked at all of these, and Riva, you were quite pleased with where the conversation was going around many of them, because you said, we've had this discussion, this is where we thought. So would it be best to just start with the first one, and you want to provide your feedback as to what you know, and then we'll hear from us?
So we actually have several recommendations
So is that how we'll do it?
already prepared.
Oh, so I'm sorry, I've got suggested wording here. If I read my wording, oh my God. During the review process, staff identified several requests that could proceed, while others required further reporting. Based on this review, staff have prepared recommendations for the committee's consideration. And it's all coming back to me now because I'm sure Jessica suggested to me earlier that's how it was going to roll out. Okay, all right, thank you. So should we just start with the first recommendation? That would be great. And Jessica's about to put that on the screen. Thank you, and I'm sorry about that confusion. Okay. So, do you want me to read this or should we just? Okay, so I'm going to read it. All right, it has been moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Cloutier, whereas community members and user groups submitted 2027 budget requests to the town through the community and user group budget request process in early 2026. Whereas on April 29, 2026, General Committee received deputations from applicants regarding their budget submissions as part of this process. And whereas the Huntsville Muskoka Pickleball Club has requested additional court divider nets to be installed in 2026 and has committed to fully funding the installation, maintenance, and removal of these nets during the spring and fall of 2026. And whereas the Huntsville Muskoka Pickleball Club is a party to a park service agreement for the use of town pickleball courts at Macaulay Robertson Recreation Park, which encompasses responsibilities concerning the existing court divider nets. Now, therefore, it is recommended that General Committee requests that staff amend the park service agreement with the Huntsville Muskoka Pickleball Club to include provisions for the purchase, annual installation, and removal, maintenance, and replacement of the court divider nets. And further that the purchase, installation, and removal costs for the court divider nets in 26 shall be fully funded by the Huntsville Muskoka Pickleball Club. And further that the park's operating cost of $600 for the ongoing annual installation and removal of the court divider nets be incorporated into the draft 2027 mayor's budget for consideration. Wow, that's great. I like that. Okay, questions or comments? Councillor Renwick.
Thank you. That's a great motion. The question is what about storage? There was no mention of storage in the motion.
Is that in the agreement itself, probably?
It's in the park service agreement.
Agreement,
great.
okay. Any other questions? Yes, okay, Councillor Stone, followed by
So
Councillor.
once again, for the replacement of these, are we responsible for replacing those and putting them up and down in future years?
That was,
So
yep,
through
over to you.
So the motion mentions that we would include provisions for the purchase, annual installation and removal, maintenance, and replacement of the court divider nets. So we would get pickleball to replace them. The annual installation and takedown is something that we would hire a contractor for, and that's what the $600 is for in the annual parks budget. Right now, we do that with staff, and it takes quite a few hours to do that. So the $600, it's freeing up our staff time, and still the town would hire somebody to do that.
Okay, I don't see any other questions, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that carries great, unanimously. Okay, so let's move to the next recommendation. Jessica's on it. Deputy Clerk. Okay, we're waiting. Okay, you know what? I would just put in a mover and a seconder. And if they have an objection, we'll deal with it after. You just throw any name in there. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let's just throw it a name. You want me to throw a name at you? Okay, got it. Perfect. Okay, I have a motion moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour, whereas community members and user groups submitted, do I have to say that first paragraph over? Okay, so the first two paragraphs in every recommendation are the same, so I'm going to skip them from now on. And so I'm going to the third paragraph, which is, and whereas Muskoka Natural Burial Group has requested that the town of Huntsville investigate a natural burial program in Huntsville cemeteries. Now, therefore, it is recommended that staff be directed to investigate a natural burial program, potentially through the completion of a cemetery master plan, and report back to committee with recommendations for consideration. Okay, questions or comments? Yeah, Councillor Stone?
I know these master plans sometimes take years and years. Is that happening anytime soon?
Yeah, that was my question as well. It sounds like we're going to consider this, but it might be over the next 5 years. Is that what you were thinking?
Through you, your worship, it is something that we're looking at. We haven't done one for a long time here. So we are looking at potentially putting in the 27 or the 28 budget.
And last question around, just because it's around this, in discussions with the group that presented, did this recommendation was it discussed? Would this satisfy their request? That if they thought we'll be considering it sometime in the next few years?
Yeah, so through you, we did have that conversation with the group that, you know what, it's not really something we can report back on and investigate by June of this year. It's going to take a little bit more research and conversations and consultations with different municipalities and different groups. So they just want to get it on the docket to know that we're looking at it.
Okay.
And sort of what we felt was this, it was a way to get it on our directives list to make sure we don't lose track of it.
Okay, that's fair. I still think in the back of my mind, I completely understand, and I can almost see it in that group that they'd be happy that it's part of the conversation. I do think, though, it's possible, what if the cemetery master plan isn't approved? So where does this sit? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. So I would actually recommend that reference to the cemetery master plan be removed, because when staff do their work, if they feel that it needs to be part of that, that would be secondary to the recommendation. I would remove it totally.
And I totally appreciate, because I do it sounds like we're kind of putting it off to be part of a discussion that may or may not happen. So therefore it's kind of in limbo. That's all. But with that suggestion, it's great. Okay, so other comments from the other side? No? Okay, could we? Okay, so we just took it out. All right, should we see it on the screen again, or everybody comfortable? Okay, requested and therefore staff be directed to investigate a natural barrier and report back to committee with recommendations for consideration. Beautiful, general enough, that's great, love it. I'm calling the question, all those in favor? And that carries all the way around. Great, thank you for that. We're moving to the next one. 2 down, 10 to go. Just put in Clark and Kuchek. Okay, and I like there we go. I was ready to say Clark or Kluche, just like that without the anyway. I have a motion moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Kluche. Whereas community members, sorry, I forgot about that. So whereas the Muskoka Hornets have requested that bullpens be installed in 2026 on Selkirk Diamond at the Macaulay Robertson Recreation Park, and has committed to fully funding the installation of the bullpens in the spring of 2026, as well as their ongoing maintenance and any potential future removal. Whereas the Muskoka Hornets is a party to a park service agreement for the use of town facilities at Macaulay Robertson Recreation Park. Now, therefore, it is recommended that General Committee request that staff amend the park service agreement with the Muskoka Hornets to include provisions for the installation, ongoing maintenance, replacement, and potential future removal of the bullpens on Selkirk Diamond, and further that purchase and installation costs for the bullpens on Selkirk Diamond in 2026 shall be fully funded by the Muskoka Hornets, and further that once the amended park service agreement is finalized, staff be directed to work with the Muskoka Hornets to schedule the installation of the bullpens to ensure other Selkirk Diamond user group rentals are not affected. Whew. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Can you put the motion back up, please? Thank you. Under the first whereas, I think it should say requested that bullpens be installed. I said request that they, or they shall, or they will, or something. Yeah, have requested that bullpens be, right?
Be permitted to
Yeah.
be installed.
Because it sounds like we're doing it.
Requested permission.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's good. Oh, sorry. Yep. Renwick. Moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Renwick. Whereas community members and user groups submitted, sorry, I forgot the first two. There we go. Now, therefore, it is recommended that staff be directed to report to the General Committee in June 2026 addressing the following user group budget request projects. 1. Muscle outdoor fitness equipment requested by Triathlon Muskoka Inc. 2. Camp kitchen water access improvements requested by Triathlon Muskoka Inc. 3. Conroy Park scoreboard requested by Huntsville High School and Trillium Lakelands District School Board. 4. Disc golf tee pads requested by Huntsville Disc Golf Club. 5. Improvements to Macaulay Robertson Recreational Park requested by various baseball leagues. 6. Lakewood Park shoreline restoration requested by Lake Vernon Association. 7. Outdoor lighting at Conroy Park and Macaulay Robertson Recreational Park requested by Huntsville Soccer Club. 8. Hunters Bay Trail pedestrian bridge over a section of the Hunters Bay Trail that experienced seasonal flooding. 9. Tyland Park water access improvements requested by residents of Echo Bay Road. Further, that the report evaluates the feasibility of each project, considering factors such as risk and insurance, procurement, legal implications, location, staffing, maintenance, and repairs, capacity, and financial impacts. Whew. That would be the rest. So once we, no? Oh, there are two more. Okay. Total excitement on my end. Oh, man, it felt like the rest. It looked like it to me. All right. Are there questions? Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock. That's a big list. I'm just concerned, are staff going to be able to get us answers by June?
Yeah. I'm assuming you've already started work on
We
this.
have already started work on this.
And so you feel confident that pretty much, okay. It's just today would be too detailed to go into every one of these. So I bet you're almost there, but it's bringing it back to next month. Sorry, Councillor Clark. I'm just having a conversation on my own over here. Okay. I know, exactly. Thanks a lot. I know you are. Did they answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. I guess the only suggestion, just putting it out there, is there's a lot of stuff to look at when you do come back. It almost might benefit to have a special meeting just to address those items. Just a thought, putting it out there.
I think that's a great suggestion, because if it looks like there's a lot of detail with all of those items, I think that's a fantastic suggestion. So maybe we should consider a special council meeting for that. Comments from you two? Would that seem to make sense, or even
I
the
think that's
CAO?
more of a question for the clerks.
We can, yeah, I'm getting a positive response over here. I actually think it makes sense though, because then we can concentrate. There was a lot of information today thrown at us. And I think that the report back, there are a lot of items there. So I would appreciate that. I think that makes sense. But we could focus on it. Okay, CAO Corey, followed by Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. So I absolutely appreciate that staff are keen and think they believe they can get it done. I am also very concerned because most of those items are within our parks area and we're just getting ready to fire up for spring. So I actually think we should remove the date of June, and we just indicated that it has, and if it comes in June, that's fantastic. But I am very worried about the amount of workload with those requests. So I'm being cognizant of time.
Is our manager sitting over
so,
there, and
Nancy?
would you like to weigh in on this?
We have a very strong team. We've already started working on this. I'm okay with whatever.
Okay, all right. You know what, if we leave it in the worst case scenario, it doesn't, unless we just leave it out and we aim for June, maybe that's better. So it doesn't, we don't have that and you're not under that incredible pressure. I'm going to sit on it for a sec. Councillor Moore.
Yeah, kind of to the same vein, I think we remove the date altogether, knowing that staff is doing what they can, because I guess my question is, a lot of this stuff, the stuff we just approved is stuff that can be done now and everything else. This stuff, we're looking more at 2027 budget stuff, right? So I think we leave it open, because the way it's worded now, we can't even do a special meeting. We have to come to June general. And I like Councillor Clark's suggestion of a special meeting. So just take the date out. Staff will do what they do.
Agreed. Okay. Director Frame.
I just wanted to clarify as well that part of the process that has been communicated to all of the applicants was that we would report back in and around June.
Okay, but they're
So
they,
they're
if
aware
it
that-
happens in July, actually, then we're back
whatever.
into that other issue. Yeah. No, it's not. So it no later than July. Just saying, let's leave it. We all know the direction. We know the direction. Any, that we're taking it out. That's what I meant as to let's leave, sorry. Yeah, right. Oh, that's true. Okay, no date, no date. We're just taking the date out, and the date has been taken out. So that's the only change. Any other comments? Then I've read the motion. All those in favor? And that carries. Wow, that's fantastic. Great motion, great work. Now, apparently, we have more. I can talk to myself over here again. Okay, I have a motion moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour, whereas and whereas several local baseball leagues have requested that the washroom facilities be replaced at the Macaulay Robertson Recreation Park, and whereas the washroom facilities at the Macaulay Robertson Recreation Park is included in the town's capital asset inventory in very poor condition, and the project was included in the 2025 5-year capital forecast for replacement in 2029. Now, therefore, it is recommended that the replacement of the washroom facilities at Macaulay Robertson Recreation Park be included in the draft capital 2027 mayor's budget at an estimated cost of $102,500 to be funded through the Parks Capital Reserve for consideration. That's a good one too, I think. Any comments or questions around? Yes, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Your Worship. That's renovating the current facilities there. Is yes?
That's
Someone? Yeah.
renovation? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I would think so. At that cost, it would be that. Councillor Morrison?
Yeah, and Tina had mentioned earlier, if it stays within without walls coming down, it can not have to go up to current code. The only thing I wonder about is I know that the soccer club has approached us as well about an improved building and something new, and knowing that there's that grant, those grants went up from 200 million to 500 million. I kind of wonder what this would do if we're locked in now in 2027, we're renovating them, or if we decide we can have a bigger plan, go after a bunch of money in grants, and then do that instead of wasting money if we're going to move that direction. So I think there needs to be a bigger discussion about that whole area.
Okay, Director Frame, are we locked in if we phrase it this way? If there was another opportunity that made more sense, that could still come forward as part of the process? Right. So I think basically if there's something better, then staff would bring it forward. And this kind of gives them direction too, as part of this direction. That's the way I would interpret it, but I just want confirmation that's accurate. Yes? Yes. You're not saying it very loudly, that's the part.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes. And on the mic, that's good. Yeah, all right. Are there any other questions about that one? Okay, I will call the question. All those in favor? That carries unanimously too. Yay. Okay. We have another? One last one. Wow. We're going to meet our hard deadline. It's great. I know, but it won't be long. I have a motion moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Cluche, whereas Triathlon Muskoka Inc. has requested substantial repairs to be completed to the portion of Park Drive that connects the Summit Center upper parking lot to the Muskoka Heritage Place parking lot. And whereas Park Drive is included in the town's capital asset inventory and has been identified in the 2024 roads needs study as being in very poor condition and recommended reconstruction in 25. Now, therefore, it is recommended that the reconstruction of Park Drive be included in the 5-year roads capital plan in 2027 for consideration in a future capital budget. Capital, okay. Is that, so we're just moving it to 2020, the budget in a few, would you like to speak to this, Director Frame,
Sure.
please?
So this motion was meant to direct that we would include it in the 5-year capital plan, and that our engineering team would look at where in that 5 years. So it might be 27, it might be based on needs of other roads, it could be 28, it could be 29. It kind of wherever it fits into that 5-year capital plan. This was really just direction to make sure that this is going to be in that capital, the 5-year capital plan.
Yeah, and it needs to be.
Yeah.
All right, so this ensures that it will be in there.
Yes.
But it could be 5 years out.
Could be.
Okay, Councillor Cluche.
Just a question, because proximity to the school and the parking lot and all that, does the school pay any portion of that road? Like, I know it's 20 Park Drive that goes through, but is there any agreement with the school or anything, or is that totally us? Okay.
Any other yes, Councillor Renwick?
Thank you, Your Worship. And maybe because my brain is a little bit foggy too, we did address within that full motion the other, the ramps for the triathlon, right? Okay, thank you. I just couldn't remember if that was in there.
Right, and that was very important to
It
move
was,
on.
yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and that's being reported back on sometime in the late spring, sometime early. Councillor Morrison, and thank you for asking that, because that was a very important part of that presentation. So Councillor Morrison.
That's a good point, because there was so much in there and I think I glazed over it. So the improvements to Camp Kitchen and the other stuff, that's going to come back in June. So the issue is that EASE grant is due in 2 weeks. So I don't know, Director Frame, if you have any comments on that. I don't want us to miss out on 60,000.
Yeah, no, and they did say it would be helpful to have a letter of support or something.
Yeah, I think
from-
Director Frame might have a
Okay,
plan.
yep.
So that EASE grant is an annual recurring grant. for the 60,000. So that is something that kind of happens every year. And so that was specific for the muscle project, the
No,
outdoor
it was for
fitness.
the other one. Yeah,
Was it?
yeah, was.
So sorry, train of thought. The projects that we're looking at, both the ramps and the muscle projects or the move fitness equipment would be, if staff come back and report back, it would be a recommendation to include in the 27 budget, not to happen this year. So they might be better off to apply for the 27 funding intake than the 26 funding intake.
Okay, Councillor Morrison.
I'm going to make a suggestion because it is such an important piece of our waterfront, and they seem to only need a letter of support from us to apply for that grant.
Yeah.
And if they get that grant, then they could pretty much make up the other. I wouldn't want to wait a year if we don't have to wait a year.
I agree with you.
Not saying we approve it, it can be
No,
conditional upon
Yeah,
a grant happening.
yeah. I would agree with that. And I do think they made a very good case. It's been known for a long time, and I just think that one would be great to be able to support.
The other point of clarification I'd like to make too is because the town will eventually own this, we are eligible for that grant as well. So we can apply for that grant funding as part of that project.
But you're saying
Once
next.
it's in our budget.
So, but in the meantime, though, if they're going ahead and applying, then it would be helpful to them if there was a letter of support from in that application. And support that from direction from council to say this is a worthy project. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Yeah. CAO Corey, did you want, you're looking at this?
Yeah, so I think I just want to be clear. So if they apply for a grant with a letter of support from the town and they get the grant, are we preemptively approving the project to happen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just wanted to
Because
be clear with that.
if they got 60,000, that's it's not a lot left, right? Really. And so, yes, my view, I'm one person, I think that would be worthy.
Okay.
Yeah. I think I saw a hand, sorry, Dan, okay. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Actually, I'm trying to bring it back, but, so how much was the project altogether? And the 60,000 was just for the ramps, is it? I'm not correct? It has nothing to do with the road.
And that's all we're talking about are the ramps at the moment, because we just approved the roads
Right,
being
right.
a part of.
So, if they get the 60,000, I guess, are we obligated now to go ahead and do it without all the environment tests and everything else, fish habitat and all the MNRF stuff? Like, we don't know if that falls into place. So, I don't want to put the cart before the horse, really, right?
Oh, that's a good point. Okay, Councillor Morrison. I'm
Yeah,
sorry, Dennis, you're just
I think somebody had mentioned that, like, with just docks, we would be allowed to put docks in. I think I heard that earlier. I think Kirsten had mentioned that we should be able to do docks without doing all those studies. But I guess what we could do is we could have direction from us that a letter of support goes to the organization because they've already written the grant. Why would we want to wait and then us write the grant if they can do it? That if they do get the grant, they still have to find the rest of the money. Like, we're just giving a letter of support that we would allow this to happen. So I don't know how this works.
I think that sounds, yeah, and we should we'll ask the CAO in a minute, but I think that if we did that, it still means they get the money, we have to, whatever the rest of the money looks like, but it's still conditional on going through a process of permitting to whatever is required, right? Or, and so I think we can make that's part of the process. Okay, follow up?
Yeah, my follow-up is, if they get the grant and we don't go through the process, does that limit their ability to apply for a grant next year? Like, they're gonna have to turn down the grant.
So does the grant come, I don't know enough about the grant, this particular grant, sometimes you have to spend it within a certain period.
Right.
Right. CIO Corey, earlier you wanted to jump in, and last time you spoke, it was very helpful, so.
Well, thank you, Chair Alcock. I'm not sure I want to speak any further after some of the comments, but so I think obviously if committee supports the submission of the application, there is an intent for the project to proceed. So if committee wants to support them to apply for the grant and they get the grant, then I think it's fair to say it's deemed that you approve them to proceed. I'd have to defer to Director Maxwell with respect to what she feels requirements in water, because I'm not overly familiar with that. And if there is a balance outstanding for the work to be done, either to Councillor Morrison's point, you would have to say that they are responsible for all costs, regardless of how much over the grant it is, or committee would have to determine a funding source that be funded from in the event that they were successful with the grant. I don't know the terms and conditions of the grant. Sometimes you have a couple years to use it. I don't know that information. Perhaps it's longer. So there's a lot of I don't know.
Right. It's
There's a lot of I don't knows.
Yeah, and it's not a great situation to be in when there are a lot of I don't knows. I will ask Director Maxwell, though, to respond to the sorts of process they'd have to go through.
Well, and unfortunately, I'm not sure of the scope of what they thought needed to happen, but as soon as there is work on a shoreline that's below the water level, then you do need to contact M&R, and they may exempt it, they may require us to follow certain procedures, but at this time, I don't know what that would be, so.
Okay, you know what? Actually, going back to the original query about whether or not we provide a letter of support, I think they might be able to use this motion as part of if they decide to go forward with a grant application, then, and they're successful, they have to figure out how they can spend it. They'd still have to go through the process. And having a motion that says that we're planning on looking at including this, however that was worded, and to report back. So in principle or something, if we said, yeah, that might be enough, is what I'm saying. That might be enough support. Councillor Morrison.
Easiest thing to do would be to trust the staff, give staff direction to work with that group to come up with a letter of support that satisfies what they need to move forward with the grant application. I just would hate to miss a grant window that would fund almost the entirety of the project. And I can't find anything on their website about if it's only 80% or 60% or 90%. So it doesn't say on there, but we'd have to find it, yeah. So if it's 80%, but I'll just finish up. But if they can get ahead and get the grant, great, but it would have to be something where staff is involved. And then the worst thing is if we wait a year and we decide we're going to do it in 27 or 28 and then it goes up in cost, it can end up just shooting ourselves in the foot. So I think a letter of support where staff's comfortable would be good.
Staff, are you comfortable with that? Yes. Isn't that, you're not saying it you're not being emphatic about it. You're just sort of, exactly. I hear.
So this is actually a program that we're looking at applying for through the municipality for other projects that we have currently on the go in 26. And it is 80% funding up to $60,000.
Right.
And it must be used by October 31st of 27.
Okay, so I like your original motion, but I also think if you can talk to them and say if they're looking for a letter of support from us, that you can figure out the kind of letter that doesn't break all guidelines. Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock. So I guess, so quite simply, I would be okay with them applying for the grant, like to move forward. And if it's successful in 26, they are responsible to fund the balance. That's where I would be coming from on it. Otherwise, it's applied for in 2027, and then we'd talk about it as part of our budget in 2027 for the other part of the funding. That would be my preference.
And I think that that seems to be the will of the table, actually. So Councillor Morris,
Yeah, I'd be 100% on board with that. I looked up, it's $68,000. So at 80%, that only gives them $54,000, still be a shortfall of about 14,000. Sounds like they would have some money available to them. Maybe they go to HMAT or who knows what. But yeah, I think that to me makes sense.
so we're in essence supporting the recommendation before us, but we're also saying that we're happy to provide a letter of support in their application going forward. And staff were capable hands of Director Frame and anyone else to figure out what that language looks like. But I think what you suggested, Councillor Clark, that makes a lot of sense. And I think that's the will of the table.
But I think then it would have to come out of the motion that it's in and go into the other motion where the bullpens and stuff are. Because report back in June, but by that time the grant window is done. So we need some clear direction of staff working with them on a letter, because that's not being stated anywhere right now.
Okay.
Do we need?
Do we need direction in a motion on working with them to draft a letter? You two are having a... So we don't need, no, because we're not submitting the grant. We're actually just phoning them and saying, do you need a letter from us? Council was wondering, do you need a letter from us to support your application? Yes, and they do.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Alcock. So if it's a direction from committee, that is only done through vote and a motion at the table. So we need to do that.
We do. I know,
Sorry. We still have the other motion on the table, which we haven't voted on, and then Scott can put this motion on in addition.
Which motion that we haven't voted on? This one that I read.
No, we haven't voted on the reconstruction of Park Drive.
Did we not vote on that? Did we not vote on the reconstruction of Park Drive? Okay.
Scott asked the question.
Ah,
I would
all
propose
right.
that goes in a separate motion.
That
He's
this
put
one,
forward.
okay, so
This
but
is
you just
Park
did it.
Drive.
This is Park Drive, but you just added something to that, no?
I thought we were just doing
Add it to
a
the
no
another.
motion.
Okay, all right, so I just realized it was Councillor Morrison who added this while we were talking about Park Drive. So that's where that came from. So now I'm going back to the motion that is just Park Drive. And we haven't added anything to that one. Correct, yes. So I'm going to call the question on Park Drive. All those in favor? And that carries. Dealt with. That one's back. Okay, good. Now we can go back to the other. Okay, it has been moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Renwick. The first two paragraphs are the same, and whereas Triathlon Muskoka Inc. has requested Camp Kitchen water access improvements and intends to apply for the ease grant to complete the improvements, and now therefore it is recommended that committee supports in principle the request from Triathlon Muskoka Inc. to apply for the ease grant. Yes, right on, right on. I think, yes, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Your Worship. Was there not two areas? Does this cover just, there's two areas. This is only covering one.
And the old town, and the town dock.
The old town boat launch.
And that was included in the six. Right. Yeah. And that 68 was going to cover all of that? Okay. All right, and we just added Camp Kitchen and Old Town Dock water access improvements, right? Yep. Okay. Good catch. Any other comments or questions? Okay, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. And we are now, I know, thank goodness. Thank you for all of your help and all of the work that went into that. That was amazing. All right, I am now moving into closed. I have one more motion here. I have a motion. Sorry, guys. That's why I hate doing it, but I had to. I have a motion moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Renwick. It is recommended that the next portion of the meeting be closed to the public, commencing now at 3:58 p.m. For the purpose of considering the following matter pursuant to Section 2392 of the Municipal Act 2001. Subsection F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. 10.1, confidential report, Corp. 2026-34, Town of Huntsville 2024 cyber incident final report. All those in favor? That carries. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We have just come out of closed and we do not have anything coming out of closed. So I'm going to move with our final motion. It has been moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. It is recommended that we do now adjourn at 4:21 p.m. All those in favor? That carries. All righty, and that's it. Thank you, everybody. That was a long and productive day. Yeah.